Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
And on today's menu, I offer you Birdsong and bombs. That's it, Marcus. Birdsong and bombs.
Ooh.
You like that?
I like that a lot,
That's
Murph.
today's special. How about that? A happy night down at the yard. These beautiful summer nights, man.
Oh.
Incredible, right?
Phenomenal.
Getting that like purplish sky around the.
You get those cotton candy skies,
Woo.
little splash of pink in there.
Cotton candy.
I'm a cotton candy sky guy.
Yeah, you got it. Hayden Birdsong. Welcome to town, kid, with your kind of shaved sideburn and your mullet and your mug. The mug of a Hayden Birdsong.
The modern mullet on the baby face of a Hayden Birdsong.
Yeah, and guess what? I mean, listen, I know 4 2/3, and I know once teams get film on you, everything changes in life and all that. But hey, that's a 22-year-old homegrown kid who they are high on, who did the damn thing last night. Now, he didn't do our goal of outlasting a Blake Snell start. Came within one pitch.
Dude, I was
pitch.
begging for that last out. Full count, 3-2. Sia Suzuki fighting off a couple foul pitches, and then he goes deep, ends Birdsong's night. But he did match Blake Snell's season high for innings pitched this year with the San Francisco
Hey, Blake,
Giants.
Snell, you see that?
Yeah.
Why don't you grow a mullet and shave your sideburns like Hayden Birdsong? Get that Birdsong mug, too, all right? Was it that kind of thing? And tell us, you were out at the yard. Was it the kind of energy? Had he retired Suzuki, would there have been a great reaction in the crowd? And
there would have been, because I was hanging out down towards where the Hayden Birdsong family was hanging out.
Oh, yeah.
And so they were going wild. It was a good crowd. And shout out to the guys next to me who every time Hayden Birdsong got a strikeout, they would get up and start flapping their arms like angels in the outfield. Like they
All
were
right.
doing the celebration
bird.
already. Yeah, doing the bird.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was like, all right, there's a little bit of a vibe with this guy.
All right, we're going Morris Day in the time. We're doing the bird. All right, young Tony, right out of the gate, 6:02, Morris Day in the time, the bird. All right, dude? Yeah, it's okay. We'll put that down for a rejoin. Maybe that'll be his warm-up music. I don't even know if Hayden Birdsong knows Morris Day in the time, but that's great.
How about that? Hayden Birdsong is younger than young Tony.
Yes, considerably.
Yeah,
younger than young
what
Tony,
did young
too.
Hayden Birdsong learn today?
He learned that he could get big league hitters out.
Yeah,
And,
he learned that he could start the game pumping 98 off the bump.
That's what he's going.
Dude, I was not expecting that velo. Now I know he's touched 96, 97 down in AAA. In his 2 starts, he was down there. But when I saw him in San Jose, he was sitting 95, 96. But that's the thing about this kid, Hayden Birdsong. He's 22. He's got the baby face. You would think that he would continue to develop, get bigger, and get stronger.
Yeah, for sure. And how about the fact that he shows up in the big leagues with basically as a fastball slider guy, and in the span of one evening, Pat Bailey, the chill Pat Bailey with George Washington on his head, comes up to him and says, "You have a really good changeup. Let's use it." And Birdsong's like, "Oh, okay." And they said he threw 21 changeups last night, like by far, way more than he usually would, because Pat Bailey called it out. And Birdsong had a great quote. He said, "That dude's really good at calming people down." That's what he said. So,
he's got that presence behind home plate. But I noticed that too. I was like, damn, this kid's mixing in a lot of changeups early in counts throughout the entire outing, and I wasn't expecting that either. The repertoire looked good.
I guess he wasn't expecting. It was Bailey who said, "No, dude, let's do this." So shout out Pat Bailey for guiding him, and shout out the Giants leaving the year. When's the last time the Giants hit 3 homers in a game? I mean, I know they've done it, but it's just not common, bro. Not common.
Not with this squad.
No,
not
no.
with the team we've seen over the last year or two.
And we called in. We'll have to get some strobe lights going. So anyway, it was great. Probably the only thing, I mean, I'm not trying to be a negative Nancy here, baby, because I'm excited, because we now know it's a win streak. It has happened before, as we say in Major League, right? But I'm so bummed that they dug such a big hole that a 3-game win streak still leaves them 3 games under 500. And now you got to face Shota Imanaga today. That's going to be tough, and it's tough to finish off 4-game sweeps. Listen, I'm not writing it off. You got Jordan Hicks getting them, and then here come the Dodgers.
Yeah.
So you could get kicked right back down a hole by Monday morning. We could be doing hums and bumps, and the Giants could be bumming. But listen, enough of that negativity. Let's think positive. They got the win. They've won 3 in a row. They had to win 3 in a row, and they did. And they did it with a kid from their own farm system who is not a fluky call-up. He's not one of these guys they called up like this poor guy Burgos. They DFA'd him already.
Dude.
You know what
I mean, he's literally the Homer Simpson meme of just walking into the bar and walking straight out. Like he was here for a cup of coffee and then left.
I know. He fulfilled he actually pitched a decent inning, too. But anyway, so let's call it in bright and early on a Thursday, because you get 3 in a row. You got Burrell calling Manfred, and we're still, because it's only been 1 week out from Rickwood, we're still not going to lash out. We will lash out at Manfred later in the summer, who, by the way, says they're going back to Birmingham.
Good.
Did you see that quote?
They should be doing it every year back at Rickwood.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to have to figure out, I guess, I don't know how you spice it up. Do you bring back the same Negro Leaguers every time? I don't know. You can't do the Giants and Willie Mays every time,
Well,
you know?
I think you should turn it into kind of a Willie Mays tribute game and have everybody show up and wear 24 on their backs.
Could be.
Like, I think that would be a cool idea to keep the tradition going after everything that happened this year with Willie and the Rickwood.
Or you could
game.
honor different ones. Maybe Satchel Paige one time, Jackie Robinson another time. Who knows? But either way, they say they're going back. So right now we're in a good mood with Manfred. We're calling it in. Pat Burrell whipping out the celly as he's driving out of the players' parking lot and calling him on the Bluetooth and saying, Manfred, yeah, I got you, Manfred, I got you. My Manfred said, are you calling me 3 days in a row? And he said, yes, we are, sir. And why don't you put this one in the book? San Francisco Giants 4, Chicago Cubs 3.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you.
Say hey, say Willie, that Giants came in spring.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, I like that. It's really sounded good. Ever since we came up with the idea to put Willie in, they haven't lost.
Yeah, that's the thing. 3-0 since they've returned home. 3 games since the honoring of Willie Mays. And I thought it was a great idea that we put the Willie Mays song in the win package, but it reminds me that we took out the Jung Hoo Lee song. And last night was Korean Heritage Night down at the ballpark. It was great just to see Jung Hoo Lee catch the first pitch from his dad, the son of the wind. There were a bunch of Korean fans in the crowd last night, but I got to say, it made me miss Jung Hoo Lee out in center field.
You got a little Jung Hoo Lee pang.
Dude, I was like, damn, I miss seeing 51 in the box.
You had generations of wind out there, a son and a grandson.
Yeah,
Man, oh, man. So, well, listen, you're going to have to wait till spring training 2025.
Yeah,
to see Jung Hoo Lee.
but I will say, Elliot Ramos is still looking pretty damn good in center field.
And Luis Matos, which means we got to call on the bombs, right?
Matos, man.
Yeah, I like that. Maybe
go.
that's the one right there. Okay, 3 of them. 3 strobe lights. Giants hit a homer, they get a strobe light. Michael Conforto, remember, he's the one who wanted to hit 30.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's hitting 30 on this squad.
But he did hit number 9. Yeah, you go, Kate Pearson. And how about my man David V? Am I saying this? David VR.
Murph.
He got called up when I wasn't even looking. I turned around. He's at first base.
We are VR. It's back, baby. It's
Hey,
back.
listen, I mean, that's a guy they always had hopes for. It doesn't have. He was the classic 4A player. The classic 4A player. But right now, instead of Trenton Brooks,
Dude.
give me some VR. Number 1.
And real quick,
Yeah, go ahead.
shout out to the dig by David VR to end the game
Without
after
question.
that Brett Wisely backhand.
Without question, he even
That was
dug a
phenomenal.
first play of the game when Chapman made that great play. He
That's
dug one,
true.
too. David VR with a little glove work.
Yeah, digging
The
it over
one
at first
bag
base.
over there.
Digging with David.
They call him Diggin' Dave.
Yeah.
And then the game winner in a 3-3 game. The kid that we all fell in love with a month ago, the player of the week.
My guy.
The player of the night last night, Luis Matos, number 3. Well, there you go. It's all in. 3 homers are in. The win is in. Strobe lights have flashed, and the Giants now take on a day game today, 12:45. Shota Imanaga against Jordan Hicks, and then here come the dastardly Dodgers. So when will we see Hayden Birdsong again? Maybe early next week.
Yeah.
You know,
Definitely
So,
a possibility.
I mean, listen. I think Melvin said after the game, kind of like, no, he's staying until further notice. You know,
Yeah, when you only have 2 other starting pitchers in your rotation, get comfortable, Hayden Birdsong.
It's funny. He's from Mattoon, Illinois, and I looked it up. It's like in the middle. It's like south central Illinois, kind of. And so I thought maybe he might be skew more towards St. Louis, but no. He said last night his family were Cubs. They were Cubs people.
How awesome is that? Making your major league debut against your childhood team.
Yeah, and he did it, and his family made it in. They flew in from Indianapolis. It's kind of like, actually, oddly, I think his town is actually closer to Indianapolis than it is to Chicago. But either way, they got in on a flight yesterday morning, and there they were. And you were right near him.
Yeah.
So technically, that would mean, you know where he would start again then, dude? At Atlanta. Hey now.
Bring it on.
Hey,
Bring
man,
on the Bravos.
You want to be the best? You got to beat the best, man. All right, well, listen, not only that, we had an NBA draft last night. Viva la draft.
NBA grab bag.
What do we have? 3 Frenchmen in the first 6? By the way, Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and them, they going to beat France in the Olympics?
I don't know, dude. France is now out here stacking up talent. Well, I mean, what's going to happen next? Is Bruce Bochy going to coach the Olympic team out in France?
Le baseball.
Le basketball.
Hey, le basketball.
No, honestly, dude, I'm not joking. The French Olympic team might beat the American Olympic team. I'm not riffing.
The French are
that's
coming.
legit.
The French are coming.
They could literally beat them, and that could be Steve Kerr's. Like, Steve Kerr, bro, you better be boning up, man. You better be boning up because they're going to be coming at you. Anyway, that happened last night. The Warriors have a pick tonight, and we'll see what happens there. And is Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers, are they getting along?
Ooh.
Are they getting along? We'll have to discuss next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
The entire country of France in the basket. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors are reportedly interested in bringing Paul George to the Bay. But Marcus Thompson said, not so fast. To hear the breakdown from MT2 yesterday when he joined JD and John Lunn, check out that podcast and more, available now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
3-2. And that is in there for a called strike 3. Change up, got Bush looking. So there's the first big league strikeout for young Hayden Birdsong. Swanson takes strike 3. Well, he threw the slider is up a little bit, and Swanson read that as a ball, but that was right in there. So 2 down, second Hayden Birdsong strikeout. 2-2 is swung on and missed, strike 3. Threw him a curve, and he gets a big strikeout of Cody Bellinger, his 3rd of the game. Happ strikes out swinging. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Hayden Birdsong, couple ground ball hits. The Cubs do not score. That was impressive.
Swing and a miss. He threw him a changeup. How about that? 5th strikeout.
I mean, super exciting, obviously. My brain doesn't really know if it's excitement or nervousness, but we're just go with the flow and try to throw strikes and see what happens. That's all I was thinking.
There he is, man. Hayden Birdsong, 22 years old, with a mullet and the shaved sideburns. And let's hear this here. What do we got here going? That's it. That's beautiful. How good is this? Let's go. Is this going to be his warm-up music? All right. It's called The Bird.
It's called The Bird, baby.
Young Tone, hop on the mic, buddy. Dial us up, buddy. Tell the listeners what you're treating them with here.
This is Morris Day and the Time, The Bird.
Which version you got here?
This is like a live version.
Oh. Yeah, come on now. Outstanding. Were you familiar with it prior?
So that's what I was talking to Marcus in the break about. I know the Family Guy, The Bird is the Word.
Okay, that's different. Bird is the word. That's an old 50s, 60s song. This was Morris Day and the Time were featured in the movie Purple Rain. They were kind of one of Prince's proteges, and Morris Day was like Prince's rival in Purple Rain. He actually kind of stole the show. He was hilarious and fun, and as you can see, funky as hell.
Funky
as hell.
As an MFer.
Oh,
I'm getting some like Silk Sonic, like Bruno Mars still in their vibe kind of stuff.
Or paying homage.
Yeah, paying homage, I should say.
Yeah, well, Morris Day and the Time, dude. You got to do the beer. You got to do the whole thing. I wonder if Hayden Birdsong will adopt that. What do you think?
I wonder if the entire Giants fan base will adopt it. Like I said, there was a group of fans last night. Shout out to those dudes who were up waving their arms every single strikeout last night. Hayden Birdsong, Bird is the word.
Oh man, one of three Haydens in Major League Baseball. 2 were pitching against each other last night. How about that?
Hayden on Hayden crowd.
Well, this Hayden Birdsong riff is sponsored by Marin Health.
Ooh.
Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. So, real talk, setting aside the mullet and the face and the mug of number 60, Hayden Birdsong. Was Hunter Strickland number 60? Memories?
Ooh,
Yeah, no,
I don't think so. Was he?
Was he? I'll look it up. But anyway, setting all that
He had a
aside.
crooked number on there.
Setting all that aside, yeah, was he in the 50s?
I think it was like
that?
57.
Was he 62? I'll look it up. Anyway, setting all that aside, this is a huge deal. The Giants have no starting pitching, none. They got Jordan Hicks and Logan Webb, and that's it. Well, I don't know when Kyle Harrison's coming back. We don't know where the hell Blake Snell is. Robbie Ray remains a distant dream. Alex Cobb, who knows? They got no starting pitching. So Hayden Birdsong comes on down, literally gives them a chance to win in a game they do win, and he's sticking around as far as I can tell. And there's a job opening. There's a parking spot open in the parking lot. You got to just fill it with your car. Now, by the calendar, he'd be in Atlanta next week, which would be tough. But hey, it's the bigs, baby. You got to do what you got to do. What a huge, like, setting aside like the fun part of the story, Marcus. the necessity of a Hayden Birdsong.
Yeah, the Giants are desperate for starting pitching right now. We saw back-to-back bullpen games to start the series, and it's great that they won those games back-to-back, but you can't put this amount of stress on the bullpen the entire season. We've already been talking about how they have done more work than essentially almost every team in Major League Baseball. I know the Brewers are right up there also with innings pitched, but at some point, this bullpen is going to run out of gas, like we've seen the past couple of seasons with the way that the Giants have used bullpen games and openers and bulk guys. So it's important to have starting pitching. Now, of course, you would like starting pitching that's going to go 5 to 6 innings, but I was happy with the 4 2/3, even though I was begging for that last out in the 5th inning just to say he got the 5.
Yeah, he almost did. I mean, even last night, Luke Jackson, Eric Miller, Tyler Rogers, and Camilo Duvall all had to pitch at least an inning. By the way, Luke Jackson put the wheels back on last night after a rough couple of outings.
I was a little nervous seeing Luke Jackson coming out of the bullpen, to be honest.
Guy's been terrible, man. And then Duvall last night nails down the save, number 14, a 4-3 win for the Giants. So just a little bit more on Birdsong before we guys get into Aiyuk and what the Warriors are going to do tonight. A little Birdsong after the game, young Tone, and he said it's all about the catcher, Pat Bailey. Don't sleep on this guy, the other youngster. He's only 24 years old. So Z9 was talking about Bailey helping him adjust.
That dude he's really good at like taking the pressure off people and like kind of keeping me from overthinking what I'm doing out there on the mound, and I just kind of deal with what he throws down. I'm ready to throw it, and I'm comfortable throwing it because I respect him and I respect his pitch calling, and that's about it.
Hey man, you got a 22-year-old Hayden Birdsong and a 24-year-old Pat Bailey. If there's anything Giants fans want to, or I guess he's 25 now. If there's anything, I guess he turned 25 just a few weeks ago. Yeah. Anything Giants fans look forward to? You got a young battery out there, right?
I mean, hell, we can talk about him and Patrick Bailey. We can talk about Kyle Harrison and Patrick Bailey. You can talk about all the pitchers you have in the farm system and the benefit of having somebody like Patrick Bailey. Like, let's go back to last season when Patrick Bailey made his debut and within a couple weeks earned the trust of Logan Webb and Alex Cobb to throw down the fingers, or should I say press the buttons on the pitch call.
Yeah, right, exactly. That's a whole new skill you have to learn. So then what he did last night was Bailey told him to throw this changeup, which I guess he'd used minimally throughout his career and used it more last night in his Major League debut than he's ever used it, but that's because Bailey told him. Z10 Tone.
Yeah, he told me at the very beginning of the game, he goes, your changeup's good, let's throw it. I was like, I'm in, let's do it. And he threw it a lot, and it was working. So we'll keep doing that.
All right. Again, hitters will get film on the kid, and there will be an adjustment period. You never sail through. But speaking of sailing through, he sailed through the minors so fast. This stat, the fewest innings before a Major League promotion by a Giants prospect since Tim Lincecum in 07.
Wow.
In 07. Now, Lincecum threw 62 innings, and they jacked him up to they said, get up here. You're amazing. Birdsong threw 169. It's different, and this was more necessity than being like as talented as Lincecum. But still, it's an interesting stat.
But he's got the Farhan fast pass, and we saw this last year with Patrick Bailey. Patrick Bailey was kind of the same thing. He was down in Double-A, only got a cup of coffee in Triple-A with the Sacramento River Cats, and then he was at the Major League level. Kyle Harrison was down in Sacramento for a little bit longer, but it seems like Farhan, especially with the guys that he drafted, he's not afraid to put them on the fast track. I mean, look at the other top 2 picks from that same draft class as Hayden Birdsong. Reggie Crawford and Carson Wisenhunt are both knocking on the door in Sacramento right now.
I mean, it's just fresh. It was fun. It was fun and fresh is what it was last night. We had a baseball game last night. We all went out for pizza, the classic Little League pizza party. By the way, I got the joint we got to. You know what was on the big screen? Freaking Copa America.
Wow.
I said, whoa.
Copa America.
So I just brought in a summertime group of American kids who just played baseball. Yeah. Can we watch a freaking baseball game here, man? And to the guy's credit, he said, yeah, you're right. He switched it over to the Giants.
Nice.
So we switched it over, and it was just like everybody was watching, like, hey, look at this kid. Like, check him out. He's new. You know what I mean? He's new, something new and shiny.
Yeah, did those 12-year-olds all-stars think that Hayden Birdsong was the same age as them?
No joke. I'm not kidding you. There was a kid in our league who had a mullet like that there, and we made the call. We're like, he looks like that kid.
Dude.
So he does. He looked like, by the way, some of the kids are bringing back the mullet now. As young as 11.
Oh, yeah. It's the modern mullet that kids are rocking now.
Yeah, they're kind of going high on the sideburns.
Yeah, it's a nice clean taper fade on the side, and then you just let it go in the back.
You going that direction?
I'm not doing the mullet.
Young Tone, time for you
I've
to
already
say,
got kind of long hair. I don't need a mullet.
good morning on the mic, although you did tell us about Morris Day in the time already. Would you perhaps head down that direction?
No.
How about a John Joe Curley? Mullet?
He doesn't look like a mullet guy to me.
Might shake things up a little bit.
Now, Murph is a man that adopted a beard over the last year or so. Could we see Brian Murphy adopt the mullet?
Sure.
I think
I'm not
Murph with the
gonna rule it
mullet
out.
would be a good look.
I'm not going to rule it out.
Dude, it would be great for our YouTube numbers.
It would be.
Come
You're
see
right.
Murph with the
I
mullet.
think you kind of have to wear a hat with the mullet because then that, it's like,
It's the show hair. It's the
very-
flow. Like Logan Webb kind of has that same flow going right now, not as long as Hayden Birdsong.
very specific for the baseball hat. It really is.
It's big league hair.
Meanwhile, a guy who wears a hat who's not sporting a mullet is Bob Melvin. He got a starting pitcher to go 4 2/3. He was excited. Talking about this kid, number 60.
I thought he pitched good. I mean, I know he gave up a few runs, and it ended up with a home run to tie the game there at the end. But, man, came out throwing 98, using his changeup, all his pitches. I mean, he looks like he has overpowering stuff. Got a little tired there at the end. We needed him to at least, go 5 innings, which he, won out short of that. But kept us in a game when he left, and good first start for him.
Yeah, kept him in the game is all you need, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like we said, today will be tough. I mean, Shoutout Imanaga and trying to finish off a 4-game sweep, although the Cubs seem to be maybe not that interested.
I mean,
in
the Cubs seem like they're trying to lose. Like, Murph, you said the story of the game was Birdsong and bombs, all at a third beat. Birdsong, bombs, and bad base running.
Yeah.
Christopher Morale. You can't be wearing your eye black like that when you're getting picked off at first base, when your hand sliding off the bag at second, when you're Ian Happ getting picked off by a beautiful inside move by Tyler Rogers.
that play, that was probably the play of the game.
Dude, the bend over inside move. Oh, what a pick.
And then he hit, as Dave Fleming said, he kind of hit Matt Chapman in stride like Purdy hitting Aiyuk.
Ooh.
Which leads us to, of course, the guest list coming our way here on a Thursday, June 27, 2024. Giants making us happy. Is Aiyuk happy, perhaps? So let's get the guest list. Young Tone. Did you enjoy the game last night, buddy?
I did enjoy the game. Yeah, I watched a lot of the game.
Did you find Hayden Birdsong to be fresh and refreshing?
Loved it, dude. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought he could go 5 innings. Obviously, that bomb, by Suzuki, cost him the outing. But at the same time, you love to see it. Young guy making his big league debut.
And you brought us the good news that from 2014 to 2018, Hunter Strickland did wear number 60.
How about that?
How about that? All right, what do we got, bud?
All right, coming up at 7:30, Susan Slusser is going to join the show. She will get her perspective on the Hayden Birdsong start.
Hayden Blanken Birdsong. Let's go.
Only 3 big leaguers with the first name Hayden.
And two of them faced each other last night.
How about that? The big hit is going to be at 7:50. We are going to check in with Keith Smith, who's a contributor to Spot Rack in the NBA front office show.
Wait, the Keith Smith?
Not that Keith Smith.
I don't know. I'm just riffing. Just riffing. All right.
The cooler content's going to come up at 8:30.
I
and
thought
then,
we were having Keith Sweat on the show.
Wait, the cooler of content? I'm kidding. Go ahead.
And then Jeremy Affeldt at 9:15. We'll get his thoughts on everything.
All right. Now, is Aiyuk happy? Next on the Sports Leader. It's never too early to talk about Amici's Pizza. Never too early. And talk about catering. I told you guys, it was a week ago tonight. We had a great Amici's Pizza party for the Little Leaguers and watched the Rickwood game. Excuse me. I got emotional. And it led us to believe that, hey, why stop at just a 12-kid pizza party? How about even a bigger event? Like a business lunch or a big old special event in your family? Have Amici's cater it. We have a full-blown catering menu. So you order your favorite pizzas and pastas and salads and flame roasted chicken wings in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. So it's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering Amici's full range of menu items. So whether it's a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has a range of great options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. So check out the catering menu at Amici's.com when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event. Amici's delivers.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
It's a great day. You know what I'm saying? So many blessings. We blessed to have life this morning. Tuesday morning. The grass green, the trees is blown. You know what I'm saying? The pool water heated. All the trucks is filled up with gas, premium, you know what I'm saying? Wifey in the house cooking breakfast. Yeah. Son on a trampoline. Yeah. We so blessed, man.
Yes, he is. We're back to happy Brandon Aiyuk. That was, of course, in May when he was just kind of riffing on life in general. We don't know what truly spurred him to film that other than life is a blessed occasion.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to count your blessings.
I believe it was a day or two after the Amon-Ra St. Brown contract came
that's
out.
it. Okay.
And he's like, ooh, Amon-Ra St. Brown's getting $30 million. Sign me up. Life is good.
So you're saying it wasn't the kid on the trampoline and wifey making breakfast? It was Amon-Ra St. Brown?
You know, I would like to think that's the better storyline, but I think the reason why he's using premium gas is because he knows he's going to get paid.
So maybe John Lynch's trip to Ireland spurred him to invite Brandon Aiyuk in the spirit of like the pub meeting. Like, you know, let's go down to the pub and have a jar, as they would say.
Well, that's why I said Brandon Aiyuk should have just hopped on a bird and gone straight out to Ireland.
That would have been incredible.
Him and John Lynch in the
They
town.
signed that thing upstairs at the upstairs bar at Keogh's, right by that lamp. Oh man, it'd be incredible. Either way, Lynch might have been in a good mood. Maybe a trip down to. We know Kyle has that San Diego beach house. Yeah. Remember when he did that football throwing contest with Joe Staley?
Yeah, from the roof.
Yeah. So he's got us. Maybe he came back from there feeling good.
Yeah, who knows? Do you think that John Lynch had the same phone call in the same location outside of an Irish pub that you had to the morning show when Aaron Judge signed with the Yankees?
Fallon's. That's a good pub, by the way. I'd like to be there right freaking now. I'll tell you that. Anyway, no, because Aaron Judge signed with the Yankees that day.
Yeah,
that was bad.
It's bad news.
Well, Tom Pelissero of NFL Network put out this report. Take a listen.
One other pretty big question for the 49ers. They report to training camp like a lot of teams on July 23rd. Will Brandon Aiyuk be there after he skipped minicamp? Here's what I can tell you. Aiyuk and 49ers brass met on Monday at Aiyuk's request. This was a good meeting. From what I was told, both sides said things that needed to be said, and they're going to keep working. It's important to note here, there's never been a trade request from Brandon Aiyuk. That hasn't changed. The 49ers stance hasn't changed either. Despite getting trade calls on Aiyuk going back to draft week, they're moving forward, and they want Aiyuk to be a part of the team in 2024. So what I would anticipate here is all parties involved will go ahead and enjoy the 4th of July holiday, regroup sometime after that. They've still got several weeks here to see if they can hammer out a deal that locks in Brandon Aiyuk with San Francisco for the long haul.
There it is. Does everybody feel better now?
Is everything solved?
Is everybody chilling out now? They met. They had a good talk. They're going to enjoy the 4th of July holiday. That's a key fact in this whole thing. You're going to throw some dogs on the grill, some burgers on the grill, light a firework or two, and then they're going to regroup, and nobody's getting traded. Is everybody happy?
No, the answer is no.
No.
Like, that all sounds great,
Come on, man.
but the meeting did not end with a contract extension.
No, but it's all part of the process.
And it's moving in the right direction, and I'm glad that they met up face-to-face to kind of hash some things out. But again, at the end of the day, we're still kind of in the same spot, it feels like.
Well, no, because they met, and they because whoever's side either the Niners side or Aiyuk side or both sides leaked to Tom Pelissero that it was productive, and they basically also leaked that trading is not part of their plan. Do we have the Schefter cut? Wait, the other? Let's hear how each leak was interpreted by Schefter and Pelissero. So who is it? Is it Lynch? Is it Kyle? Is it Aiyuk's agent? Somebody's like, here's how it went. Here's how we want you to frame this.
Look,
so here's the Schefter. Sorry about that. I stepped on that. Here's Schefter.
Look, he's been disgruntled. There's been a lot of noise surrounding Brandon Aiyuk this offseason, and he's wanted to see if he can either get paid or get out. So one of those two scenarios is in play. Neither one has happened. So when he met with the Niners on Monday, I think it was to keep the lines of communication open in person, get an understanding of where they're at. And the Niners, I can tell you, absolutely want to keep Brandon Aiyuk. But with the rising prices on wide receivers, the two sides have been unable to get a deal done so far. They'll continue talking. Niners want to keep him, but it's going to be tough in a wide receiver market where the prices have gone up so dramatically.
Okay, interesting, right? Two different NFL insiders, slightly different coloring on the Schefter one. Schefter's was a little more,
a little bit more skeptic.
A little bit more skeptic.
Like, yeah, the Niners want him back, but at what price?
Yeah.
And that's been a question all offseason.
Pelissero was throwing in cookouts and fireworks, man. Dude, you know what I mean? We had picnics with Pelissero.
I know. Pelissero had Aiyuk, John Lynch, and Kyle Shanahan in Tony's backyard on 4th of July.
Oh, they got the invite?
Yeah, they got the invite to the 4th of July barbecue.
By the way, you know how I found out about that party? It was JD.
Yeah.
Revealed that.
Yeah, I'm going to the barbecue. Yeah.
Are you going to the barbecue?
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, that JD soundbite turned out to be prophetic behind the scenes on this show. Somebody asked John Joe Curley if he was enjoying working here. Are you enjoying?
Yeah.
There it is right there.
Stop it.
But anyway, did you get the invite to the cookout?
I didn't get the invite. I showed up, dude, after my birthday weekend, and they had like flyers here at the station. I'm like, yo,
flyers?
Young Tony, what's going on, bro? I didn't get invited to the cookout.
You want to come on and defend yourself here, buddy? Is it Aiyuk and Lynch who are coming and nobody else?
Sure. You guys are, it was an informal invite. Of course you're invited.
I wouldn't have found out about it unless JD brought it up.
I know, right? I'm waiting for the flyers to pop up around
and I'm
the
working
studio
with JD
on the streets of San Francisco
next Wednesday,
Damn,
which is the day before the 4th of July, which means tensions will be at an all-time high as to who's getting invited.
Damn, you got to ask JD if you could be his +1.
All right. Is JD invited? That's the question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he is.
So anyway, back to the... By the way, before we get going here, 925 with a key question saying, on the Twitch and the YouTube, is that a members-only jacket Young Tony has on? Is that a members-only jacket, brother?
No.
Okay.
But it can be.
Do you know members-only jackets?
I think so.
Okay. No, he did. Okay, if you don't, you don't.
What
put
did
that
Young
down there.
Tony learn today?
Okay, members only. And also Morris Day and the Time. Got to put that down there. Anyway, back to the Pelissero and Schefter. Okay, I prefer the Pelissero version, which sounded really optimistic.
We'll play that one then.
And there's nobody going to get traded and all that, whereas Schefter left the door open. Get paid or get out. And said that they still haven't reached this agreement, and yet the Niners want to keep him, but that doesn't mean they're going to keep him. So, but let's be real. I mean, in all honesty, the Niners can create a contract for Aiyuk. And listen, we heard what Mayoko said. Mayoko said they might kick the can down the road and not pay him and all that stuff. But as you've pointed out before, too, you can create cap space down the road by giving him this kind of money. So, again, this now gets into cap that none of us understands. But if you're going to pay Brock Purdy this number of dollars next year, and you're going to pay Aiyuk, and you want to have Aiyuk, he's your first-round draft pick. I mean, they invested a lot of time and energy and capital into this guy. So they're not, I mean, I don't see them trading him, especially because they're not going to get the offer they want.
No.
So I would say, all in all, when people meet, it's a positive thing, right?
Even if there is a little creative tension behind the scenes.
I think perhaps we had a meeting this morning.
Hey.
That may or may not have been productive.
There might have been a couple of disgruntled guys.
This was a good meeting. From what I was told, both sides said things that needed to be said, and they're going to keep working.
That's so good.
That's it. Sometimes you got to talk about the elephant in the room.
I asked the listener, does that sound like your workplace? Does that sound like your workplace?
Sounds like our workplace.
It was a good meeting. That was my vague question. You weren't supposed to go right there. Anyway, 49ers fans, 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Are you happier? I'll admit it. I'll say I'm 1% happier.
1%.
I am.
Shout out the 1%.
1% happier that Brandon Aiyuk and them met. And John Lynch is coming off, playing golf and drinking Guinness in Ireland. And Aiyuk got in the building, and he's not freezing them out, and they're at least civil enough to sit down and talk. And I'm sure, if you could be a fly on the wall in that meeting, there would be a lot of, hey, man, do you want to be here? And Aiyuk's like, yeah, I want to be here. And I was like, well, we want you here. And he's like, well, give me my number. And they say, well, can you work with us? And so this is negotiations,
Yeah,
right?
and I get the back and forth, and it's good to have that conversation. But again, were we expecting reports that the meeting went bad and both these guys hate each other and they don't want to be together anymore and Brandon Aiyuk requested a trade? Like, I guess that could have been a possibility. And I think that's why Brandon Aiyuk was on Instagram the other day saying, oh, I thought they didn't want to trade me. Well, the 49ers took trade calls. And I get it from their perspective. They listen to everybody. But I also get Brandon Ayuk's perspective. How would you like it if your spouse is like, yeah, I wasn't actively trying to cheat on you, but if the opportunity presents itself, we're going to hop on it.
Damn, that's perspective.
Like,
right
that
there.
doesn't got to feel good for Brandon Aiyuk, right?
925 texts in a very negative take. He says, divorce settlement, when you get divorced, you have to meet face-to-face.
Yeah,
He says, you meet to figure out how to part ways. That's a terrible analysis. 916 wants to know, did Lynch bring pizza to the meeting for employee appreciation? I don't know, or Bob's Donuts, perhaps.
Oh, or McDonald's, like Murph.
Yeah, that's right. And then 707 says, okay, I'm 41 and had to look up what a members-only jacket was. Dude, the members-only jacket was a big cultural thing in the 80s and early 90s because there were those who thought it was cool, and then there was the vast majority who thought it was uncool. And the irony of the members-only jacket was that the guy who wore it didn't know how uncool it was and would rock it, and you would just be held in tremendous scorn by everybody. Like, look at this guy in the members-only jacket. And it tended to be a guy kind of maybe on the outs, not going to the cool parties, not going to the popular crowd, but rocking the members-only because he thought he was cool.
See, that's kind of my perspective now on Crocs. Like, the younger generation thinks Crocs are cool all of a sudden. I'm like, dude, these shoes are terrible.
What just happened to my house this week?
You used to get made fun of if you wore Crocs in high school.
This week, because all the other kids had them. Look at my little lemming kid. Can I have Crocs? Why do you want Crocs? Because they have.
Dude, and then they're
Is
out
that
here.
a good reason
then
to
they're
have
out-
Crocs?
Then they're out here bedazzling their Crocs, like putting the little trinkets and stuff.
I'm living it
what
right
are we doing?
now.
What are we doing
and
here?
you are 100% right. The Croc was held in scorn and derision.
All of a sudden, it's cool.
And all of a sudden, it's cool.
Yeah, all of a sudden, you can put it in sport mode.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We have all the trinkets. Candace ordered them for him. He was wearing them last night. He's like taking more care with his Crocs than his cleats.
Come on.
No joke. We get into the car yesterday. I'm like, he's in the Crocs. I'm like, where are your cleats? Oh, wait, I got to go get them. Oh, so you got your Crocs, but not your cleats.
Dude, it's just getting to the point where we've seen in Major League Baseball guys like kind of transform like Jordans or Vans into baseball cleats. I'm waiting for someone to go out there and pitch in Crocs.
So literally, I had to run back in the house, and Declan was just on his stupid phone again, just not even looking up. He was, and I said, where's Roy's cleats? And without even looking up, Declan goes, bro knows where his Crocs are, but not his cleats.
Bro knows. Bro knows.
All right, guys. The guys who said the divorce thing said he was riffing. So there you go.
Nice
Thank you
riff.
very much. All right, so that's one item on the day. Brandon Aiyuk meeting, and both sides saying things are pretty good. Maybe they had a John Dickinson reaction. Was it a good meeting? John Dickinson? Was it a good meeting?
Yeah.
Was the meeting enjoyable?
Yeah.
All right. How about, is Bob Myers taking shots at the Warriors? Is Bob, on the day of the draft, on the eve of Clay weekend, is Bob Myers taking shots? We got to discuss this next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, we got Steve Moskowitz on the line on a Thursday morning. Steve, you want to talk to us about what to do when you can't pay your taxes?
You talk to us. It is such a common situation. People just can't pay their taxes. They just can't. No problem. We want to go ahead and make a deal for you. And a lot of times people don't file their taxes when they can't pay them, and all of a sudden they have a bunch of years. So here it is. Next week is the 4th of July holiday. Everybody at the firm wants the listeners to have a good time. So we want to celebrate with them. In order to celebrate, we're offering for people that retain us this week a 10% discount to new listeners who need their 2023 tax return prepared. And some of your listeners saying, hey, Steve, you're always talking about I didn't get my return prepared because I can't pay my taxes. What about the fee to take care of the taxes? We'll take 10% off of that, too, for people, new listeners, that go ahead and retain us this week. Bottom line is we have a free consultation. Let's see what we offer for you. Let's see what it would be. Find out, what do you have to lose except your tax problems?
All right, sounds pretty good on a Thursday morning. That was tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-TEAL, 888-TAX-TEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, I'm not sure. We've been on the air for 52 minutes, and there's a horse race as to what has people's attention. The fresh face and mullet of a Hayden Birdsong helping out the Giants getting a win last night. The positivity of a Brandon Aiyuk meeting with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and the Niners brass, or the hot takes on members-only jacket and Crocs. That's what's going on right now, because you really spurred a lot. I don't remember this derby jacket that Curly's talking about. Do you remember it?
I do not remember the derby jacket, but I love this info that John Joe Curley is giving us about the members-only jacket and how if you were living in San Francisco, depending on what district you lived in, you had a different color jacket.
So we said, what'd you wear? He said, blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the sunset. We're like, oh, yeah, as one does.
Oh, yeah, of course. I
5
apologize about not knowing about the gangs of San Francisco.
Shout out Butcher Bill and Daniel Day-Lewis. Let's get these Crocs takes out of the way, and then we'll move on to Bob Myers here. 510 says, no Crocs or slippers or slides unless you're in the house or around the pool. When you step out the door, you better have shoes on your feet and be ready to rock and roll. As told to me by an OG while doing time.
No.
That's Frenchie.
Oh, whoa, yeah.
Frenchie, have you had the spread?
Oh, that is true. Anytime you put on the sneakers, it's go time, Murph.
It's go time to go take a nap, you mean?
No. You're lacing up for a different reason.
Yeah, okay, what are you lacing up for?
Oh, there's about to be a fight.
Oh.
Yeah, when you're
So when I'm napping, I should be ready to go?
Yeah, you're always. Okay. See, Murph is ready. Murph stays ready so he doesn't have to get ready. Oh, yeah, that's big jailhouse etiquette. If you're about to get into a fight, you tie up your laces. You put your shoes on.
This is awesome. I did not know this. See, what did old Murph learn today?
Are you speaking from experience,
Dude,
Marcus?
I feel like I'm just like painted as like the criminal of the show. Like I'm telling Murph and young Tony about prison spread and lacing up your shoes.
Well, Frenchie says it. When you step out the door, you better have them on your feet and be ready to rock and roll.
You take those shower slippers off.
There's that one, too. 310 said, my bro and I had generic members-only jackets. That's tough when you're not even like ballsy enough to go all the way to get the members-only. 925 says, in high school, I wanted a members-only jacket, but I couldn't afford it. Wow, were they expensive? Whoa. I didn't know. I never looked for them. 707 says, Crocs are comfortable and great for camping. Another one, 707 says, Crocs are great. I'm a 40-year-old man. I wear Crocs all the freaking time. They're so comfortable. And then I think we end the topic with 925. This is unbelievable. Jeffrey Dahmer was known to rock the members-only jacket.
No.
Says, sorry for the dark take.
I'm out.
But thanks.
I'm out with the members-only jacket.
I think he's right.
I do not want to be one of those members.
I think he's right.
No.
And I lied. There's a couple more takes. People coming out of the Derby jacket saying it's an SF staple.
Ooh.
That did not cross the bridge. It did not cross the bridge to Marvelous Marin. But what did cross the bridge to Marvelous Marin is Bob Myers. He was spotted walking near Tennessee Valley Road recently. My buddy Winnie was stalking him and sending me pictures. I was like, is that Bob Myers walking near Tennessee Valley Road? And he said, yeah. I said, why are you filming this? I said, why not?
Was your buddy the Night Stalker who the 408 just referenced?
Did he wear the members-only too?
Wearing a members-only jacket on the text
Wait a minute.
line.
So are we confusing our mass murderers who wore members-only jackets?
Maybe.
That's two.
We might be.
Did they both wear members-only jackets? Because they couldn't have both worn them.
Oh, they're both in the club.
And is that the root of their murderous intent, that they were the kids who thought they were cool in high school, but then were told we're not cool? And they wind up taking out people.
Which means watch out for the kids in Crocs.
Yeah. Oh, man, including my own.
Oh, no.
Young Tone, Jeffrey Dahmer. You down with a Dahmer?
I'm not down with him. I'm not down with him at all.
Down with the Dahmer? What kind of question is that?
Did you watch the Netflix special?
I've seen bits and pieces. Yeah.
I think people. Was that he's seen?
Oh, okay. Poor choice of words.
Oh, can I get a Jeff Garcia? He's seen bits and pieces.
Oh yeah,
Thank you
a couple too many. Yeah, just stay still, Tony. We're just trying to take some pictures
I
of you.
want to get going on the Bob Myers thing, but the text still coming in. 949 says I still rock my members only jacket. All right,
and he still hasn't been caught.
415 says Clint Eastwood has worn a derby jacket in a movie, so we got to get good on that. And then 650 says when I lived in San Diego, I could wear flip flops to play a full court basketball game or handle any other business. I apologize for that cough there, guys. 408 says the Night Stalker. That's the one you're talking about. And 408 says burnouts wore derbies. 925 says Crocs, slides, and pajamas are the preferred attire of idiocracy. And 619 says I'll never wear anything but Crocs at work. Then again, I work at the hospital. That's the only place, right?
Yeah, that's acceptable.
Nurses and nurse assistants and doctor's assistants and all that.
Now, I'm curious, does he go in sport mode when he's at the hospital or not? For people who don't know, there's like a strap on the Crocs, and the kids will go in quote-unquote sport mode whenever they need to get active.
Yeah, you're on it, buddy. You're on it, man. All right, out to Bob Myers. Now, I said, is he taking shots at the Warriors? That was a little bit of a scintillating tease. What he was analyzing where the Warriors are and what they can do to try to get back to a championship level. And what the common theme this week is Paul George. And that's Brian Windhorst, who kind of put fuel on the fire, saying the Warriors are prepared to go all in for Paul George. We've kicked it around a number of times. So Bob Myers finally was on First Take with Chris Russo and Stephen A. And they asked him, how do you feel about the idea of the Warriors adding Paul George?
To your first point, Mad Dog, I think Paul George would be loyal, I don't know if you use that word, to the Clippers, but they're not paying him what he's asking for. And I assume these other teams would. So to the idea of he's leaving the Clippers, I think Paul George, and I don't know this for sure, if the Clippers would pay him a fourth year, it sounds like he would say, I'll go back there. But to the question at hand, Paul George, Klay Thompson, I might argue both at this point, because you've seen what the Clippers did with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard and James Harden and Norman Powell and Zubac and Terrence Smith, all these guys. That wasn't good enough for the Clippers. And that was a stacked team in many respects. So you add Paul George to the Warriors, and you say, okay, that's a really good team. You almost need Klay Thompson as well. I mean, the West, with what Oklahoma City is doing, what Minnesota is doing, with Ant-Man, with SGA, all these guys, what Dallas just did, I do think we're sometimes missing things and trying to oversimplify. Oh, you add Paul George, you add Klay Thompson. It's still not enough, guys. You need to build a team to compete with what is a loaded West.
There it is. So I was taking shots at the Warriors. He's saying it's not enough. No. It's not enough. Now, my argument against that Clippers thing is, I got two words, Steph Curry. Steph Curry is different than all those guys he named down the. You had Kawhi and you had James Harden. Dude, Steph is different.
Yeah, and Kawhi Leonard is never on the court.
Right.
That's a big problem.
Right. That's a huge problem. So the analogy of the Clippers having a ton of talent is, while factually accurate, doesn't always apply to the Warriors, who also have proven that in the Steve Kerr culture and the Steph Curry culture can be more than the sum of their parts. When they're at their best, 2022, for example, they are better than the Clippers. That's why the Clippers can never be those guys. Kawhi can't be that guy. James Harden can't be that guy. But Curry and Draymond can be that guy. And Andrew Wiggins can be that guy when he wants to.
In Game 6, Klay can show up and be that guy every once in a while.
So I would argue that his comp saying Paul George couldn't get it done in the Clippers with that crew is different than Paul George joining the Warriors.
Yeah, but I think his overall message is, even if you bring in Paul George, it still might not be enough for the Warriors in the stacked Western Conference.
I mean, I get it. Then we go back to that stat that my favorite stat of the week, that when Draymond played, they were 33 and 22. Like, was the Warriors' season skewed by the fact that Draymond was suspended for a third of it?
Definitely.
Yeah.
If Draymond doesn't get suspension and miss a third of the season, they're not in the play-in bracket. They're a playoff team.
They probably are 4 or 5, something like that. So more Bob Myers on the idea of adding Paul George, and here he talks about that depth in the Western Conference. Cut C, Tony.
And even getting through the West, now the Eastern Conference showed they had the best team in the NBA by far, 4-1, and they didn't. It wasn't that close, really. It was a 4-1 series against Dallas, but Boston. And we were there, Stephen A., at all the games. It was never really in doubt. Boston was the much better team. So we talk about how great the West is. The thing that's different about the West is the depth of the West. You could be a very good team in the West and be the 9th seed. We talked just about Houston recently. Houston's trying to make the playoffs. The West goes, we talked about Phoenix. We talk about the Clippers still wanting to be good. We talk about the Lakers, we're still with LeBron James and Anthony Davis. it's a deep conference. So just getting through it all, you need depth. And Clay and PG may give you a better shot. But at the same time, I don't think either of them just solves all the issues for any team.
Okay, so Clay and PG, in terms of money, now we're blowing back out. That's Joe Lacob's not getting under any aprons with that.
Yeah, that's my big question with these Paul George trade rumors, the sign and trade, because Paul George is looking for a max contract. So is there a possibility of having Clay and Paul George on the roster at the both time, or would you have to choose between one of them?
Well, Bob's saying you need both.
Yeah, that's
his
what I'm
argument.
saying.
Yeah.
And I would prefer both. Now, again, the Warriors are already getting close to that luxury tax, and they would have to pay the repeat offender tax on top of it because Joe Lacob's out here spending $1 billion every single year. But I think if you move the contracts of Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins, that clears up $50-60 million in cap space. Maybe that works out.
That's why John Joe Curley's the AC is for booking us a guy who can answer these questions at 8:15. Keith Smith.
Stay tuned.
See, JJ's happy now. He's giving a thumbs up. He'll give us the answers to these questions. Can the Warriors sign Paul George and Klay Thompson and be under Joe Lacob's apron? Does it involve moving Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins? Again, you keep bringing up moving Andrew Wiggins. Find me the team that's taking that contract.
Yeah, that's the big question.
Sorry, but we brought it up with somebody near the end of the season, and they said, yes, somebody would take it. Somebody would take it, maybe because, for their particular reasons, they can move that contract. For their financial reasons, they would take it.
Yeah, and I just saw Logan Murdoch, who now writes for The Ringer, used to cover the Warriors. He wrote an article about how there are sources and reports that the Warriors are looking to move Andrew Wiggins this offseason.
Yeah.
You got to get rid of that contract.
I am curious
somehow.
to know which team would say, yeah, give me that Wiggins. Give me that Wiggins contract. Last one from Myers on how young the West is, and that's another issue here. Yeah.
So, but you look at building this team, whether it's the Warriors or anything else, you have to look at what you have to get through in the West, guys, and it's a lot. And it's not just the playoffs; it's the regular season. Warriors were 46-36, and we're in the play-in. In most seasons, that puts you in the playoffs, not the play-in. So you could see in the West, guys, you could see a 49-win team in the play-in. So that means you have to get through the regular season, 82 games, healthy. And that's the other thing. The teams in the West aren't just good, they're young. They're young. Minnesota is young. Oklahoma City is young. Dallas, for the most part, with Luka, we think he's old. He's been in the NBA for a long time, but he's still young. Their oldest guy might be Kyrie, and he's not that old. So I look at this for any team trying to compete in the West. Yeah, go get Paul George, gives you a better chance, but the story is still unwritten for many of these teams, including the Warriors, if they do either of those things.
By the way, this is the best I've heard Bob since he was at ESPN. Like, he's been fairly bland, I think, since he's gotten there. But here he was. Again, he's not taking shots at the Warriors. But what he is telling you is, now you guys know why I left.
Yeah.
Now you guys know why I left.
But here's the thing. I don't think Bob Myers expected to leave the Warriors, leave all the Draymond Green drama, and then end up in a shouting match between Stephen A. Smith and Chris Mad Dog Russo.
Well, tell me after I tell you you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. You're just saying that theoretically, or there was a literal shouting match?
No, there was literally a shouting match, and I think we have some of the audio because Chris Mad Dog Russo kept on questioning Bob Myers during the segment because the way they set up the segment was, who would you rather have? Who can help the Warriors more, Klay Thompson or Paul George? And Mad Dog just kept on peppering Bob Myers the entire time. Bob Myers, tell me how they're going to do it. Tell me how they're going to do it. Here was Mad Dog yesterday on the show.
Tell me where any of these two players are going to help the Warriors win an NBA championship. I'm not saying they don't have to sign one of them because you got Curry there, so you got to be a respectable team. They had Thompson last year, and they didn't make the playoffs. So how could you tell me now, a year older, that having Thompson all of a sudden can be an NBA championship team?
There it is.
And then it continued, and people go, tell me, Bob, tell me. How are they going to do it, Bob?
Well, that's why Mad Dog's Mad Dog, baby.
Yeah, he brought the best out of Bob Myers.
Tell me, Bob. Tell me, Bob.
Now, if we want to play the first take game, who would you rather have, or should I phrase it the same way? Who do you think helps the Warriors more next year, Klay Thompson or Paul George?
Paul George?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the simple answer.
With its salary difference is what, 20 to 30 million?
Yeah,
Something
that's
like
the
that?
thing. Now, if I had to pick between the two, if I'm using my brain, the answer is Paul George. But if I'm using my heart, Murph, I got to stick with Klay Thompson.
Well, listen, I've said this before and again, and I heard Tommy's promo and everything about moving on. And I believe me, I'm not looking to move on. I love him. But I'm coming to you guys from the perspective. I lived a little. Shout out G-Rad. This is what happens. Yeah. You got to move on. You got to set aside the sentiment. And it's sad. But the Warriors probably would be better using that money to get somebody like Paul George and keeping Kuminga, Moody, and all those guys. Although if you get Paul George, maybe you have to trade Kuminga. So again, I'm getting back to that. I'm so excited for this thing to finally come. I want this thing to happen, man. I want this grease board to produce I want to know what the Warriors are going to look like. I'll never forget being on the ferry, docking at the Giants game with the kids, and getting my phone alert that the Warriors traded Jordan Poole. Yeah. And I was like, something happened, man. I'm looking for something to happen.
Ooh.
Looking for something to happen.
Well, what if something happens tonight with the Warriors having the 52nd overall pick?
You trade the 52nd pick for Paul George?
Maybe they move up and take Bronny James Jr.
Oh, man.
And then we have a whole week of content about LeBron James to the Warriors. John Joe's throwing a party back there.
That's literally on the table. That's like literally on the table.
I just hope somebody trades up ahead of the Lakers and takes Bronny just to piss off LeBron.
Man, oh, man.
I'm looking for the chaos.
All right. How about 808 KNBR, the second round of the draft, more interesting than the first?
100%.
How about that?
Not even close.
How about that? I mean, seriously. First of all, the Warriors have a pick. Second of all, Bronny James.
Yeah, he's on the board.
No, you are right. It is better to do this. 4 and 5 says KNBR, like the Warriors need to move on from Clay, KNBR needs to move on from Murph.
Oh, stop it.
So we may get your 415. You may get your wish. So hang tight. All right. 209 says you need that G-Rad on a soundbite. 209 says someone will take that Wiggins contract, but something has to come with it, like a first-round draft pick or a player.
Yeah,
that's the truth of the matter.
You got to give up something to get rid of Wiggins.
408 says Draymond Green's lack of mental control sank the Warriors last season, and that's a fact.
No, it's fine.
Well, that's not a bad take. 707 simply asks, did the Warriors have a pick in the first round? The answer is no.
No, the answer is no.
Do you know which one it was traded? My kid asked me, and I couldn't even give him the answer.
I think it was like a top 3 protected pick.
Going back to which trade?
Dude, I don't know. Dude, I'm lost with the NBA trades.
Was it the Iguodala?
Yeah, it was the Iguodala trade that went to Memphis, that went to somebody else.
So the Iguodala to Memphis trade cost the Warriors last night's first round pick.
Bro, I was sitting there last night watching the draft, and Memphis moved up, and San Antonio got like a 2031 draft pick. What are we doing trading draft picks? We're trading 12-year-olds right now.
Oh, man. Here we go. Guys,
how would you like if someone traded for the rights to Rory Murphy?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be thrilled because that means I'm getting the contract in a few years. You know what I mean? I could retire.
It's just a weird concept. Who's trading draft picks 6-7 years down the road?
925-949 says.
I don't even know if I'm going to be alive.
Well, dude, trust me. We're just trying to get through, a shoutout Imanaga today. 949 says if we're a top 5 seed last year if Dre didn't get suspended and Kuminga's making progress. So then why do you need to get rid of Clay? Well, the answer is because what is Clay demanding financially?
What would Clay cost?
That's the answer, is what are you doing there, too? All right, guys, here's the deal. That was fun. And it's finally, gosh, except for Mark Spears gave us that horrible take. Yeah, this might take 2-3 more weeks. I said, bro, I need Warrior resolution, man. I do. And hey, I'm intrigued. No joke. I'm literally intrigued at 52. I mean, I am. Like the Trace Jackson Davis rule, you know what I mean? Yeah. You could get somebody.
You could get Bronny.
Do you want him?
I want him just for the chaos. I just want him just for the clicks.
Dude, he's not.
Just for our business.
I mean, I just hate to tell you this. I watched.
Oh, no.
He's not that good a player.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, so,
the dude averaged, 4 points at USC?
If his name was Tony Farias, he would not be getting drafted tonight.
Then he's not even getting a second look.
But he'd run a hell of a board.
Yeah,
I'll tell you
exactly.
That. He'd run the best sting outs in the business.
And he would have a great members only jacket.
Yes, he would, man. All right, guys. Here's the deal. We got to get back to this kid, Hayden Birdsong, on the other side, too. Who is Hayden Birdsong, and why is he your savior? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Patrick's been riding me for not yelling at somebody. I'm about to yell at you, all right? We'll do it during the break, and we'll do it off camera.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Horner now a base hit away from tying this game. Giants 4, Cubs 3, but runner at second with 2 down for Horner. The pitch. Line drive and picked on one hop by Wisely. Throws to first. He got him. What a play. A low liner. Swanson tried to screen Wisely off, and he screened all of us off. It was hard to tell whether Wisely actually fielded the ball, but he swiped it on a backhand, spun around, and threw to first. What a play to end the game. Man, Brett Wisely, that was something. Ball almost knocked him backwards, and he made the play brilliantly to end the game and give the Giants a win, 4-3.
Yeah, we called it in earlier. Giants won 3 in a row. That's the good news. The bad news is there's still 3 games under 500 in this very frustrating season. They are at the halfway point, 81 games in. That's a 7-8 win pace. But more important, young Tony put on the trash men. Bird is the word for Hayden Birdsong. This is the silly part of the song.
I was
right
going to
here.
say, what the hell is happening right now?
They're having a little... Yeah, this is class. There we go.
Bird is the word.
Would Hayden Birdsong endorse this being played when he's out there?
He should use it as his walk-up song.
It's incredible.
If not, at least get the clip from Family Guy where Peter Griffin is just running around screaming, "Bird is the word."
Well, we got a lot to get to, but I have to say, during the break, a huge development. John Joe Curley out of the Sunset, well, really out of West Portal, but he says the Sunset to sound tougher. Because West Portal's aristocrats, Sunset's toughs. And but he came in and clarified the derby jacket for me, which, yeah, that's breaking news, right? Exactly. I am totally down with the derby jacket. Now I know what you're talking about. I didn't know it was called the derby jacket. It's almost like sort of satiny jacket that you wear that kind of indicates that you're streetwise.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're streetwise. You know what's going on. And I would say the difference between the derby jacket, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, Sunset District, but the Sunset, the derby jacket is much, much more street cred than the members only jacket. Like the members only jacket is you're the guy you think you should be invited to the party, but you're not. The derby jacket is like you just go to the party.
Yeah, but were there any serial killers wearing the derby jacket?
I don't think so. That's another huge distinction. Dahmer wore the members only jacket. If he wore a derby jacket, he wouldn't have killed or dismembered anybody. He wouldn't have killed or dismembered anybody. So anyway, by the way, I went to derbysf.com. There's a website. So actually, the reason why it's so local is it's a local shop. It's a San Francisco brand since 1963, and they have some vintage photos on here. Dude, I may get a derby jacket. John Joe, what if I rocked a derby jacket on the show? Would that be cool? Yeah.
Should we do like a whole overlook?
John Joe, what's the Mill Valley color? If Sunset was blue, what's ours? Chartreuse? What is this? Saffron? Yeah. What is this? So it's definitely nothing tough. I'll tell you that right now.
Maybe a magenta.
Yeah, something like that. I'll just take the classic black. Yeah. You can wear that to a Giants game with a Giants hat, and you'd be good.
Now, would you still wear the quarter zip underneath?
No, you guys know I told you I'm trying to minimize the quarter zip, but today I went with it just because to shake it up. And then immediately 623 was salty. He's like, get rid of the quarter zip. You guys wear too many quarter zips.
I mean, they're coming after the quarter zip club. We got Young Tony, John Joe Curley, and Murph all wearing quarter zips.
I'm going to go ahead and say you haven't been paying close attention because I have greatly diminished my use of the quarter zip. You got to pay attention.
Yeah, stay tuned for the new jackets.
We were talking about baseball players in our Little League game last night, our All-Star game, and we have this one kid who's just playing out of his mind. And I said, you know what you do, kid? I compliment. He pays attention. Baseball is a game of paying attention. He knows new catcher in, coach. This is what the guy does when he's the middle infield's playing deep. The pitcher's turning his back to the infield when he's when he said maybe we can pull off a delayed steal here. I mean, this kid paying attention. I said you're paying attention.
Got some situational awareness.
But just paying attention too. You got to pay attention.
Use your eyes.
And if you're paying attention, you see I've cut back on the quarter zips. All right, now to Hayden Birdsong. Yeah. He can wear whatever the hell he wants after last night. 4 2/3, but it felt great, didn't it? 4 2/3.
It felt like it was a great major league debut.
Yeah.
For a kid who's 22 years old, was literally out in Richmond in Double-A just a couple weeks ago. He got the Farhan Fast Pass, and I think he gets a passing grade for what he did yesterday.
And the fact that he has, this is an incredible stat. How fast was his fast track? No Giants prospect has been called up with fewer minor league innings since Tim Lincecum in 07. Whoa. Wow. Now, little bit of an asterisk on that. He's not Lincecum. He wasn't a first-round top 10 pick, Golden Spikes winner, right? He was a sixth-round pick out of Eastern Illinois. However, and so his call-up was more out of necessity. The Giants are missing 3 starters right now. However, all that said, he pitched well enough to move over all these other guys and to hopscotch his way into the bigs and then show up last night. And I know the Cubs didn't have film on him, and so it'll be different his second and third starts. So I'm not telling you the guy's going to win the Cy Young this year. But I am telling you he looked composed enough that I'm actually looking forward to more from this kid. And the fact that he and Pat Bailey had a vibe last night, which he spoke about openly after the game, and that Bailey told him to use this changeup that he doesn't use that much. He wound up throwing 21 of them, and they were very effective. I mean, you were there. How was the body language, the demeanor, like all that stuff?
Well, the first thing I notice is he pitches exclusively out of the stretch. Doesn't even think about going to the windup, which tells me he's focused on simplifying his mechanics. It's very repeatable. He's got a great stretch, kind of like a slide step, which hopefully can help out with the Giants' base running problems that they've been having. Shout out Patrick Bailey with a backdoor pitch yesterday. But after seeing him live in person, after seeing him come out the gates hitting 98 on the gun.
But I'll pause you right there. I mean, velo is like so common now.
It is common, but also it's not a flat fastball. He's got 2-seam run on it. So that's the difference. Yeah, like 98 flat is 98 flat. But there's a difference when you jump up from 90 to 93 or 93 to 96 or 96 to 98. Major League Baseball hitters will tell you there is a noticeable difference. But outside of the fastball, which we were all kind of expecting to see, he's got that big curveball, sharp slider. But to your point, the fact that he was confident enough to believe in his changeup or just believe in Patrick Bailey to throw down fingers behind home plate, it looks like he's got a mix of pitches that have big league potential. And yesterday, I know it's the Cubs, but they're big league hitters, and he was making a lot of them look foolish.
I mean, somebody says that here for it's the Cubs. Dude, that's exactly who they have to beat to get the coveted sixth spot in the National League, right? That's exactly who they were. So he talked about Bailey playing a role in this thing, Z9, and don't sleep on that catcher back there.
That dude he's really good at like taking the pressure off people and like kind of keeping me from overthinking what I'm doing out there on the mound, and I just kind of deal with what he throws down. I'm ready to throw it, and I'm comfortable throwing it because I respect him and I respect his pitch calling, and that's about it.
Pretty awesome, man. Plus the look on this kid. But I can't think of a Giant sporting that clean fade mullet. Can you think of anyone of them?
Ooh, to match the mullet. I mean, technically,
it's high on the sides. Like he kind of he shaved the sideburns up. The face is incredible.
Yeah,
the mug's incredible.
And Logan Webb kind of has grown out that hair a little bit this year, but doesn't have the flow of a Hayden Birdsong.
Yeah, there's something.
He was also rocking the mustache for a while this year.
There's something youthful and fresh about the mullet of a Hayden Birdsong. Yeah, you got Tony?
Maybe like Sean Jelly?
But he's got the stash.
Jelly's isn't as clean, man. No. This is like the new mullet. I'm seeing it even in youth baseball.
You know what's
Kids
funny?
are wearing this now.
I saw a couple memes going around about Hayden Birdsong yesterday that he looks like every single prospect for the Baltimore Orioles. He does. He looks exactly like Adley Rushman, Jackson Holiday, all these guys who have the flow. It's just kind of the style now with these young kids.
I can kind of see that. I can kind of see that. I'm telling you, and I see it on the youth playing field.
Yeah.
Kids are doing that.
Well, you also see because Hayden Birdsong looks like a 12-year-old.
He does. He's 22. I mean, 22 is not that old. He's young. Young Tony's starting to feel old.
Yeah, no one loves you when you're 22, Tony.
Dude, there's always that moment in this young sports fan's life when the guy you're watching is suddenly younger than you.
How's it feel, Tony?
And it wasn't that way for a long time, and then one day you go and they're like, wait a minute, that guy's younger than you. I can make a sort of a PG-13 joke not joke, but observation. Now, back in the day, there used to be a magazine that had centerfolds.
Ooh.
It used to be a significant moment when you looked at the birth date of the centerfold and it was younger than you.
That was PG-13.
That was always a significant moment.
And that was not a Paul George riff.
By the way, it was handwritten in, kind of nice, and the questionnaire was handwritten. It always made it kind of more personal.
Wow.
Like little hearts over the eyes and all that.
What is this, a yearbook?
Did you never see an old school Playboy centerfold?
Oh, I've got some centerfolds.
Okay, yeah.
All right,
young Tony, you wouldn't know that.
My
would
older
you?
brother had a stash.
A Playboy centerfold?
No.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
I've heard about them.
That will call for a Jay Giles centerfold rejoin at some point.
Ooh, can I get a Swayze centerfold rejoin?
We can compare our centerfold songs. I'm going with Jay Giles. It's a banger. You play it right now, actually.
And then after the show, we can compare our centerfolds.
So they filled out questionnaires.
I know Overnight Dave's got a stash around here somewhere.
They filled out questionnaires, and they would write their birth date, and people would have that moment where you're like, huh, okay, I see that. That's a year younger than me.
I understand.
Yeah. Now you've entered a different phase in your life, right? I probably should change the subject, but can I get a Jay Giles? Please, it's such a summer song, baby.
Please,
let's go.
Please.
Yeah, this is a toe tapper. And who'd you say yours was?
Swayze. They have a song called Centerfold.
The rapper named after. Turn it up. Tell me you know this one. Ready? You know this one, don't you?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I know it because Swayze covered this song. It's the same song. That's insane.
It's a great premise. It's a guy's looking at the magazine. He realizes the centerfold's his gal from high school. And he's like, hey, I know that girl. It's actually his ex-girlfriend.
Wow.
Yeah, so.
Now, Tony, if you could pot it down real quick and pull up Swayze, Angel is a Centerfold. It's just a cover song. Maybe we can save it for Reggae Friday tomorrow, actually.
Okay.
Because I have seen Swayze at Cali Roots at a Reggae Fest.
415 says Jung-Hoo Lee has a mullet. You guys think?
Oh, he's more like a perm almost. I don't know if he's got the full mullet. And shout out to Jung-Hoo Lee last night catching the first pitch from his pops.
By the way, they said he's a lefty, right? He throws lefty.
Jung-Hoo Lee, yes.
Yeah. And he helped me out on that because I was frozen last night. I couldn't remember. He
definitely swings lefty.
Get out of here.
It's just a cover, Murph.
Get out of here.
Shout out to my guy, Swayze.
What year you got on this?
Oh, this must have been like 2010, 11, 12, sometime when I was in high school.
And this is how you know the song?
Yeah, this is how I know the song.
And you liked it?
Oh, it was awesome. Like I said, I just saw Swayze last year at Cali Roots.
All right, I feel it.
Yeah, not bad, right?
All right. Not bad.
Kind of like a rap reggae kind of mashup.
408 says, hey, Murph, it was called the Playmate Data Sheet. That's true. It was officially called the Playmate Data Sheet.
The data sheet. Take that for data.
All right, let's get out of here.
This nerd loves data.
Let's talk about... All right. I respect it. Hayden Birdsong is the topic with Susan Slusser next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle's senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Murph and Marcus on KNBR. Now.
Okay, so here's the deal. We love having Susan Slusser on. She's sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour at riverislands.com. So we usually play Susan on with her favorite song of all time, My Ever-Changing Moods by the Style Council. But, Susan, last night the Giants had a pitcher, Hayden Birdsong. We checked his birth certificate, and we thought about you, where you were a week and a half ago in Liverpool. You getting it, Susan? You got it?
The Birdsong part, or is there something deeper?
He's 22.
I like it.
Turn it up for
it's early for me, guys.
What'd she say?
She said it's early, Murph.
Okay. Did she play this in Liverpool?
She did.
She did.
Yeah.
Part of her 3.5-hour extravaganza.
Yeah, phenomenal.
Well, there it is.
Yeah, but Susan, the real question is, did she sing it live?
Oh, are there thoughts that she's not?
Oh,
Did you hear Dave Grohl? The Foo Fighters called her out. Yeah. Yeah.
Nah. Okay, I'm not weighing in on that, but
So,
I love me some Tay.
Well, listen, 22-year-old pitchers who go out there and look pretty darn good will excite Giants fans who are looking for something to go on. I mean, we know Kyle Harrison's young too. But Hayden Birdsong, what a story, Susan. And, you know, that stat that he pitched the fewest minor league innings to be called up since Tim Lincecum. Now, it's not apples to apples. He's not a top 10 prospect, and a top 10 draft pick and all that. It was more of out of necessity. But still, what does this tell us about this guy's rapid rise through the system?
Well, yeah, I talked to a lot of people in the system and some scouts yesterday before his start, and, you know, the Rays were just huge. And I after the game, Brian Price told me something really interesting. He said it's really good that Hayden Birdsong was brought to big league camp this year. He wasn't really necessarily on their radar to come up this year at all, you know, so young and just out of the draft, really. But they realized he's got such a mature presence and sort of, you know, low key, even keel, all of that kind of good stuff. They thought, this is a guy who could handle something like this, even after just 2 starts at Sacramento. And boy, the poise. He had a lot of traffic, dealt with it really, you know, minimized damage, never looked rattled. And he was pitching against a team that he grew up rooting for. You know, that just to add to a little bit of everything with your major league debut. You got your friends, family sit in the crowd, and you've only made 2 starts at Sacramento, and here you are pitching against a team you grew up rooting for. Crazy.
Yeah, and Susan, we've talked a lot this season about all the injuries in the starting rotation and the guys who could be coming back around All-Star break, but the Giants had to make a decision and put Hayden Birdsong on the 40-man roster. So do you think there's a real possibility that he could stick around for the remainder of the season if he continues to pitch this well?
Yeah, I mean, that's the second part of your question is the key. You know, he does have to perform. He's young. I think if more for his own development. If they think that he is at all, you know, struggling, if there's some things he needs to burnish and they're back to full health, I think he goes back to Sacramento. Understandable. And they do have all of these guys coming off the IL. You know, he is not going to be blocking Robbie Ray or Blake Snell or any of the guys that are coming back. So it will be interesting to see what happens. But the main thing is you look at the Giants in another year or two when they've got Harrison, they've got Birdsong. I'm convinced Mason Black is going to get it together and be a really good big league starter for a long time. And they've got Wisenhunt. They've got guys coming. This is a really talented bunch of pitchers that they've got in the upper levels of the minors right now.
I mean, we were saying this yesterday. If you wanted to give, you know, Farhan obviously is public enemy number 1 with a lot of disgruntled Giants fans. But if you wanted to give him a very big benefit of the doubt, you could say that even though it took 6 to 8 years, that is the dream, that this team takes on that identity in the coming year or two, right?
Yeah. You know, the draft has been good. There's just no doubt. They've found some gems, you know. Hayden Birdsong is a 6th rounder. I talked to Ryan Vogelsong yesterday, and I was like, does he remind you of anything? And he was like, first of all, Vogelsong means Birdsong, but 5th round pick, 6th round pick, some similarities with how they pitch. But, you know, this isn't, especially a 22-year-old, you know, coming up from sort of mid-round draft, that's a little unusual. So they've done a really, they focused on pitching, and they did a really nice job from what I can tell. With some of these selections. So pitchers and outfielders, man, right now they're chock full of them.
Yeah, and Susan, I was joking earlier about the Farhan Fast Pass, whether we're talking about Wade Meckler or Patrick Bailey, or yesterday Hayden Birdsong was the latest iteration into that group. Do you think that Farhan Zaidi has more confidence in the guys that he has personally hand-selected in these drafts?
I don't know. You know, it's Elliot Ramos obviously wasn't drafted under his watch, and he's gotten a lot of rope here and just run with it. I think they really are just about performance, and when guys are ready, you know, whichever front office drafted him, I think that they're absolutely happy to bring him up. And I like the fact that they're being proactive with some of the young guys. Now, it will change with this packed IL. It absolutely will. They're going to have to make some decisions like they've had to make with the outfield. Sometimes injuries take care of those things for you, and obviously they do have some starters who seem like they can't stay healthy. So something to watch, but no matter what happens with Hayden Birdsong, what a great experience for him. He's underway. Even if he goes up and down a little bit, he's somebody that we're going to see an awful lot of, and I think he's going to be great.
Susan Slusser is the voice you hear of the San Francisco Chronicle, and Hayden Birdsong did a really nice job last night, 4 2/3 innings. Kept him in the game, tied Blake Snell's longest outing. Your colleague Shayna Rubin went up to Sacramento and got some juicy quotes from Blake Snell, where, we talked about him a fair amount this week. Just wanted to get your take on him, Susan, where he's like, they say, I need you, we need you, we need you. And he's like, they're not concerned about me getting it right. It was disgruntled Snell. He pitches tomorrow. Can you give us your scouting report of the current situation in terms of him in the front office and his ability to help the team this year?
You know what? I didn't take it like that. I think he's been upset with himself for not taking a minor league assignment to start the year, which he clearly needed. I think we can all agree on that. I think he wants to be extra careful now with that groin thing. It's recurred. It didn't bang it out the first time. I think he wants to be extra. He's just very honest. He's one of those guys that'll just say exactly what he's thinking at a given time. I didn't take it as a rip on anyone. Just kind of like really, I need to be right. And obviously they got a guy with 2 Cy Youngs. Don't rush him. I think he's well within his rights to say that. And I think he was saying it really more to himself than anyone else, because he rushed back the last time and he completely refused. Well, he didn't refuse. I think they brought up a minor league assignment to start the year, and he was like, nah, I'm good. So he regrets it.
Yeah, and on the topic of being rushed back to pitch, I know Blake is scheduled to pitch with the Rivercats tomorrow. Do you think he makes his return to the Giants rotation after that, or does he need more than one rehab start?
I'd be stunned if it was more than one, but it depends a little bit on how he does tomorrow. If he looks bad or feels any twinges, it could be a while. I've been kind of pointing at sort of July 3rd, July 4th to have him back. I feel pretty confident that that's what'll happen. But you know me, guys, I tend to be a little bit of the nonstop optimist. So I think that's looking good. Robbie Ray is a guy who kind of quietly is really right on track for exactly what he and the Giants have said all along, post All-Star break. And he's a special pitcher. So I think that's really something to look forward to. And Alex Cobb, gosh, I got my fingers crossed for him, but he seems a little further behind. But you throw Robbie Ray in there with Blake Snell, and the Giants suddenly kind of have something in the second half.
I mean, not to keep making this about Snell, but I would just say one last one is how frustrating is it for the Giants? Here come the Dodgers this weekend. This will now mark the entire series, and he's never pitched one. He hasn't thrown a single pitch against the Dodgers.
Yeah, that's not ideal. That's one of
that's it. Simple as that.
It's one. Yeah, suboptimal. That's one of the main reasons they got him. I guess it's looking pretty strongly like he will be here again next year. I can't imagine him opting out at this point. Not optimal. You don't want him to opt out. He's Blake Snell. He's a great pitcher. But I can't see him hitting the free agent market and taking the player option. So he'll have plenty more chances to face the Dodgers next year. And of course, later in July, I think they're in LA again. So
yeah,
it would be nice to see him pitch against the Dodgers for sure. I think we're all looking forward.
Yeah, they go to Dodger Stadium for 4. I guess the goal is to get him one of those games in Dodger Stadium, right? So
it would be nice. It would be really nice.
Susan, sort of non-X's and O's, non-roster, the Willie Mays continued mourning, and the 24 in the grass, the logo behind home plate, the game on Monday when they all wore the jerseys, the planned upcoming celebration, just how much that continues to be in the hearts and minds of the Giants and the organization?
I think it's going to be the undercurrent the rest of the season. I really do. They dropped 5 in a row after he died. I mean, I don't think that was necessarily coincidence. There was a lot of emotion for everyone. You know, it was intense. You could feel it. And going to Birmingham in the middle of that too. I think coming home and having all of that and him being recognized everywhere, and especially wearing 24, everyone wearing 24, I think that was really, it was beautiful, first of all. I think the players feel that, you know. Most of the current team didn't know him very well. Just some of the older guys got to know him. But just the magnitude, the iconic status, I think they felt it. So I have everything that the Giants and Major League Baseball have done around Willie Mays' death has really been absolutely pitch perfect, and kind of deeply moving and affecting.
Yeah, and we know how much Willie Mays in that Rickwood game meant to someone like Lamont Wade Jr. Now, unfortunately, he was not able to play in that game, was still out there for the activities, but he has also been active in Sacramento over the last couple of days. Susan, is there a chance that Lamont Wade Jr. gets activated before this weekend series against the Dodgers?
I think so. I think that's kind of in the back of their mind. He's also one, you know, he's got to be right. You're not going to mess around with Lamont. They don't want to lose him for any more time. He really, you know, he was chugging toward his first All-Star berth, in my opinion, before he got hurt. They really need him. But this kind of plays into what I'm saying with the pitching. You get Lamont back. If you manage to have decent health the rest of the way, we know that's not going to happen. But with the guys they have back, including Lamont, who really was their best player when he went down, I think things are looking up, you know, and they're playing better right now. I could spend an hour talking about the whole base running fiasco, but even that's starting to look a little bit cleaned up the last couple of days.
Well, but you are optimistic, Susan. Where'd this come from?
I don't know. Life has yet to beat me down entirely.
Oh, man. I love that.
It'll happen.
It's beating me down. All right, Sluss, you're awesome. We always love waking you up bright and early, and on you go. We'll talk next week.
Yeah, thanks, Susan.
Fantastic. Thanks, Sluss.
Thanks, Susan. Farhan Zaidi joins Tolbert and Copes this afternoon. We'll get the full story there. That's one GM. The other GM is Bob Myers. He's now on ESPN talking about the Warriors. Does he say they don't have enough? That's our big hit. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader. All right, the beautiful North Bay, world-class beauty, that's no secret. What is a secret, though, that we want to tell you about is Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, it's the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
This is The Big Hit. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
We want Clay back desperately. I want him back desperately. We will have our conversations, and he's got to make whatever decision he makes. But, we really want him back. He's Klay Thompson.
There he is, Steve Kerr, as the Warriors head into the draft tonight. It's our big hit, everybody. Warrior basketball and all that entails. 808 KNBR is the phone number to get stuff off your chest. Right now on the Warriors, how you're feeling about the 52nd pick. Do you want Marcus Boucher's dream to come true and they draft Bronny James for pure chaos? Spoiler alert, I do not want that dream to come true.
Oh, I thought you were pro LeBron James to the Warriors. If you want LeBron, you got to get Bronny.
You kind of caught me on that one there. That's true. But haven't we written off LeBron to the Warriors?
I don't know.
You're keeping that door open?
I'll keep it open.
You going Silk Sonic on us here?
Hell, Murph, no topic beneath us. Give me Bronny, give me LeBron James, give me everybody.
No, apparently there are a few topics beneath us.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an inside joke. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is 415-808-5627. Get it off your chest right now in terms of, do you want Paul George? Is this the difference maker? Do you want Paul George or Klay Thompson? Do you want Paul George and Klay Thompson? Do you want somebody totally different? Do you want to just re-sign Klay and run this back with Andrew Wiggins and Chris Paul? That's another option we haven't really discussed, I think, because most people feel like that's not really an option, right?
That's not an option I want to go down.
So what spurred us to this big hit is, of course, the impending weekend of basketball. Sunday at 3 o'clock is when it all becomes official. Will a Klay Thompson decision be made then? Mark Spears says he doesn't think so. He thinks it'll be a couple more weeks because Klay's not that big in demand.
Yeah, and we talked about this a couple days ago. I was going over just an ESPN kind of generic top 20 free agent article, and Klay Thompson's name was not on that list. So there might be a few names that signed before him, and I think we'd have to see what happens with a guy like Paul George before we even start thinking about Klay Thomps's future.
All right, guys, so it all spurred with Bob Myers being on First Take yesterday.
Bobby.
And I'm not saying he took shots at the Warriors, but he's saying, I don't know if it's enough. I don't know if what the Warriors can do is enough in this deep, deep Western Conference. So here's Bob Myers. Used to be an ally, now an enemy. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Bob. I'm riffing. But the point is that he had some takes here about the Warriors and how it might not be enough.
To your first point, Mad Dog, I think Paul George would be loyal, I don't know if you use that word, to the Clippers, but they're not paying him what he's asking for. And I assume these other teams would. So to the idea of he's leaving the Clippers, I think Paul George, and I don't know this for sure, if the Clippers would pay him a fourth year, it sounds like he would say, I'll go back there. But to the question at hand, Paul George, Klay Thompson, I might argue both at this point, because you've seen what the Clippers did with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard and James Harden and Norman Powell and Zubac and Terrence Mann, all these guys, that wasn't good enough for the Clippers. And that was a stacked team in many respects. So you add Paul George to the Warriors, and you say, okay, that's a really good team. You almost need Klay Thompson as well. I mean, the West, with what Oklahoma City is doing, what Minnesota is doing, with Ant-Man, with SGA, all these guys, what Dallas just did, I do think we're sometimes missing things and trying to oversimplify. Oh, you add Paul George, you add Klay Thompson. It's still not enough, guys. You need to build a team to compete with what is a loaded West.
Okay, he says it's still not enough. I wonder about that. And I said this earlier, I'll say it again. I'll take a little issue with what he said about the Clippers because none of those guys he mentioned is Steph Curry.
No.
Or Draymond Green or Steve Kerr. Warrior culture is different. Warriors walk into a building and have a different sort of style and attack than any other team. We've seen it through the years. Their glory years. Heck, we saw it just 2 years ago when they won the championship. So I don't know. Listen, we talk about this also. How good were the Warriors truly last year? They were 33-22 when Draymond played. And we didn't see. So maybe they were better than we let on. They also won 46 games last year, even despite all that. But that Bob Myers' point is that only got you 10th place.
Yeah, but I believe that they won more games last year than they did 2 years ago when they were an actual playoff team, which goes to show how deep the West is, which is why we're looking for a dynamic duo to pair with Steph Curry. But my question is, if Paul George is not enough, what is enough then?
Right. What is it? Well, I guess he's saying it's never. This Warriors team is not going to be enough, and that has been in all the months we've talked about this. One of the other thoughts is, guys, as great as it was, it's just not going to happen again. You're just the window. In other words, the window's closed. I mean, Murph, they keep telling us the window is open. Maybe it's not. Maybe 4 was an. I mean, 4. The Celtics got 1, and they're like crying in the streets. The Warriors got 4. Maybe that's enough.
Well, people were saying the window was closed before 2022.
Yeah.
They were talking about the end of the Warriors dynasty when Kevin Durant left.
By the way, can we just say also, just because I was thinking about, how many can they do? Is it official to say that Joe Lacob was wrong when he said the Warriors were light years ahead? Because ever since he said that, they haven't been light years ahead.
Well, they were light years ahead, and then everybody else caught up and took the same game plan. It's the comp I made a couple weeks ago to Moneyball with the Oakland A's and how they had all the advanced analytics and they seem like they're ahead of the curve. Yeah. And now everybody uses those same analytics. Everybody's using Moneyball, and now nobody's winning championships.
Has the NBA caught and passed the Warriors?
I would say they definitely have caught up. Like, you look at the total number of three-pointers and a lot of teams, just because they're younger and have those young studs. Again, the Warriors have some youth also with Kuminga, Moses Moody, Trace Jackson Davis. But those guys are not Luka, who's 25, 26 years old. Those guys are not SGA. Those guys are not Anthony Edwards. Like, there is a wave of the next superstars that are coming in right now. So you really got to decide. Are you going to S or get off the pot and try to win another one with Steph Curry?
Spicy take there, but I know that was good. I like that. The S I meant.
I had to censor myself. That was close. That was close.
The G-rated version, as my dad used to say, is you get to fish or cut bait.
Ooh.
I didn't know what that meant, but you either fish or put your bait away and go home. One of the two.
That's a little bit more PG-13.
Or as my grandpa would say on a putt, never up, never in. Is that what he was talking about, putting? Hey, guys, here's the deal. Here's the deal.
That's a good one.
Here's future Bob. Bob Myers take 2 on the Warriors in this depth, this Western Conference that's so gnarly.
And even getting through the West, now the Eastern Conference showed they had the best team in the NBA by far. 4-1, and they didn't. It wasn't that close, really. It was a 4-1 series against Dallas, but Boston, and we were there, Stephen, they had all the games. It was never really in doubt. Boston was the much better team. So we talk about how great the West is. The thing that's different about the West is the depth of the West. You could be a very good team in the West and be the 9th seed. We talked just about Houston recently. Houston's trying to make the playoffs. The West goes, we talked about Phoenix. We talk about the Clippers still wanting to be good. We talk about the Lakers. We're still with LeBron James and Anthony Davis. It's a deep conference. So just getting through it all, you need depth. And Klay and PG may give you a better shot. But at the same time, I don't think either of them just solves all the issues for any team.
Man, oh man. And if you're getting PG, you're getting rid of Kuminga now, right?
Yeah.
And a draft pick or maybe even a second young player.
Yeah, hopefully Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get rid of his contract. But to Bob's point real quick, like about the West, the scary thing is the Warriors were a playing team, and look who's right behind them. It's the baby Houston Rockets.
Right.
Who almost ran down them at the end of the season.
Can we talk about Vive la Spurs? Dude, are the Spurs going to be a factor next year?
I mean, if Wemby gets another piece, hell, we're talking about Klay Thompson's future so much. if Klay Thompson leaves the Warriors, I think he would be a fantastic fit with the Spurs under Popovich.
All right, let's go out to the reactions. Tony in South San Francisco at 808 KNBR. Before we go to him, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So 808 KNBR, Tony is next up to check in on the big hit. What is going on with the Warriors? Tony, where you at, buddy?
Yeah, good morning, guys. How are you?
We're good, man. How are you?
Yeah, you guys, when Thompson made his podcast with Green, he said you got to play for the love of the game. Was that before he made his $300 million or after?
So you're not sympathetic to Klay right now?
I mean, no. He was out for 2 years, received all that money. That's what's wrong. That's why people lose interest in sports. I mean, it's ridiculous the money to make. Keep on paying these guys for winning championships. You've been paid well for what you've done. Move on. The Warriors will not be better off with Klay Thompson. You got to get some young guys in there, take their hits, and play. You keep on paying these guys. Oh, he won championships. Well, you're paid well for what you've done. Now you're not worth the money that you were 4 or 5 years ago. Warriors, good luck. I've just lost a lot. He's just he's supposed to be one of these real nice. Well, him and his dog should set sail to another port.
Okay, Tony, I got you, buddy.
Guys.
Thanks for the call. Tony. That's actually a nice little tag out there. Yeah. It's pretty good. However, we don't know. Maybe Klay will come back at a lesser price. So, I mean, we can't predict. I mean, we're assuming that he's, demanding all this money. Yeah. We don't know. He might come back.
And I get Tony's take, and it's a fair take to sit here and say, hey, look, Klay Thompson is not going broke anytime soon. He's got the house in Belvedere. He's got the boats. He's got the Bulldog. Klay's got everything he wants in life, which brings the big question, what does Klay want this offseason? Right. Which, to me, throws out the idea of, hell, Klay, how about you come back on the veteran minimum so that you can add another piece, so you can add a PG-13, so that you can go and win more championships.
What a dream that would be.
Now, that might be unrealistic, of course, but, hey, it's a possibility.
All right, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line has stuff, too. 510 with a skeptical take. Sorry, I think Curry showed signs of age last year.
Really?
Do you guys think he did?
I don't think so.
He says, no doubt, another year it will be more signs of age. Interesting.
Tell it to Mike Brown, who was triple-teaming him in that playing game.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. 415 says, Klay will be a Warrior for life regardless of whether he's on the team this year or not. Make a fair offer and put the decision on him. It won't matter. And bring on Paul George either way. 408 talking about the window says these guys are in their mid-30s. People get old.
Oh, man, who are you telling?
310 says, I think the goal should not just be to make the playoffs, but can they win more than one round? That's what we're talking about here. And 408 says, howdy and good morning. There's no running this back. There's no try and make it work. Get Paul George. Maybe keep Klay, get rid of Wiggins, get rid of Chris Paul, Rich from Hollister, out. We have more sound here, though, guys. A third take from Bob Myers on another problem of adding Paul George in this Western Conference. Cut D. Yeah.
So, but you look at building this team, whether it's the Warriors or anything else, you have to look at what you have to get through in the West, guys, and it's a lot. And it's not just the playoffs, it's the regular season. Warriors were 46-36, and we're in the play-in. In most seasons, that puts you in the playoffs, not the play-in. So you could see in the West, guys, you could see a 49-win team in the play-in. So that means you have to get through the regular season, 82 games, healthy. And that's the other thing. The teams in the West aren't just good, they're young. They're young. Minnesota is young. Oklahoma City is young. Dallas, for the most part, with Luka, we think he's old. He's been in the NBA for a long time, but he's still young. Their oldest guy might be Kyrie, and he's not that old. So I look at this for any team trying to compete in the West. Yeah, go get Paul George, gives you a better chance, but the story is still unwritten for many of these teams, including the Warriors, if they do either of those things.
I mean, he's painting a pretty grim picture that the baton has been passed.
Yeah.
That even though they didn't win the West this year, the Thunder and the Timberwolves are going to be running the West.
And we haven't even mentioned the Denver Nuggets.
Right.
And Nikola Jokic still out here racking up MVPs with Jamal Murray.
Right. But the Warriors have to believe, listen, I mean, do any of those teams, we used to say this going into the playoffs, do you want to play the Warriors in the playoffs?
Nuggets.
No.
I mean, that was the one thing the Warriors always had in their back pocket was, you don't want to play these guys. We don't want to face that psycho from the Bay. Now, that was 5 years ago. That psycho from the Bay was a little bit younger. And certainly his cohort, Klay Thompson, was a different guy.
But it's funny, even these old heads that we're talking about now with Steph and Klay, Steph Curry led the NBA in three-pointers made last year. Klay Thompson was fourth overall.
I mean, what was the Warriors' biggest problem last year, do you think?
Draymond Green?
Yeah, honestly.
Choking guys out?
I mean, they won 46 games. They blew a lot of late, close games.
They were blowing 20-point games to the Sacramento Kings every other weekend.
Well, also final possession games.
Yeah.
I mean, think about some of those. You could make an argument if you want to be like Susan Slusser optimistic about the Giants and say, there was a lot of fluky things that happened. Didn't Holmgren hit like a prayer?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Didn't Jokic hit a prayer against him?
Banked it.
I mean, all of a sudden now I'm 48-34.
Yeah, you got a couple more wins.
Am I different? So I mean, that's maybe one scenario in which you say, we're better than that record. Yeah. And if we have Draymond all season, and then we add a piece, no, we're better than people think.
Yeah, and you talk about the development of the young guys, which the Warriors have talked about a lot. We saw the strides that Jonathan Kuminga took last season. Hell, even at the end of the year, when Moses Moody started getting some playing time, I'm in favor of giving Moses Moody more minutes than Andrew Wiggins at this point. So you see that upward kind of trajectory. Pods was a, first or second team All-NBA rookie?
First team.
And then you look at Trace Jackson Davis. And look what happened when Draymond got suspended. TJD inserted himself into the lineup. Yeah. He started getting minutes over Dario Saric, and their defense turned around. And then when you had TJD and Draymond in the front court, they were playing lockdown defense. So the second half of the season, they ended on a high note, despite the fact that they got bounced out in the playoffs.
I mean, just getting trucked by the Kings in that game was such a bad look, and it left everybody with such a bad taste in their mouth. And we kept saying, if it was a 7-game series, different deal. But no, you finished 10th.
Yeah.
So you don't get a 7-game series.
We saw what happened in a 7-game series against the Kings a couple years ago.
You were lucky. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You were lucky to get the one. 530 says they need to worry about the beam before worrying about their own team. The Kings' breakout year is coming.
Light the beam.
All right. Do we think the Kings? Nobody's talking about the Kings.
Nobody ever mentions the Kings.
When Bobby Myers was going through all the teams in the West, he didn't once mention Sacramento for sure. 831 says, I'm tired of people saying the Warriors were saints because they paid Clay while he was injured. Dude, he tore his ACL in Game 6 of the finals. I can't imagine not paying a guy after that.
Well, tell it to Madison Bumgarner, who never really got the big contract from the Giants after everything he did in the World Series, right?
Man, oh, man.
Yeah, you want to talk about paying guys for
He
past.
agreed to his contract. They did not tear it up, though.
I understand. That's why I'm saying it's a different situation. Like, Clay has been taken care of. I never felt like Madison Bumgarner was fully taken care of, but that's a story for a different day.
I mean, the deal on that was he did agree to his deal, like Brandon Aiyuk. But the Giants could have torn it up.
Yeah.
And got a new one.
Oh, they should.
That's an interesting move. I have to get the backstory on that one day. 209 says, guys, the Warriors are a lot more than 2 games behind the Thunder, Wolves, and Nuggets. And the Thunder and Wolves are young and only getting better.
Well, we mentioned the Thunder. We mentioned the Wolves. Can we mention the Memphis Grizzlies, who are getting Ja Morant back now with Zach Edey, also a top 10 draft pick?
Yeah. Although it's interesting. I heard Tim Legler this morning saying, Memphis is a running team. How do you draft the slowest guy out there, too?
Hey, we'll see.
707 says, anyone entertain the thought Team USA wins gold and Steph retires?
No.
First of all, I'm worried about Team USA. And I want to see France walking through that door, dude. They said 3 of the top 6 draft picks. They got Wemby. They got all sorts of talent. Watch out.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
And I heard they've got a Bochy coaching the team in Paris this year.
I love baseball.
510 says, here's the key. Bring back James Wiseman on a veteran minimum, too.
The sadness of James Wiseman.
Oh, man. 831 says, I'd rather they go after a guy like Brandon Ingram than Paul George.
I wouldn't hate that. Brandon's younger and doesn't have the same injury track record as Paul George.
415 says, getting rid of Kuminga would be the biggest mistake you could make. He is the future.
Yeah. But my question is Jonathan Kuminga going to be enough when Steph, Clay, and Dre are gone to compete with Anthony Edwards and Ja Morant and all these guys and Luka?
Get to that player development thing, right? Yeah. Where player development can't, like the way all these teams, the Timberwolves develop players, right? The Thunder develop players, and so you got to do that. 408 says, guys, it came down to lack of clutch shooting by the Splash Brothers. Steph, well, yeah, I'm not going to say that. I was going to say Steph didn't shoot well in the clutch, but he probably did. Hey, we got Brian Windhorst sound on whether the Warriors are in on Paul George.
Windhorst is in the hizzle?
Windhorst in the hizzle. He says the Warriors are trying to go big here. Yeah.
What's the latest you're hearing on Paul George?
The effect that Kawhi Leonard has had on Paul George is more his contract. Kawhi signed a 3-year deal. To this point, the Clippers have only been willing to offer Paul George about what they gave Kawhi Leonard, 3 years at a little bit less than the max contract. And Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max. And there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. Golden State is big fish hunting. Remember, last trade deadline, they put a call in about LeBron James. They are sniffing around big deals. If Paul George is willing to leave, they would like to be an option for him. But any of these places that Paul would need to go via trade would have to get worked out with the Clippers and would have to get worked out by Saturday. The Clippers, I think, are in a position where they kind of want to call Paul's bluff that he would actually want to leave his hometown of L.A. So that's one of the most interesting things to watch in terms of stare downs between now and this weekend.
Okay, so Windhorse, despite mixing his metaphors, he said big fish hunting. He's supposed to be big game hunting or going for or trying to land the big fish.
You're either fishing or you're cutting bait.
Yeah, never up, never in. All right, guys. Well, listen, that's the big hit as we go into this huge weekend, man. And tonight, I'm still pumped about 52. I'm looking to see who they get at 52.
Bronny James on the board,
I
baby.
see my Taylor Swift. I don't know about you, but I'm looking at 52.
Ooh.
That's me
You might be looking a little farther past 52.
Bad singing. Very good, buddy. Very
Hey, at least
good.
52's in a demo.
Oh, man. Yeah, right. Exactly. Oh, man. A couple of good ones there, buddy. Okay. So this guy, Keith Smith, this is a John Joe Curley favorite. He's a contributor to Spot Rack and the NBA front office show, and he can lay out exactly what the Warriors can and cannot do financially. This is the kind of thing we need because we're dumb, and this guy's smart.
Yeah.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Him and his dog should set sail to another port.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
I am the doctor of baseball, but no, this is not a Sutter Health Giants update. I'm just here to update you that Andrew Bagley came on the show yesterday morning and talked about the rehab palooza out in Sacramento this past weekend and when the Giants can expect the returns from Lamont Wade Jr., Blake Snell, and Robbie Ray. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
All right, Warriors about to go into a big old situation with their contracts and their aprons and their Joe Lacob desires and their want to win a championship with an aging roster, and how can they go about it? Who can they add? The finances of the NBA get very, very, very tricky. Well over the heads of people like me and Marcus. Can I include you in that?
Oh, please do.
All right, good man. So let's go out to our guest, Keith Smith, on the UMA guest line. He's a contributor to Spot Rack and the NBA Front Office Show. You can follow him on Twitter at Keith Smith NBA. Keith, we appreciate you hopping on out here in San Francisco. We know you're based in the East Coast, so thanks for. How you doing this morning, this Thursday, Keith?
Morning, Keith.
A little tired. I'm mainlining coffee. I was up till about 3 in the morning and then back up a little bit after 6. But it's draft week, free agent week. There's no better time. So the coffee will get me where I need to be.
Well, you have that in common with us. We drink it by the gallon to stay alive, man. So,
yep.
Okay, so I know you follow all the teams, but the Warriors in particular is our squad, and we're interested sort of in what they can and can't do. So we're going to ask you about certain contracts and what it means and what they can and can't do. So let's start with, before we get to like the sexy Paul George stuff, Chris Paul's deadline is tomorrow. It's a $30 million deal. From what you know of it, can the Warriors push the deadline back and kind of buy some time? And what are the realistic options that they can have about possibly moving that?
Yeah, so what the Warriors and Chris Paul can do is they have to mutually agree to push back the deadline if that's what they're going to do. That happens somewhat regularly, not generally with players of Chris Paul's tenure and stature in the league. We're usually talking guys who are like fringe roster players who are like, hey, this maybe gives me a better chance of sticking around. Yeah, fine, push my deadline back. So we'll see if Chris Paul is amenable to that or if he's like, no, make a decision and let me know what's going on. Now, as far as what they can do from there, either today or any point, they could guarantee a portion of that $30 million all the way up to the full max of the $30 million if they wanted to put him into a trade, and that's something that they could absolutely do at any point up until that deadline. And then clearly, if he agrees to push it back, that gives them the flexibility to continue to take that process if they wanted to put him into a trade that sends him elsewhere.
Would it, Keith, be the kind of thing, just what you know of NBA business, that some team out there is not going to take Chris Paul's $30 million? Warriors would have to eat some of that, likely?
Yeah, so the NBA doesn't work the same way as like Major League Baseball does, where it is, hey, we're trading the guy, but we're going to eat half of what's remaining on his money or anything like that. How you would eat it is the other team would send salary that maybe they don't want or a player they think they're going to lose anyway to the Warriors in exchange. So if let's just say there was a perfect $30 million match out there, you would just swap $30 million for $30 million. But what the other team would be doing then is, well, we've got Chris Paul expiring contract. Maybe they get off some money that lasts for the next 2, 3, 4 seasons, something in that range. But there's not anything where the Warriors can say, hey, take him on, but we're going to cover the rest of this. It doesn't work like that in the NBA.
All right,
Do the Warriors need to pick up the option on Chris Paul to make a trade possibility for someone like Paul George possible, or are there ways to send money elsewise to make it happen?
It would be easier if they did it with Chris Paul, but there are certainly other ways you could get there. You could do it with Andrew Wiggins would be roughly half the matching salary if you were to put him in. Then you got to get to another 20-odd million or so. And that's where some of the challenges come in with things like the tax aprons, the first apron and second apron, because there's all kinds of rules around how much money you can take back. If you take back more than you send out, you get hard capped at that first apron. If you are aggregating contracts together, meaning putting 2 salaries together or 3 in a trade that you send out, you get hard capped at the second apron. And if you're hard capped, you can't then go above those aprons. So that would become a tricky spot for the Warriors, where it might be like, well, now we made it really hard to re-sign some other guys. But there's other ways to get there if Chris Paul wasn't the primary salary matching piece in a trade, but it just makes it a little more difficult.
Keith Smith knows his stuff. He's a contributor to Spot Rack and the NBA Front Office Show. He's an NBA salary expert. You can follow him on Twitter at Keith Smith NBA. Keith, I guess just kind of a big picture dumb question. Is there almost no way the Warriors can add players without going over what Joe Lacob... There's this story out that Joe Lacob wants to get under the luxury tax. Is based on the numbers you have and how it lays out, is that impossible?
It's not impossible. It would be, the team would look different. The way you get there and at least get under the tax aprons, that first and second apron, which is what causes all those roster restrictions, and potentially all the way out of the tax entirely, that is within range. That would mean waiving Chris Paul. You don't use him in a trade. You waive him, cut him free, wipe that $30 million off the books. And then probably with a guy like Klay Thompson, it definitely can be in range if he just ups and leaves for another team. But if they re-sign him, it'd be re-signing him to roughly half what he made last year. So call it somewhere in the 20 to 25 million range in first-year salary, and they could probably squeak in under the luxury tax line. But that eliminates or makes it very, very difficult to do the things like we just talked about, like, hey, we want to trade for, a big salary player like a Paul George or somebody like that, because now you've eliminated some of that flexibility. And if that's the goal, that's kind of where you're picking a direction of load back up and go after, big name players, or let's try to reset things a little bit and reset our salary clocks and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and we know that the Warriors and Joe Lacob are also trying to avoid the repeater tax. Now, give us the ramifications of that if the Warriors do eclipse that 170 mark.
Yeah, so what happens on the repeater tax is if you're in the tax for so many years, like they have been, your tax penalties get even bigger and more onerous on you. What happens is if you're like, I'm going to choose round numbers here, but if you're like 50 million into the tax, your penalty is going to be at this point, and this is all changing and new rules are being phased in, but you're kind of at like almost like a 4-for-1, dollar matching on the tax. But if you're in the repeater, that switches to like closer to like 6 or 7 for 1. So now all of a sudden it is, we're 50 million into the tax, but our actual bill is like 200 million, and that's on top of the nearly 200 million you would have spent anyway in salary. So that's why this this team, if they were to just keep going like they've done for the last better part of the decade, you would see the Warriors be approaching $500 million in single-year outlay for both salaries plus tax penalties. And that's why I think they're saying, oh, let's maybe relax on this a little bit and take a step back. And if we can reset that repeater clock and everything, because if you get out of the tax so many years, that repeater clock resets. I think that's the ultimate goal here.
So, Keith, this is great stuff. It's incredible. Your grasp of this stuff is great. Thanks for sharing. So basically, just going like macro, that when Joe Lacob said they were light years ahead of other franchises, he wasn't accurate, because now they're in a pickle, aren't they?
That's kind of a tricky question to answer. It did not go the way they hoped for. When I like to call it their gap years, right? Like you do a really great job in school, then you take a couple years to relax, then you go off to college. I like to call those years where they were out of the playoffs their gap years, where it was like, hey, we kind of, we backed off for a little bit after a great run, but the James Wiseman pick didn't really work out. The Jonathan Kuminga pick, I think, has gone pretty well, and I think has the potential to continue to look better as he improves as a player. But where they were looking at lining up was, we have our core of Curry, Green, Thompson. And then as those guys age out, we're going to have Wiseman and Kuminga and these other young guys there. And we're going to have a guy like Wiggins as the bridge player in between. And we're going to extend this decade-long title contention window into a Spurs-like 2-decade-long contention window. It hasn't gone exactly like that, but I get why he said that at the time. It just hasn't really played out exactly that way because the Wiseman pick ultimately was a miss.
Ultimately, and then Keith, the Paul George situation, if the Warriors acquired him, they'd be in that repeater tax and all that stuff, right? That would be the move?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're barring something that I'm not seeing or some other crazy scenario that comes up that no one's put out there, they'd be right back where they've been for years in the high salary range with that, and that would be via if the Warriors fans are dreaming about Paul George, what you want to see is him opt in to his contract, and then he would ultimately get traded, because any kind of sign and trade that sends him to Golden State or a free agent signing, those aren't going to happen. So if he opts in, if you're dreaming about Paul George, you're still in the mix. You might still have a chance at getting him. But if he opts out, forget it. That's over and done with. Move on to whatever your other fantasy trade and signing prospects are.
Yeah, and if that Paul George trade possibility does play out, do you think that would be the end of the road for Klay Thompson, or could the Warriors fit both of their contracts in the salary cap?
Oh boy, it gets really hard there. You're talking. You're probably going to be facing some apron issues and the like with that, and that's where it starts to get real tricky for the Warriors. So I think you're probably in a position where that might mean Klay Thompson is moving on elsewhere unless he's taking an extremely team-friendly deal, which I kind of don't think seems to be in the cards if I'm reading all the reporting correctly around that situation. So yeah, you're probably, if you go Paul George, you're probably moving into a completely different era there.
Yeah, and last one for me, Keith. Do you think there's ever going to be a possibility that we could see a Shohei Ohtani style deferred contract in the NBA?
Yeah, again, they don't allow for that. The NBA has pretty strict rules. It's funny. It's for me, I don't understand like the NFL salary cap at all, because it feels like, oh, this guy was going to make $50 million. Now he makes $3.75. And we'll pay it all to him when he's 85 years old and retired. Like that, I don't understand how those things work. I, in some ways, think the NBA is a lot simpler. Now, the numbers are a lot bigger, and the way you can maneuver around the cap is certainly complicated. But when it comes to contracts, if a player signs, we're in range of a guy's going to be signing here within the next probably 4 to 5 years, like a contract that's going to see him make $100 million a season. And so if a guy signs a 5-year, $500 million contract, he's going to get all $500 million of that within that 5-year window.
Incredible stuff, Keith. Breaking it down. That 3 hours of sleep didn't hurt you, buddy. You did well.
Well, that's all the coffee is what's got me picked up. We'll see how I'm doing in about an hour.
Yeah, there's a crash coming, but right now you're riding high. You're riding high. All right.
So I appreciate it.
We appreciate the information. Thanks for helping us out, and we'll continue to follow you on Twitter and watch you on the media.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Keith.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
Keith Smith. Was that John Joe Curley's alter ego?
Well, see, the entire time I just had the soundbite in the back of my head. This nerd loves dad.
If Curley could be an NBA crunch guy, he'd be Keith Smith. And if Keith Smith could be a producer, he'd be Curley.
This nerd loves aprons.
Wow, that was wild. Wild stuff, man. One of those things that taught me is how little I know about this whole NBA salary situation, man. Can we get to basically, the net, Paul George has to opt in. They could do a trade for sure. But, man, oh, man, that repeater tax sounds like it's a definite possibility.
Yeah, to have your salary cap times 7.
Yeah,
I think that's what Joe Lacob is trying to avoid.
All right. Well, listen, we enjoyed it. Thanks, Keith, for hopping on. We can get back to it, too. But we got to hit the sights and sounds of the world around you. What's making you laugh and think? Cooler of content next on the Sports Leader.
This nerd loves data.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network World-Class Care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, cooler of content. Man, I'm still reeling. My brain's still reeling from the Keith Smith interview. I felt like I was back in advanced algebra in junior year, and you know the story there.
Oh,
I didn't pass without my buddy Sandy Murray.
We need Sandy Murray on the text line right now.
He's down in Fiji. He's done so well with his CPA business. He and his wife Claudine are traveling the world, and he's just working remotely from like Fiji.
Wow.
He sends me pictures from the beach.
Damn, he's not paying that repeater tax right now.
Oh man, hey Moskowitz, we should ask Moskowitz about the repeater tax.
We should.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Next Moskowitz. Let's hit it. Joe, how do you feel about? Or I know it's about unfiled tax. Oh, we got Moskowitz coming up.
Wow, stay tuned.
What would he say?
Yeah, Joe Lacob. If you're having problems with your taxes, call me.
Call me.
Call me, Joe.
Would he tell Joe about the 4th of July deal that's coming up, too?
I got
10% off?
I got an apron for you.
Oh, man. All right, guys. Well, this is fun to do the cooler of content and check out what's going on out there. Do we start with the spicy one?
Ooh.
The Cardinals? Why don't we play this and see how people react?
All right.
Okay, let's just play it first and see how people react. St. Louis Cardinals, who are they playing? I don't even know they're playing.
Play-by-play yesterday.
Somebody hits is it a dinger? Somebody hits a dinger?
No, there was a guy who needed to moisten up his hands before an at-bat.
Okay, let's listen.
He just spit on his shoulder as he was sitting there and went to spit, a little humid out, I guess, and mouth getting a little bit dry. Didn't quite clear his arm and just landed right on the shoulder. Hot tour. Let's do it again.
Whoa.
Let's do it again.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Okay.
You caught that.
That's the old if you know, you know.
Yeah, if you know, you know. And he's not talking about A.J. Hawk and Tua Tagovailoa.
Oh, my God.
Hot tour.
This is one we got to approach carefully. Based on, even my mere mention of Playboy Centerfolds caused a stir from angry readers or listeners, I should say. I mean, the guy didn't say anything wrong.
No.
There's nothing illegal. No FCC violations there. Yeah,
Hawk tour.
Yeah, well, okay.
He just dropped the Hawk Tua.
He took it to the broadcast.
Yeah, he's a Tony Hawk fan.
He's okay. Do you want to go? There?
See, this is good because I kind of tested the waters yesterday with Murph, asking him off air if he's heard about this new viral meme.
And I
Hawk
have.
Tua.
I got to credit the morning shows I listened to on the way in. I listen to the East Coast shows, and the guys on Sirius XM are a little loose. And they were talking about this viral, I guess you guys are calling it memes.
Mm-hmm.
A young lady.
Yeah.
Talking about her relationship with her boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't need to play it.
No, we don't.
Are we going to play it?
I don't know. We have the sound. No, we probably shouldn't.
Anyway, she just suggested that, there was something that she... Is that her?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, uh-huh.
All right.
Yeah, uh-huh.
And so it was just her personal little sort of thing, and it was very personal.
It's like when a batter sees a ball in the dirt, they say, good eye, way to spit on it, way to Hawk to it.
Wow, we got it.
We went there.
And now the Cardinals podcast here, yeah.
Hawk tour.
There are so many people out there right now who have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
Shall we just say there's, go look it up.
Yeah.
And it's a...
if you know, you know.
It's very personal.
Yeah.
And now it's reached official pop culture saturation status.
Now there's girls out here at autograph conventions signing autographs and selling merch.
Did I read that she got the guy at the show I listened to on the way in said she got movie offers?
Wow.
Yeah.
What kind of movies? What kind of movies we talking here? You know what I'm talking about? What, I'm the bad guy?
Yeah. Well, there it is.
Apparently said she got fired from her job. Apparently she's a teacher.
No way. Are you serious?
Ooh, hot for teacher.
Wow. Come on. She's going to get fired for that. Is there anything illegal? Nothing illegal.
Went viral, yeah. What's wrong with that?
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah, I stand with Hawk Tua.
Somebody's got to rally around her, and I got to Google it. Hey, run that story in. That's wild.
Yeah. I'm going to sign up for her fan page.
All right, we're going to go from that.
Talking about, Tony.
We're going to go from We're going to go from that to Marty's Comrex dying during a Bruce Jenkins interview.
Yeah.
I missed this.
This was good. I caught this live on Sunday when I was driving up to Sac.
Okay, so Marty's Comrex. Comrex is a little is a little machine that when you're doing a remote, it connects you to the station. So if it dies, there's no connection.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Bruce, I bring it up for this. We love the Giants, and, we talk about Luciano and this one and that one. And Ramos, finally got hot. It looks like maybe.
You there? Yellow.
Talking baseball with Marty Laurie on KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Had I known this was coming, we would have dialed up the tie block.
Yeah, well, I think Tony's got it on standby.
This is what Marty... Hey, listen, Marty does so much radio, eventually things are going to happen that are unexpected. His Comrex died. By the way, that Comrex would die on us during the pandemic sometimes.
Yeah, it was scary.
Particularly with old PMAC.
Yeah.
He used to frequently die.
That's when we had him calling from jail.
That's right.
Yeah, it's Paulie Mack here. I'm locked up.
Poor Bruce. Hello. So that thing dies, it just cuts you off. So this is not Marty's first experience with things dying on the air here.
Ty Block is with us this morning. And Ty, nice to have you with us. This All-Star game is coming up. It's very exciting. You're part of it. Ty?
Legendary.
By the way, I think Ty Block's still in the bigs.
Ty?
I think he's playing pitch for the Rockies, isn't he?
I think you're right on that one.
Oh, my God.
By the way, we also had Marty check in on Hawk Tua.
It's orgasmic.
Oh, well, that's, that's all accurate.
I couldn't help myself. All right?
That's very
I'm
good.
a child.
That's okay. That's what you're here to be. You're getting paid.
It's orgasmic.
You're getting paid to be a child.
Great job, brother.
Still trying to weave a cooler of content in here somewhere somehow. Paul George, July 2023,
Playoff P
with Draymond on the podcast. So this is kind of like this is almost a year ago. What might have been Paul George and what still could be.
When you look at and I'm shout out Epe Udo. But he gets drafted 6th to the Warriors. What could have been? Steph, me that year, the following year, Clay, the following year after that, you. What could have been? You know what I mean? Nice. you gotta think about that shit when
I was a GM.
I mean, I think it worked out, obviously, me going 10th to Indiana, but when you think about it, it was like, damn, that could have been a crazy Warriors was on some. They did that.
Okay, easily the star of that is Draymond grunting in the background the whole time. The first time he says it, he says, shout out to Epe Udo, but I could have gone to the war. You just hear Draymond go, Give me that first one, right when he says, shout out to Epe Udo. The grunt of a Draymond Green. Then they get louder, and I heard it.
And I'm, shout out Epe Udo, but he gets drafted 6th to the Warriors. What could have been?
That's
Steph.
right there, dude.
What could have been?
Nicely done.
Think about it.
Non-verbal language or whatever, doesn't even need to enunciate. Yeah. You'll find that in life. Yeah, sometimes you're in a conversation with someone and you kind of say something that's, that's kind of land, and they'll just give you in the middle of the kind of, yeah, one of those.
Here's Clay.
What could have been? What could still be? Who knows? But man, how things could have been.
We'll keep it on the Warriors here. Mad Dog Russo yelling. Is he yelling about at Bobby Myers about Clay?
He just kept on questioning him, and I don't even know if this is the full clip because I watched the entire segment yesterday, and the entire show he just got, tell me, Bob, how are they going to do it? How are they going to get back to the championship?
All right, what do you got?
Tell me where any of these two players are going to help the Warriors win an NBA championship. I'm not saying they don't have to sign one of them because you got Curry there, so you got to be a respectable team. They had Thompson last year, and they didn't make the playoffs. So how could you tell me now, a year older, that having Thompson all of a sudden can be an NBA championship team?
Yeah. And they kept going, huh?
Yeah, and he just kept going and trying to poke the bear, and Bob Myers had this big old smile on his face. We played the Bob Myers sound earlier of him referring to him as Mad Dog.
Mad Dog.
I mean, who would have thought Bob Myers would leave the Warriors organization to be on TV with Stephen A. Smith and Mad Dog Russo?
I know, right? Gosh, man. And he didn't want to do that. He doesn't want to do the grease board that Dunleavy has to do, or the 2 or 3 grease boards that Dunleavy has to do. Last 2 here. I just threw this one out there because my guy Ron Washington, I love him. And just about old school baseball, new school, but Wash. So he's talking about who's the young man who had the big day for them yesterday? I'm sorry. I had this all ready to go, and I lost it. Somebody had a big day for the Angels yesterday. Anyway.
Neto?
Yeah.
What's his first name?
Is that who? Come on.
Taylor Ward? That'd be my best guess.
No, you know what? I'm not going to do this. I'm going to get you guys the score. I'm going to get you this answer here, my friend.
Who the hell do the Angels even have anymore?
I know, right? Ask Tommy.
Yeah.
Ask Tolbert. So the Angels yesterday, they beat the A's.
Ooh.
We probably should have noticed that.
Yeah,
they
for
beat them.
all of the 3 people watching that game.
Zach Neto?
Yeah, that's who it is. That's who we're talking about, buddy. And he went yesterday. He went 2 for 4, 3 RBIs. So it's just funny because we talk about Wash doesn't want to see the iPad. He wants to see the guy hit here.
Well, what he showed me what he could do is quit trying to hit the ball out the ballpark and make contact. I've been talking to him about that all day. He was looking at his iPad, and I said, you're not going to find an answer in that iPad. The answer is you swinging, and you're looking at me every time you swing. All you got to do is put the head on the ball, and he did it. He did it, but that's what he should have been doing all day. And he ended up 2 for 4 with 3 RBIs, game winners.
Marcus, put your head on the ball. Don't be looking at the iPad.
Take your eye off the iPad.
Yeah.
Which is something that I kind of love is happening now in baseball in 2024. We talked about this with Bob Melvin and Brian Price about ditching the iPad.
Yeah.
Because these kids, literally, Major League Baseball players are like your 12-year-old kid with their iPad. They're on it 24/7.
playing Brawl Stars.
Yeah.
By the way, we were excited about ditching the iPad until you go 39 and 42 to start the season, right?
Yeah.
And then last one is Nikki T's mad at the Yankees. You guys lost 9 of 12.
Yeah, they lost back-to-back games last night again to the New York Mets. Grimace is out here chugging beers in the
Guy
crowd.
in a full Grimace outfit. Full Grimace outfit, standing on like a platform.
Where do you even get a Grimace outfit?
They're out there, buddy.
The internet.
They're out there.
It's the internet.
Nikki T's mad at the Yankees. Here's every baseball fan mad at his team.
Same year in, year out. Double play. Same
That's it.
That's the entire thing.
It's a quick little cut, and it's funny because yesterday me and John Joe Curley were talking. He's like, yeah, it feels like we haven't got some good Nicky in a while. I said, wait till the Yankees start losing games. That's when you get prime rage Nicky. That's when you get Nicky the lunatic.
Frankie the lunatic. Well, and Nikki, right?
Yeah.
Same thing. All right, I loved it. By the way, Ryan Vogelsong is going to join Papa in London 10:30. Did you guys hear this whole story that Vogelsong is German for Birdsong?
Stop.
So that's why, yes.
No, it's not.
Yes. That's why Hayden Birdsong is going to get some love. True story.
All right.
True story.
I don't know if I'm buying you on that.
All right, guys. Is Brandon Aiyuk happy? Are any of us happy? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Hawk Tour.
All right, Steve Moskowitz on a Thursday morning is on the line. He wants to talk to us about the problem of unfiled tax returns. Steve, what you got?
You know, this hits so many different people. And here we have a holiday weekend coming up. So we want the listeners to enjoy the holiday weekend. So what we're doing is we're offering a special. If you call us today, we're going to take 10% off your fee to do your 2023 tax returns. And some of you might say, you know, Steve, you're always talking about not filing returns because people don't have the money. What about that? Will you take the 10% off of that fee too? And the answer is if you retain us today or tomorrow, yes, we will. We want you to enjoy the holiday, and that's our way of participating with us. And so many of these problems are fixable. Even if you don't have your records, that's okay. We'll get all the records the government has on you. Let's take these tax problems, take them off of you, and let's let you enjoy the holiday.
That's patriotic Steve Moskowitz. 4th of July coming up. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And Brandon Aiyuk told us that he wanted to set this meeting up himself. And when he was sitting with the pivot, he said that he's taking these negotiations personal, that the way that they have negotiated with him, the way that they have told him why he's worth what he's worth, it has touched him. It has affected him. He says he wants to be in San Francisco first, but is comfortable playing elsewhere if that's something that the San Francisco 49ers are willing to do via trade. And I will tell you this, when he sat with us, he did not walk into the room alone. First, it was Brandon Aiyuk. Second, it was Jaden Daniels. I'm not a tea leaf reader, but the way that sounds is that Brandon Aiyuk wouldn't mind playing in Washington.
Okay, that was a few days ago. Before we got news that they broke bread. Well, I'm assuming they broke bread. Were there any snacks or cookies or crackers or cheese?
I'm saying Sarge had to put together a spread.
Brandon Aiyuk met with the Niners. That's the news, y'all. 808 KNBR is the phone number, by the way. If you guys want to react to this, and 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We're going to play you guys some sound from Tom Pelissero and Adam Schefter about the gentlemen all sitting down and having reasonable discussions.
Yeah, but before we do that, I want to talk about Ryan Clark and the Pivot podcast that he's dropping tomorrow with Brandon Aiyuk. We played that clip a couple days ago, and my big complaint is, put out the damn podcast, Ryan Clark.
Right.
Because what if something happens before Friday? Well, all of a sudden, he's not a disgruntled wide receiver because he sat down and had the actual meeting with the 49ers.
We actually said that a couple days ago. You're like, dude, things can happen. And so if he's going to walk in saying, yeah, I want to go to Washington, and then in the meantime, he goes to Santa Clara and meets with the Niners. And as we'll hear from Tom Pelissero, went pretty well.
Yeah.
Went pretty well.
Sounds like it.
Maybe better than my text exchange with Curly last night. All right, so
a little bit.
That's inside joke, but we're bringing you guys on the inside.
Yeah, you're on the inside now.
Yeah. I just had to scrub my Insta of all Curly references.
Yeah, I heard Murph was disgruntled this morning.
No, we're all about moving forward and being productive and positive.
Be positive, bro.
And,
Be positive, bro.
And Brandon Aiyuk actually walking in the building is a positive move, right? This means dialogue is happening. This means you're showing tremendous energy going towards it. You know, you're going to the building, you're sitting down. So Tom Pelissero paints he's from NFL Network, of course, paints a fairly positive picture here.
One other pretty big question for the 49ers. They report to training camp like a lot of teams on July 23rd. Will Brandon Aiyuk be there after he skipped minicamp? Here's what I can tell you. Aiyuk and 49ers brass met on Monday at Aiyuk's request. This was a good meeting. For what I was told, both sides said things that needed to be said, and they're going to keep working. It's important to note here, there's never been a trade request from Brandon Aiyuk. That hasn't changed. The 49ers stance hasn't changed either. Despite getting trade calls on Aiyuk going back to draft week, they're moving forward, and they want Aiyuk to be a part of the team in 2024. So what I would anticipate here is all parties involved will go ahead and enjoy the 4th of July holiday, regroup sometime after that. They've still got several weeks here to see if they can hammer out a deal that locks in Brandon Aiyuk with San Francisco for the long haul.
Damn, that sounded positive. Right down to the 4th of July weekend where we're all enjoying ourselves.
Yeah, I want to be at the barbecue.
Yeah, I know. It sounds like, well, is Young Tony's barbecue going to be where they signed the deal?
I think the party is being hosted by Young Tony, Brandon Aiyuk, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, all in the backyard with Young Tony.
By the way, I only found out about this from John Dickinson by accident.
What does that tell you about our show? That we're finding out about Tony's parties through John Dickinson?
Why would he invite an old guy? Like, he's got to hang out with the young kids.
Yeah, but I didn't get the invite either.
Well, guess who just turned 32, buddy?
I know, man. Nobody loves you when you're 32.
Taylor Swift saying, I don't know about you. You just turned 32.
Yeah, I'm an old head now.
But anyway, point is that, man, that was a very sunny. One of the things he said in there was important. He said, Brandon Aiyuk has never requested a trade.
That was my main takeaway. Yeah. Because when you're talking about why this meeting is happening, when Brandon Aiyuk is disgruntled, what does he need to say to John Lynch? What does he want to tell the 49ers? A lot of people were assuming that he would show up in Santa Clara and demand a trade, whether or not Jaden Daniels was going to walk in right behind him carrying the boombox like he's Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams coming out of the locker room. But this news is obviously positive, and it's a step in the right direction.
Without question. I mean, Papa has always been saying all along, he's going to come back, he's going to come back. Then Mayoko kind of muddied the waters for us by saying, you can't pay everyone. And so we assume when Matty says something like that he's talking to somebody in the building. Matty being smart, he protects his sources. He's not saying there's a guy in the building telling me that, because when you do that, the guy in the building stops telling you stuff. Yeah. So you have to protect. This is how the game works. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then of course they'll want something from Matty. What do you have on this? It's a you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Mm-hmm. What they called, Tony, in Latin, quid pro quo. Took me a long time to learn that one, by the way. You give me something, I'll give you something, buddy.
I think I've seen that in a couple of our DEI training videos.
A quid pro. Oh yeah, that's not good.
I don't think we're supposed to do that, right?
Not good.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. I think so. I think I passed that test.
That's when you. Well, I almost made a.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I almost went there.
Careful.
Yeah. Okay. No. Not going there. But anyway, so Matty then muddied the waters by telling us, you don't have to pay everybody, and was it the Niners now kind of flexing a little bit on Aiyuk, saying, get the word out there that we don't have to pay him. We just drafted Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing. Mm-hmm. Who knows how good those guys are going to be? Yeah. I mean, some people are high on Cowing, the 4th rounder out of Arizona, and many people are high on Pearsall. We know that. So, they got a little leverage. They're like, we have Debo and 2 guys waiting in the wings, and we have Jawan Jennings.
Yeah, and the 49ers have options, whether it's the rookie wide receivers that they drafted, whether it's just letting this contract play out and then picking up the 5th-year option, whether they want to go down the road of franchise tagging him down the road. They have multiple options and multiple routes to take. Brandon Aiyuk is under contract. It seems like in his mind he has the leverage, but in reality he does not.
Yeah, and then if you're the 49ers, though, what if you truly believe this guy is part of your championship puzzle? Mm-hmm. You want this guy. If we keep this guy and he and Brock Purdy continue to develop, we could win a championship,
Absolutely,
right?
Yeah.
So now you want him, you have value on him, and so maybe now you sign him to a longer-term deal that helps you cap-wise. Helps fit in some other guys next year and helps fit in Brock Purdy next year.
I mean, I think that's probably Brandon Aiyuk and his agent's biggest argument is going down to these contract negotiations, say, look, we'll backload our contract. We'll figure out something so that over the next couple of years, you're not taking this big hit when you got to pay all that money to Brock Purdy. That's the leverage that they have. Now, on the other side, John Lynch in the front office could say, yeah, we can get rid of you. Then we don't got to worry about your salary. We can do what the Kansas City Chiefs did with Tyreek Hill and go search for a wide receiver elsewhere.
Right. Now, Adam Schefter reported on the same meeting. I found his to be a little less optimistic, not pessimistic per se, but here's what Schefter reported about Aiyuk being in the building.
Look, he's been disgruntled. There's been a lot of noise surrounding Brandon Aiyuk this offseason, and he's wanted to see if he can either get paid or get out. So one of those 2 scenarios is in play. Neither one has happened. So when he met with the Niners on Monday, I think it was to keep the lines of communication open in person, get an understanding of where they're at. And the Niners, I can tell you, absolutely want to keep Brandon Aiyuk. But with the rising prices on wide receivers, the 2 sides have been unable to get a deal done so far. They'll continue talking. Niners want to keep him, but it's going to be tough in a wide receiver market where the prices have gone up so dramatically.
Yeah, it's like I said, going to the grocery store or the gas station. Prices keep going up, although lately down a little bit. I got some decent price the other day.
Yesterday's price is not today's price, Murph.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that.
Well, I find the fact that they met and the fact that Pelissero's reporting nobody wants to be traded, this is all very, very positive. It would be nice to have Brandon Aiyuk on the team. Put it this way. I don't need to see him in the Washington Commanders uniform.
No, I don't think anybody wants to see that. Now, Murph, let me ask you a question, and you can put on your beat reporter hat.
Yes, sir.
Do you read into the report differently from Adam Schefter knowing his relationship with the Shanahan family?
Yeah, that's a good one. I don't know what's Pelissero's relationship with him. Is he pretty close?
That I don't know. Not like Adam Schefter when he was covering the Broncos.
Yeah. And then, of course, we have the Chris Sims thing where he's so close to him that he's coming out with anti-Brock Purdy stuff.
Now he's ripping Brock Purdy because of all the blame that Kyle's getting in the big game.
Yeah, very, very strange. It's a fair point to bring up, that the Niners still want to kind of play hardball with this guy. Didn't Mike Silver report that they offered him $26 million?
Yeah, that's the report we saw a week or 2 ago now.
Yeah, and so I mean, if you're Brandon Aiyuk, and of course you want to get as much as you can, but that's a pretty fair wage.
Yeah, you're making more money than Debo Samuel. You put yourself in the top 10 highest paid wide receivers in the league.
Out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 925 says he's under contract for $14.2 million. I understand his frustration, but what would Christian McCaffrey say? Business is business, and his replacement is on the roster, so it sucks. for him.
Well, that's the question. Is Ricky Pearsall the replacement for Brandon Aiyuk, or is he the replacement for Deebo Samuel?
Right. This is what Mike Silver called the Hunger Games, right? 707 says, do you call that a quid pro Mayoko? That's not bad. That's not bad. 916 says the other one is tit for tat.
Okay.
Can you say that? Yeah,
I think so. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to.
Now back to the
talking tic-tac-toe, right?
It's just back to the prices of these receivers. David Lombardi talked about that, how these slew of contracts that have come up have affected Brandon Aiyuk's negotiation. That's why I remember when Amon-Ra St. Brown got paid, he filmed that video in the yard saying the gas is filled with trucks, or the trucks are filled with gas premium, because he knew he was going to get his price going up. And that's what Lombardi had to say here when he came on KNBR this week.
I have to say, this was predictable a few weeks ago when Justin Jefferson got that deal that was just so far and ahead of anything that we had seen. I thought that the next logical step would be the receivers who hadn't signed yet would be looking for money that was much greater than what teams were willing to pay, right? He might not be asking for Justin Jefferson money, but there's such a big gap between Jefferson and the number 2 guy right now, Tyreek Hill, that, you could see Aiyuk, you could see CeeDee Lamb, you could see Jamar Chase all asking for money within that gap, and teams not wanting to meet them there. And then that creates hard feelings, right? Because, in any contract negotiation, your worth is on the line in some way. And if the team is saying, no, you're not worth as much as you're asking for, that can lead to some resentment, to some hard feelings. And I think that's where Aiyuk might have been based on some of the social media behavior. And I think that he wanted to make sure that this was set back on the right track. And I think that the face-to-face meeting is the best thing he could do at this point to accomplish that.
There you go. So the face-to-face meeting, progress, and Pelissero even threw in the promise of an enjoyable weekend, holiday weekend, where they're all gathering at Young Tony's yard in Danville.
Nice little backyard barbecue.
What are you cooking out there, by the way? What do you got what's on the menu?
Whatever Brandon Aiyuk wants, man. Whatever to get him back to the Niners.
No, you got to remember that his plate is too big to be sharing with other people at that party.
Does this all make his social media stuff look like it was just kind of performative? Like, he truly wants to stay here. He doesn't want to get traded, but he feels like he has to go through the motions of doing what everybody does.
Absolutely.
I have to put out cryptic comments. I have to scrub my Instagram. I have to make people say, oh, what did he say now?
Yeah, like I said it like 30 seconds after the TikTok came out with Jaden Daniels that I thought it was staged with his girlfriend vlogging the entire
literally
thing.
Staged because she was filming it.
Yeah, but those are the antics that wide receivers take, whether we're talking about Aiyuk, whether we're talking about Deebo Samuel. Same thing, different year. Now, my question is, when the 49ers are watching this market explode, do you think it entices them to maybe jump in quicker before CeeDee Lamb gets paid, before Jamar Chase gets paid? You should, but they haven't done it before.
Yeah, it's too late.
And they did this with Deebo Samuel, and now Deebo, his offseason, DK Metcalf and A.J. Brown both got the bag, which raised up the price tag on Deebo. They had the luxury of not competing with anybody else on the market last year with Nick Bosa. He was the only big defensive end who got a big contract, so they didn't have to worry about that. But when you're watching this market explode day after day with new contract after new contract, at some point you got to press the button and hop in there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they blew it by waiting so long, and or maybe like Mayoka, the other angle is Pelissero and Schefter's angle is wrong, and that Mayoka's like, yeah, they're not going to pay him.
Yeah, they're just going to continue to kick the can down the road. Now, Murph, let's continue talking about kicking the can, because you asked me a question yesterday or 2 days ago about what happens if Brock Purdy does not have a successful season.
I'm upset for saying that. I don't even want to put that in the universe, but I did say that.
Let's hop into the hypotheticals.
I did say that.
Do you think the 49ers would ever consider kicking the can on Brock Purdy, going the Kirk Cousins route, and giving him the franchise tag?
I mean, wow. Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Because maybe they're still not confident. Now, again, these are all hypotheticals. I think Brock Purdy's going to have a big season. He just finished as a top finalist for the MVP award. But if Brock Purdy does have a digression, then there's a different route you could take there to save some money. And you can go the franchise tag route.
Yeah, there's nothing guaranteed there. No. And again, I hate to even bring it up, like I said, but it is true. He's young. You know, you got Chris Sims out here ripping him. You know, they barely, I mean, were they fortunate to beat the Lions and Packers in those games? Yeah. Did they get it done in the Super Bowl? No. I mean, I thought he played pretty well. He didn't play well enough. Yeah. So there you go. 650, back to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 650 says Ricky Pearsall is the replacement for Deebo Samuel. I don't think so. Is he going to run over people like Debo does?
I don't think he's as physical, but there are clips of him in college taking wide receiver end arounds, him going over the middle. I mean, that's a big reason why Kyle Shanahan wanted him in the system to get open over the middle after they struggled versus man coverage on the outside.
Yeah, very true. 408 says Aiyuk, if Aiyuk holds out, that will affect Purdy's numbers, and that would affect his contract extension. I don't know about that. We'll see. 408 says comparing Aiyuk to Amon-Ra is like comparing Metallica to Hanson. So wait a minute. So Aiyuk's Metallica and Amon-Ra's Hanson, or
vice versa?
Amon-Ra's Metallica and Aiyuk is Hanson. And got to be honest, guys, I'm going to have to do this. I have to do this periodically. Stridently defend Hanson.
I don't know about that.
I'm going to go ahead and say Mbop is one of the great pop songs of the 90s.
Does young Tony know a Hanson?
This is a great
Yes.
question. Yes, there you go. And do you ride with Hanson?
Oh, dude, Mbop is a great song.
It is a great song.
All-time banger.
It's all right.
The highest comment I can pay it is that I think it could have been, it sounds to me like it could have been recorded by the Jackson 5. Right? Yeah, throw it on there for everybody there. I've put that on playlists for the kids.
See, now me personally, I was a bigger fan of the soda brand Hanson than the band Hanson.
Oh, my God.
Those were delicious.
Dude, now that's my era, bro.
Oh, dude, we used to take those on camping trips all the time.
Oh, my God. That's
The
lunches.
Hansons,
Those are the kids
the
at
kiwi strawberry.
The kids at lunch whose parents thought it was like a healthy soda.
Yeah.
They did. They thought
it's
Hanson's
a
was
healthier option.
Yeah. And I'll ride with the boys from Tulsa, Oklahoma. And they recently did they were down in Australia doing like a morning show, and they did like an acoustic version of it and went viral. I'm telling you. Not only that, how about the message of this song, by the way?
What is the message?
The message, it's all meaningless, Marcus.
It's all
meaning. Klay Thompson, Brandon Aiyuk, it's all meaningless because it's over in an mbop, and you just got to hug the one you love. Just hug the one you love. Yeah. By the way, it's incredible to see Hanson older. It's incredible. And it's profound because in an mbop, it's gone.
Wow. Stop it.
So, all right, guys. Dwayne in Stockton is checking in on the Aiyuk situation. Dwayne, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Dwayne?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I hope everybody's doing well this morning.
We are, man. It's Thursday. Got that Baby Friday vibe.
My man, I'm with it. But I got to tell you, man, they got to keep Aiyuk, man. Him and Purdy got a good relationship, and he makes plays for Purdy. You know, he catches balls he has no business catching. The dude's ball skills are out of control. What happened was the Minnesota Vikings mucked up the game, man. Not only did they get their receiver and they paid, but they mucked it up for all these other teams that have these star receivers, so they want the same money. So they got a lot done when they signed Justin Jefferson as far as messing up the other teams, too. Now, I say Debo's got to go because Debo proved that he could be covered. You could cover him. He was nowhere in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Also,
was Aiyuk open in the Super Bowl?
More than Debo, but
well, I think the Chiefs' defense played a good game.
Yeah, they had great
and
corners, man.
I don't think they respected Kittle. I don't think they respected Debo, man. I think they one-on-one those guys and slanted towards Aiyuk. So that's hard for him. But I'm going to say the last thing I want to say, and I want to listen to what you guys got to say back, is that the Niners messed up the draft, dude. They didn't address O-line like they were supposed to. They didn't address DB, and they passed on the tight end from Texas, Jatavion Sanders, which is basically Vernon Davis, but tougher. So they missed on all that. So I got to get to work, fellas. Let me know what you think. Have a great day.
It's always good hearing from you, buddy. I'll say two things. One, Chris Forster, the O-line coach, laid out their philosophy, which is they, as an organization, truly believe they don't have to spend high draft capital on O-linemen. Whether you agree or disagree is up to you, but that's their answer. Their answer is their belief is that they can develop linemen from the mid to late rounds. The other thing I'd say I was confused by Dwayne because the second round they drafted Bernardo Green at corner, and the fourth round they drafted Malik Mustafa out of Wake Forest, a safety.
Yeah.
So Dwayne, they did draft two DBs pretty high.
Yeah, but I think he's more focused on the Ricky Pearsall draft, which again seems like a little bit of a luxury when you throw in the fact that Brandon Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel are already considered one of the best duos in football, but if you're getting close to the luxury tax, the salary cap, then you got to make those decisions. Maybe make it a year early instead of a year late.
All right, Niners, and Pelissero says everyone's going to enjoy the holiday. Let's end on that positive note. Be positive, bro. They met. Come on. Just like me and Curly met this morning. And that's how we do it around here. We meet, we move on. Here's the deal. Jeremy Affeldt, one of the core four. They're going in like 2 weeks on the Wall of Fame. Let's talk Giants baseball with the always entertaining Jeremy Affeldt next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
David Villar went deep last night and then had the game-ending dig at first base after the Brett Wisely backhand. And then after that, he hopped on the post-game show with Bill Lasky to talk all about it. To hear the latest from David Villar, check out that podcast and more, trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, it's always fun to catch up with Jeremy Affeldt. He's got a big event coming up in a couple weeks here. And, of course, our show is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. The Core Four are going on the Wall of Fame. We got a big party coming up. Plus, we can just talk ball because it's summertime with Jeremy Affeldt. Jeremy, it's been a while since we had you on in the morning. I know Tommy steals you in the afternoon a lot. So you got your boy Murph here. I got Marcus Boucher sitting next to me. You got Murph and Marcus. Good morning, Jeremy. How you doing, bud?
What's up, Jeremy?
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing good, man. The Giants won a couple to save our sanity. I mean, dude, it was. Well, I mean, Jeremy, we can kind of pull back and and you can get us some thoughts on, the week they had was with Willie dying. When Willie Mays died last Tuesday. Now, I don't know if that's why they lost 5 in a row or if Rickwood was an emotional game or if they were just playing bad baseball. But listen, you were fortunate enough to be in Scottsdale and in the Giants clubhouse and in Murph's office when Willie was around. So what was your reaction and how did you process the passing in 24?
Obviously a very sad day. I really enjoyed Willie. I had a couple interactions with him personally. He didn't hang out with the pitchers too much. I think he's like every other hitter. They don't like hanging out with pitchers, but but we had some great interactions. Some of my favorite times with him were definitely in the spring training clubhouse when, everybody would, get together and everybody would sit down and tell the stories. We brought in a lot of the old school guys and we talked just how they would banter with each other still. And that's what I felt like the Giants did a good job of doing while I was there, is they brought those guys in to let them banter because they were literally reminding you that the camaraderie that a good baseball team has, it lasts forever. And just they were telling the stories like it just happened. They were laughing, and it was so cool to see them just really enjoy reminiscing about the times that they played, but then also talk to us and tell us how important it is that we have fun. You want to win, but you want to have a lot of fun doing it, and you need to be close, to each other, and you got to get to know each other. So that was really cool for me to hear that and to hear those stories and to hear Willie talk about a lot of different things and convincing me to buy his book and trying to talk me into overpaying for it, et cetera. So it was just hilarious. Some of the stuff that we got to do and talk was just awesome. I probably didn't really respect. It always kind of happens when you see someone every day, even though he's honestly probably, one of the best baseball players ever live. I mean, center fielder, other than Ken Griffey Jr. For me, I don't imagine anyone better for me, So I think just knowing that era, but I probably took it for granted probably too much. He was always in there. He was in Murph's office all the time. Signing autographs, hanging out with people. You could have stopped in there at any time and just said hi to him or asked him a question, and I probably didn't enough. I know I didn't. And so then when he passes, you're like, man, and to see the amount of impact that he made in his passing, the amount of impact. I actually had friends down in Alabama and before that game, and they didn't even know. It was funny. They texted me and said, man, everybody's got there's a lot of Giants fans that, where Willie's living right now for his death. And I was like, well, also the game, Yeah, people didn't realize that the game was down there, but they did say the amount of people that were just celebrating his life what was very, very impressive. So the impact he made was greater than I probably even gave him enough credit for.
Yeah, and it was great that the Giants were able to end their losing streak, get the win on Monday night when the Giants were honoring Willie Mays at Oracle Park. Now, Jeremy, they got the win with a bullpen game. Back-to-back games, they actually got win with bullpen games. So I wanted to get your thoughts on here, kind of a two-part question of what you thought about the Giants bullpen stepping up and picking up the slack with all the injuries in the starting rotation. But also, are you concerned at all with the bullpen being overworked and overused this much this early in the season?
Oh, man, I mean, they didn't do it. I don't even remember ever doing a bullpen game. I mean, we had to have them, but that was by default. It wasn't, like, scheduled, right? So I would have never been a fan of them, to be honest with you. And maybe they got enough youth on their side, but I think if you had tried to do a bullpen game when I was there, we would have been hobbling into August, so we were a little older. Our bodies took hits differently. But so maybe it can help. I just don't I've never been a fan of that. I mean, they do it a lot in spring training because we don't have enough innings to pick up, and it can work from here and there. Teams are doing it more and more in strategy, whatever they want to call it. It just doesn't make sense to me. But if they have to do it due to the fact that, hey, man, we have some injuries, we got some holes, and we were in a predicament, what it does to a bullpen is it just reminds them how important they are. And they can do it, and they can go long in innings. They can get the job done, and roles are super important, but so is also doing everything for the team. And sometimes it happens. And if that team gets the playoffs, or if any time that bullpen's still together when it gets the playoffs, they're going to have a little bit of an ability to understand how that works. You see it in playoff games a lot where a starter, he might only go 3 because there's not a lot of time. You don't get to just give away wins or give away games in the playoffs. You can't say, well, there's a 162-game season like you hear the cliche answer in baseball, right? Well, you can't win them all. Well, in the playoffs, you kind of do. So, for me, to give them that ability to have some ground in there, say, hey, man, I've got some history. I know I can pitch in the third inning when I'm not usually pitching in the third inning, or I know I can pitch in the sixth, or I know I can pitch in the second, is good. But I wouldn't make a habit of it. But I do appreciate that the Giants bullpen was able to kind of get it together and see that, hey, man, now you're needed in this situation, and you actually came through. That just gives them confidence going into this last little bit of the first half, going in the second half, because they're probably going to be needed like that a little bit more in those situations where you got to pick up more innings late August and early part of September when the starters start getting tired.
Yeah, man. I mean, the starting pitching thing's been crazy here. And speaking of relievers, hey, man, we can't let you go without a thought on this upcoming party, man. You and Javi and Santiago and Sergio. Sergio's doing TV now in post game in San Francisco with his man bun. And it's like you guys, you got to see it. You got to see it, Jeremy. It's quite a look, man. And in 2 weeks, you guys are gonna be back together, man. And I don't know, have you guys texted? And what it's gonna be like? And you guys get a ceremony on the field. You have a reception Friday night. How are you approaching this?
I'm excited. My boys, man, I retired. They were pretty young. They were 8, 5, and 3. My 5 and 3-year-olds are still trying to figure out if they really remember it. When I did play, my 8-year-old's kind of like, I kind of, it was really good for them to go back and to see it. And I'm very thankful. And my wife, she wasn't married to me when I played. So, like, for me, she gets to be a part of it, and I'm very excited for that. She's been able to celebrate a few different things with me, being in the, going to the Hall of Fame game and pitching and going to see Hall of Fame stuff that I've never seen. So I'm excited to have my family there for that, and my boys getting to see a little bit of that, because it's not about necessarily the Wall of Fame that I want them to see. I just want them to see that, man, when you work hard and you give it everything you got, and you come through in success, there is rewards for it. But the World Series ring is amazing. My boys each get one. But to be on the wall, I told them, I said, listen, there's not a lot of guys. They don't just give these away. And I said, I get that a lot more guys have gone on recently, but that's the history of when that era was winning, right, when we were winning world championships. So I see that. But it takes a lot of work. But what I really appreciated, it wasn't singled out. It wasn't just, hey, man, we're going to put Sergio on, or we're just going to put Javi on, or Casilla or Affeldt. We're going to put all 4. And that, for me, I don't see it done any other way, because we were a unit, and we were so understanding how each other ticks and how all that, and how we think and how we could depend on each other. We actually strategized. I pitch certain ways to not give in to hitters, knowing who was coming in behind me. All those things were a part of me trusting those other three guys to help get it done, and they did that with us. They each trusted, the three of us when they were out there. And that's the kind of thing I'm trying to talk to my boys about, is the importance of being a team, the importance of trusting each other, the importance of really getting to know your teammates, whether it be in sport or in work. And so to be a part of that, I'm super excited. I'm glad we're all four going in. I saw Javi at Sabian's deal, so it was great catching up with him. I've talked to Romo. Romo and I did a signing together a couple weeks ago or a month ago or whatever it was, and so I got to catch up. Casilla, I mean, you got to have a GPS tracker on him to know where he's at. No one really knows where he's at. And I don't know how the Giants found him, but
they'll get him.
So we haven't really talked to him yet, but I'm sure it's going to be exciting seeing him. So I'm really, really thankful. It's going to be awesome.
That's all. And by the way, just before I let Jeremy go, just a reminder on the box score. I have it up right now. Of course, Bumgarner's 5 shutout gets all the love. 2 1/3 shutout gets the win. Game 7, 2014. 2 1/3 shutout. One hit, no walks. That was it. That was everything, brother. And I remember you getting emotional when you found out you got that W.
Yeah, it was important to me for my history of Kansas City, walking away out of there, like hating the game when I got traded out of there, to come back. That was my first year being back since I got traded away, and coming back in there and getting a win. I mean, it's kind of, it can't be any better of a metaphor than that, right? The full circle of life, right? Leaving as a feeling a loser, come back as a champion. My third son now gets a ring. All that stuff, right? It can't be more awesome than that. And I told Bum, I'm sorry, bud. I could see where there's an argument to give you a win there, but I'm definitely not volunteering that one. I think I'm gonna take that one.
Hey, buddy, if you don't calm those waters, man, there's no Bumgarner. So incredible. All right, well, listen, good catching up. We'll see you guys in a couple weeks when you come on out here, and look forward to it, Jeremy. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks and congrats.
Heck yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, there it is. 2 weeks from Sunday, they're playing the Minnesota Twins.
Yeah, July 13th.
The Corf. Are we getting those bobbleheads and all that?
Oh, we better get the damn bobblehead.
Hey, speaking of the Giants, it's been a while since we talked about the sensation. Hayden Birdsong? We got young Tony playing multiple bird tunes. We got a kid with a mullet. We got something shiny and new to talk about next on The Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Would you didn't go with the bird is the word or Morris Day and the time, the bird? What do we got?
Well, Murph, this right here is Birdman. What happened to that boy?
Okay. We're talking about the Chris Anderson of the Denver Nuggets? Is that what we're talking about?
You know, it's funny because I said the same thing to young Tony. And first when I asked him if he even knew who Birdman was, he goes, we talking Larry Bird? And then he went to the Birdman with the Miami Heat. But no, this is the founder of Cash Money Records, the man responsible for signing Lil Wayne to Young Money Cash Money Records, Birdman.
That's some great knowledge there.
What happened to that boy? What happened to that boy?
Maybe this is more likely to be Hayden Birdsong's walkout music than it
definitely
is.
should be. And I'll be in the stands yelling out the entire time.
That'd be pretty good. Instead of booing some, you go, I can't do that. Whatever you just did, I can't do that.
Dude, my buddies used to do it all the time. You know, like Tim's, like the boots that a lot of people wear out in New York?
Timberlands.
Yeah, Timberlands.
Yeah.
So when I was in middle school, I had a pair of the Birdman lugs, which were basically just a rip-off version of the Tims.
Okay.
So my boys would see me walking around in those lugs, and they would just scream out from across the hallway, what happened to that boy?
What happened to that boy?
Oh, man. Sounds like the middle school hallways were eventful.
They were.
All right, so very good, very good. Young Tony, did you know that prior to his educating you there on that?
No.
Yeah, neither did I.
I thought we were talking about the Miami Heat guy.
Yeah. I thought he was on the Nuggets. Was he not?
Oh, man.
Oh,
He's on the Nuggets.
Chris Anderson?
Yeah. He was on a bunch of teams.
By the way,
journeyman.
a guy who probably doesn't know the rapper Birdman, Farhan Zaidi, joins Tolbert and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon. The much more low-hanging fruit was Morris Day and the Time.
It's fun to do, Tony.
And, of course, the bird is the word by the Trashmen from the 60s. Hayden Birdsong. What a name. What a name. We got Hayden. This whole group coming up, whether it's Carson Wisenhunt or Landon Roop or Mason Black or Hayden Birdsong. We have the new...
What happened to that boy?
I like it, actually. Hayden, Landon, Mason, and Carson. It's like the lineups I write every day. It's the whole new generation of names.
Even Reggie Crawford. It's good to see a Reggie back
Reggie's
in the mix.
good. Yeah, Reggie's good. And then Bryce is kind of like the other one, too. But this is exciting as heck to bring up this kid, and he performed, so so for me, we had a game last night. Then we went to go get pizza afterwards, and we showed up at the pizza joint, and the Copa America was on. And I had to agitate. I said, "Can I get a ball game on?" And thankfully, the guy he has seat. He goes, "Yeah, we should put the game on." So he flipped it on. So the first thing I saw was number 60 standing on the mound, and I just immediately kind of took to him. I was like, "Okay." I just kind of first of all, I'm just going to say this too right away. Glad it was a night when they were wearing their freaking uniforms. Okay, I didn't need to see him in a City Connect. I didn't need to see him in orange. I didn't need to see him in black. I just need to see him and I actually thought it looked good on. I thought the home creams looked good on him. Tall drink of water, this guy. And I started watching him pitch. First of all, I noticed the mullet, then the mug. By the way, the mug of a Birdsong. Oh, my God, just startling. It's both youthful and arresting at the same time. And then the high sideburn cut on the mullet.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, okay, this guy got a whole thing going on. Now he starts pitching. And he's throwing, as you said, 98?
98 off the bump with movement.
Then he starts working in the changeup, which we find out after the game was sort of a game-time decision by Pat Bailey. Then he gets all the way into the fifth inning, and it looks like he's going to go 5. And I'm really excited, and you are too. You're at the game.
Yeah,
right?
And I was taking bets yesterday in the bullpen. The over-under 4 2/3 inning pitch, a.k.a. the Blake Snell line. I got the push.
And so he had one pitch away from getting out of the fifth and posting a 5 spot.
3-2 full count. Sia Suzuki had an absolute great at-bat, battled, goes deep, and then Bob Melvin pulls him from the game. But Hayden Birdsong gets the standing ovation, not only from the family in the crowd, but also to my boys who were out there doing the...
Yeah, that's the Morris Day in the town.
They were doing the bird dance.
Oh,
What happened to that boy?
They were out there flapping their wings.
What happened to that boy?
That is catchy. I'll say that. Anyway, so Birdsong after the game, what a performance by this kid. And again, now, what can you truly expect out of him? We've seen this a lot. Guys have good debuts, and then they catch up to you, But Giants don't view this as a guy as kind of a disposable guy. They view this guy as part of their future. Now, Susan Slusser came on earlier today and said, the IL will force this guy, the return of pitchers will force him back to the minors, which is fine. But also, if you're talking about the 2025 Giants and the 2026 Giants, you're talking about this guy You're talking about Logan Webb. You're talking about Kyle Harrison. Talking about this yet to arrive Carson Wisenhunt. And she said she hadn't given up on Mason Black or Landon Roop or Tristan Beck, who hasn't been out
and we'll
there
see
either.
what happens, what the plan is with Reggie Crawford, if he's going to be a bullpen arm or go back to the starting rotation.
Right. So just to kind of shine a light on this guy. First of all, he wore number 60, and I said, is that Strickland? We had some dispute earlier this morning. He did.
Ding, ding, ding.
It was Hunter Strickland who wore 60. And you being a student of the pitchers, as an old college pitcher yourself, did you like his body language, demeanor, command?
I did. It looked like he was composed. Even after he walked a couple guys in that second inning, did let up a ground ball single that ended up in a run, but ended the inning with an inning-ending strikeout. I loved how simple his mechanics were, staying in the stretch the entire game. He's straight to home plate. Like I said, 98 with a little two-seam run. I was big on his curveball coming into the game yesterday, but his slider looked nice too. And then that changeup that Patrick Bailey was calling left and right was also working.
Let's get you guys some sound from Hayden Birdsong. Just cut Z8, Tony. We're just about his major league debut. His mom and dad, who live in Mattoon, Illinois, which is kind of middle of the state, kind of not close to Chicago, not close to St. Louis. And actually, I think the nearest airport to them was Indianapolis, of all things. So they got on a plane from Indy and they arrived in San Francisco in the morning, and they made it to the game. His sister, too. Z8, Tony, about, hey, was this kid nervous at age 22 making his debut?
I mean, I feel nervous, but at the same time, it's another baseball game, and it's fun. I mean, I'm playing a kid's sport that I grew up playing since I was 4 years old, and same thing over and over again, and I love it. Love every second of it.
I like it. Loves every second of it.
Playing a kid's game while still looking like a kid.
Yeah. Now
like Murph, I wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to go like full like Danny Almonte and join your Little League squad for an all-star run.
I'll take him, by the way.
Yeah, get Hayden Birdsong on the bump.
I'll take him. He's starting Saturday at Boyle Park at 10 a.m. Hey, now the catcher, Pat Bailey, comes out and tells him, hey, man, I like your changeup. Well, we'll talk about just in general the Pat Bailey effect on Hayden Birdsong.
That dude he's really good at like taking the pressure off people and like kind of keeping me from overthinking what I'm doing out there on the mound, and I just kind of deal with what he throws down. I'm ready to throw it, and I'm comfortable throwing it because I respect him and I respect his pitch calling, and that's about it.
I mean, kind of interesting last night if you look at it. Last night, Pat Bailey, homegrown catcher, Hayden Birdsong, homegrown pitcher, Luis Matos, homegrown left fielder, Elliot Ramos, homegrown center fielder. Who's the third outfielder? I had my box here.
Conforto was in left, Matos was in right.
Conforto.
Mm-hmm.
David VR, homegrown first baseman. So you got a little glimpse. You know, I mean, yeah, Chapman, obviously free agent. Wisely technically is not homegrown, but they did acquire him as a minor leaguer.
We'll count it.
You'll count it?
Yeah, why not?
Kind of like Richie Aurelia. You think of him as homegrown, but he actually was acquired from the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, if you put on that AAA jersey, I'll count you as homegrown.
Okay. By the way, I'm kind of I'm low-key a Wisely head.
I mean, how could you not be after that beautiful backhanded play to end the game last night?
He went over 4 with 3 strikeouts last night.
Yeah, but I don't care because he made the play of the game.
Yeah.
Literally saved the game with that backhanded play, the spin, the throw to David VR, and David VR with the beautiful dig at first base.
VR picked it, trying to shed that 4A label. Meanwhile, Birdsong talked about the changeup. You got Pat Bailey coming out going, yeah, I know you're a fastball slider guy, but in a curve, how about if we throw the change here? Yeah.
He told me at the very beginning of the game, he goes, your changeup's good, let's throw it. I was like, I'm in, let's do it. And threw it a lot, and it was working. So we'll keep doing that.
Love it, man. Hey, man, that's a great catcher.
Yeah, and it's a great catcher to have when you have such a young, emerging pitching staff to help them develop. Again, you look at veterans. I say that in air quotes with Logan Webb. Definitely a veteran and a guy like Alex Cobb. Patrick Bailey showed up to the big leagues, and Alex Cobb gave him the keys to the car to start calling pitches right away.
Yeah, incredible. Got to hear a little Bob Melvin, old catcher and veteran manager, on what he saw from Birdsong. So Z15, Tony, on evaluating the debut.
I thought he pitched good. I mean, I know he gave up a few runs, and it ended up with a home run to tie the game there at the end. But, man, came out throwing 98, using his changeup, all his pitches. I mean, he looks like he has overpowering stuff. Got a little tired there at the end. We needed him to at least, go 5 innings, which he, 1 out short of that. But kept us in a game when he left, and good first start for him.
Yeah, very exciting. And, again, I think given their IL situation, I think he sticks around for another start, which, by the way, would be in Atlanta next week. But, hey, you're in the bigs now, baby. You want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And then Melvin Z16, Tony, on what more specifically what he liked here.
Well, yeah, as tough guys have the ability to get out of those type things, strikeouts and I thought he used all his pitches really well too, especially that inning when, you got 2 on, nobody out, you're in a situation where now you got to bear down a little bit, really no room for error, and gets out of it with nobody moving up. So that was an impressive inning.
So there it is, man. Lot to like. And then, of course, 3 bombs too.
Yeah, so 3 home runs. The first 4 runs came on 3 hits, 3 home runs. It was Birdsong, bombs, and some bad base running by the Cubs.
Yeah, I liked it. Now, can you finish the sweep against Shota Imanaga today, 12:45 matinee? It's going to be tough, but given that the Dodgers are coming into town, can you mess with the Dodgers without Mookie?
Well, the Giants might have some reinforcement coming. Maybe a possible return from Lamont Wade Jr. Stay tuned for your Giants Sutter Health update.
That would be, I will stay tuned.
And Tony Ryan has updated said Sutter Health update open, so we will hear that for the first time.
Stay tuned.
It's just what happens when Tony Ryan shows up to work. Things happen. All right, guys. We'll do that on the other side. Can't wait. Can't wait to hear it on KNBR 104.5 and 680 These Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Can we have Bryce Harper go back to the outfield? It gets both him and Freddie Freeman into the starting lineup that day. Can we have Ozuna go back out to the outfield? And this way we have Ozuna and Ohtani.
Wow. Where's Mookie playing?
Well, Mookie's hurt.
Yeah, it's true.
Right, so it's going to be somebody else at shortstop this year. And they're going to play the corners, and I got the perfect guy to play center field.
Tell me.
Julio Ramos. Why? He's the giant center fielder in the year of Willie Mays' passing. We'll have him in center field, flanked by Ozuna and Harper.
Hey, Joel Sherman on MLB Network, even though he kind of biffed the first name of Elliot Ramos.
Yeah.
Helio, he called him.
Yeah. Who the hell is Helio?
I do like a national, here it is.
Julio Ramos.
Oh, dude. Again, I like the respect, but as Birdman will tell you, put some respect on the name of Elliot Ramos.
I love it. I love it. That's true. Your Birdman is the guy who put that very, very viral sound that we use so much. Put some respect on my name. Oh, you playing Morse Day right here? Oh, I thought you were going to save it for what did young Tony learn today. That's okay. I like it. Keep playing it. Joel Sherman, MLB Network, there putting out I like it. It's good sentiment. I probably, it's not going to happen, but I would like to see Elliot Ramos as a candidate, obviously for the All-Star game. We talked to Andy Bagley about that yesterday. He actually went to a couple of unlikely middle relievers, Ryan Walker and Tyler Rogers. I'd suggest even Sean Jelly maybe. As my Ramos campaign continues, 1 for 4 last night with a strikeout, still hitting 294, and his OPS is still 888.
And I will say, he's been playing a great center field. For someone who's been kind of labeled as a corner outfielder, he has played phenomenal in center field.
Yeah. So go, Ramos, go. And again, Logan Webb obviously is the safe choice for a kind of a faceless Giants team. But we shall see. More to go.
And last time we checked the latest updates on the All-Star voting, which you can do right now. Go to MLB.com. You can vote 5 times per day for your San Francisco Giants. How you like that promo, Murph?
Remember we had E40 on the show years ago when they did the put 5 on it votes.
Ooh.
Yes.
I like that. I like that. But my point is, last time we checked on those vote totals, Elliot Ramos had more votes than any other position player on this Giants roster.
I think you're right. That was the case. Why don't you put on your white coat while I checked up the latest results here on All-Star voting?
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
I love it. It's time for the doctor of baseball to check in on the San Francisco Giants with your Sutter Health update. And today we've got an update on Lamont Wade Jr. because, Murph, the Dodgers are coming to town this weekend and the Giants need all hands on deck. Well, we asked Susan Slusser this morning about the possibility of Lamont Wade Jr. being activated this weekend.
I think so. I think that's kind of in the back of their mind. He's also one, he's got to be right. But this kind of plays into what I'm saying with the pitching. You get Lamont back. If you manage to have decent health the rest of the way, we know that's not going to happen. But with the guys they have back, including Lamont, who really was their best player when he went down, I think things are looking up, and they're playing better right now.
Yesterday, Lamont Wade Jr. in Sacramento started at first base, went 1 for 3 with a single, a run scored, and a walk. So hopefully Lamont Wade Jr. makes his return to the Giants lineup as soon as this weekend. And that, of course, is your Giants Sutter Health Report, sponsored by the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
Yeah, Susan is optimistic. She really is. They're playing better. No, they're not. But that's her.
Hey, they've won three in a row, and Murph, we're officially on a winning streak.
That is a winning streak. And to your point, Elliot Ramos has 505,000 votes. Puts him 9th as an outfielder, but well ahead of any other Giant. The closest one is Matt Chapman with 228,000. So he's almost doubled the closest guy. Tyro Estrada and Pat Bailey are in the 100,000s. Other than that, so Ramos is the runaway favorite, but he is 9th in the NL All-Star voting. But out there in the mix and at least getting some love.
Yeah.
Half a million votes worth of love.
Yeah, go out and vote.
How about that, man?
Rock the vote.
Okay, young Tony, let's go into the lab here, buddy. What do we got?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
So early on, we had 2 things that happened. One, we went into the members-only jackets. And somebody asked if you were wearing one today. Now, can you see young Tony on the...
Oh, he's in the box.
Does that look like a members-only jacket? Stand up a little bit for me, can't
It's
you?
a Greg Norman polo.
I do stand up just a second here. Let me give you that. Is it a zip up or no? It's a quarter zip.
Just a regular quarter zip.
It's the thing.
Golf
It's the shoulder, sort of the military admiral shoulder.
I wish I had a members-only
strap.
jacket.
No, you don't. Not after we heard about Jeffrey Dahmer and the Night Stalker wearing
Yeah,
them.
this is all true. And truthfully, they were the guys, like the guy who showed up in members only in the 80s. You're like, bro, no, come on, don't do it. Don't do it. It's surely the sign that you thought you were cool, but the absolute classic earmark that you're not.
Mm-hmm.
Even me, the nerd and dork that was me, even I knew to stay away from the members-only jackets. Now, that brought up John Joe Curley saying, oh, you mean like derby jackets in San Francisco, which led us to a very fun rabbit hole. Very cool jackets. They're sort of the satiny, almost like gang jackets, but not gang jackets without the violence. Just the cool.
Let's make sure to clarify
Just
that.
the cool jacket. I
Yeah.
can see you in a derby jacket.
Oh, yeah? What are you trying to say? I look like a gang member?
I want you to wear your Potrero Hill
You want me to
colors.
put my Raider hat back on for you? Yeah, what would be my color down in Poe Hill?
What is Poe
John
Hill?
Joe Curley.
He only knows blue for the sunset.
That's
it.
Yeah.
Is it a navy blue or a Dodger blue?
Oh.
More like, what was it, like a royal blue? What did he say?
He's saying navy blue.
Oh, I like that. That's handsome. What if I showed up in a derby jacket tomorrow?
Then I think you would be repping the Sunset District.
All right. The other thing was we were talking about Kurt Hayden Birdsong. You went with the rapper Birdman.
Birdman.
Tony knew the old 50s song or the 60s song by the Trashmen, Bird is the Word from Family Guy,
Yeah,
right?
how about that? He knew Bird is the word, but did not know Birdman.
But this is the one I think most Americans can rally around. Morris Day and the Time. O-E-O-E-O. Now you know that.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Have you done the Bird?
It might have been busted out at a few dance parties.
This is his role in Purple Rain as Prince's tormentor is tremendous. He almost outshined Prince in that movie. Here's the one where his Jesse, now Jerome, they bring out the mirror. He's so pretty he wants to look at himself in a full-length mirror while he's on stage. So I think we should do that for you behind the glass there, buddy.
I'm all right.
All right, so there you go. I think at Tony's barbecue that's coming up 4th of July, we're all not invited to. He'll be playing some Morris Day in the Time.
I'll be doing the Bird in the backyard.
Just for the record, it's not on the 4th of July. The house is not available.
Sounds like it's available to me.
Did you say the lineup is out? The Giants lineup is out?
It was for me. Yeah, it's out.
What do you got?
All right, so leading off today, Murph, is your man Austin Slater out in left field.
Imanaga's not a lefty.
He is a lefty.
What?
Yeah.
Where have I been?
Breaking news.
Uh-oh.
You almost confused me for a second.
I better bone up on my Imanaga before I say anything else.
Yeah, no, he's a lefty on the mound. So Slater's in left field. Elliot Ramos.
My bad.
Or
that's my bad. That's on me.
Ramos in center field, hitting second. Wilmer Flores
Wait, so
back
Ramos
in the lineup.
second. Okay, Wilmer. All right.
Wilmer in the 3-hole. Interesting. Matt Chapman hitting cleanup at the 3-bag.
Is Matt Chapman a true cleanup hitter?
Oh, on this team he might be. Jorge Soler DHing. Luis Matos back in right field.
Sixth.
Tyro Estrada at second. Nick Ahmed at short. Kirk Casale behind home plate today.
Nick Ahmed.
Nick Ahmed at short.
I'll take Wisely as a lefty. Although, it's funny. Every time I dog Ahmed, he gives you better at bats than you think.
That's it.
And you said Casale's catching today?
Kirk Casale.
After all the praise Pat Bailey got last night?
That's just standard routine. Back-to-back games. After a night game, day game, they're not going to make Patrick Bailey.
Go check Yogi Berra's games caught.
Oh,
all right,
exactly.
buddy?
I'm talking modern baseball.
All right, there
I'm
you
not
go.
talking Yogi.
All right. We see, we not only did we survive today, we thrived. We thrived today, buddy. So what we'll do now is we'll turn it over to, who do we got today? Oh, we got Papa JD and JL.
Live.
Are they down there at 58 Social?
The Johns.
Okay.
John and John.
The Johnnies doing their thing. All right, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It looks like maybe.
You there? Yellow.
Ty? He was looking at his iPad, and I said, you're not going to find an answer in that iPad. All you got to do is put the head on the ball.
Hawk tour.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Now a swing on a high drive, deep right center field. Way back there, it is gone! center field wall. Michael Conforto. That's a home run, lover's home run. He hits a high drive to center field. That one was hit well. Crow Armstrong back. It is gone. Back to back. David Villar takes on center field and goes deep.
Leftos, it's a high drive to left. Half back at the wall. Out of here. And just like that, the Giants take back the lead. It's 4-3.
Yes, thanks for joining us. We're live at Social, at 58 Social at Oracle Park. I love our ladies. I love our cheering section. I feel so much better. They're not disappointed, though, because you're here, JD. Greg is out. JD is here. And the bloodies are not flowing yet, but they will be. What do you have over there? Are you going yet? Oh, just coffee. All right. We're starting a little bit slow, but we're good. Oh, we'll get them open. We'll get them open at 58 Social. Thanks for joining us. The finale of the 4-game set against the Cubs, and things have gone so well so far. Good looking for the sweep this afternoon. And JD, they get it done last night. We'll get into, by the way, the NBA draft, and the Warriors actually get a draft today, and they could actually do something very funny that we'll get into the conversation as well. Tons of stuff to get to, but you've got a long day ahead of you. But it starts here at 58 Social, looking for a sweep. Good morning, my friend.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And the Giants suddenly, as they do, they are on the roller coaster ride. It looks like everything's just completely, done and gone, and then they win 3 in a row, and they start to give everybody a little bit of hope. But from Hayden Birdsong to Michael Conforto, they're taking advantage of a team that appears to be in a worse way than them, which is the Cubs right now. And so they're finding ways to win. And we'll see, because they need every win they can get, including today, because the Dodgers and then the Braves on the road, followed by Cleveland coming up here before they're back home. They are home this weekend for the Dodgers before hitting the road. But those are some big-time games, and games that could have the potential to set you back. So you got to get every win you can against the Cubs.
All right, the big story is Hayden Birdsong. We'll get into that conversation in just a second. But to let you know, first of all, come down to 58 Social and hang out with us at Oracle Park as the Giants go for the sweeps. That's number one. Get out here. Let's hang out. It's a beautiful day here in the city at Oracle Park. Ryan Vogelsong, roving pitching instructor for the Giants, and, of course, former Giant and World Series winner Ryan Vogelsong is going to join us at 10:30, so make sure that you tune in for Vogie. And he had an interesting comp for Hayden Birdsong, so we'll let him give you that at 10:30, and it's high praise, so why he is going with that name, we'll ask him as well. Plus, we have our numbers guru, young son George, is here today, and he's going to impress us with numbers at some point before we get out of here at, about 11:45? 11:45, we've got that as well. Walter is here as well. He has stayed sober until 10 o'clock, which is a feat into itself. Just kidding. If anyone is listening of management, and I don't know that we have management right now, but so we can kind of do whatever we want. But anyway, let's start with Hayden Birdsong. I almost called him Vogelsong because Vogie's at 10:30. But Hayden Birdsong last night, they need somebody to give him some innings. He did give him 4 2/3. Bob Melvin said after the game it would have been nice if he could have given him 5, but close enough. But what were your impressions of the 20? Look at that. Cheering for Hayden Birdsong. Very nice. I love this, by the way. Could we get this in studio? But if they had anything negative to say, we wouldn't want that. But this is awesome. I love this. But Hayden Birdsong,
he impressed. I mean, the stuff is clearly there, and I think the story of this series overall is the job that the bullpen has done in each of the 3 games. Yes. I mean, you could make the case that the bullpen
keep saying good things
under some difficult circumstances, and we've talked so often about how they need to get some starters up, and you were calling for find the starter that's pitching well in the minors, and that was Birdsong, which is why he got the start last night. And pitched well and kept him in the game and gives up the 3 in 4 2/3 and 5 strikeouts. But the bullpen is, and even Luke Jackson last night getting in on the act a little bit, but under some difficult circumstances considering the fact that they've been overtaxed. And if they can't figure out the starter thing, they're going to continue to get overtaxed, and it is going to be a problem in the dog days. But I think the job that the pen has done in each of these first 3 games of this series to allow the Giants to win all 3 and get back on track where it feels like they've got a shot at this thing again when it looks so bleak 3 days ago, I think they deserve a major nod,
There's no doubt. I know George had some numbers on the bullpen, so I'll save those and I'll give them to you. You tweeted it out last night, so we'll get into that conversation. And the whole thing, too, is, and we won't fully get into this today, but everybody's doing this, and that's just what you do. It's it gets you a show and all that kind of stuff. Hey, man, good to see you. Last time we were here, man, that young man, who did we have out here that was giving out? It was Kyle Harrison. Kyle Harrison was out here last time, and this young man and his dad were out here as well, so that was very cool. We'll get into a little bit of the midseason type stuff to just do that because everybody does that at midseason. But seriously, looking at the National League today and looking at the injuries they've had to the rotation, looking at the ineffectiveness a lot of times of the offense, if you look at the numbers, even though I really like the bullpen, but just from an overall standpoint, not great numbers. Starting pitching, not great numbers. An ERA and some of the type of things like that. To be honest, you've got the Dodgers, unfortunately. Sorry, you've got the Dodgers who are coming in. You got the Braves and you got the Phillies, and Milwaukee's playing really well. But outside of that, the rest of the National League is clumped up, and really the Giants are lucky because of it. And that's where I think Farhan is looking, and that's where when we get closer to the deadline, he's probably going to be a buyer, not a seller, because the Mets are a little bit hot right now. But if you want to go through those 7 or 8 teams that are kind of clumped together in the National League looking for that third wild card, second and third wild card, they all have a fatal flaw. And I think that Giants fans, their kind of hope here is, okay, we haven't really played well. I don't know if we want to give grades today or wait till tomorrow, whatever the case may be. But if you were to ask Bob Melvin, I think that he would say below a C. C's get degrees after all, but he would say below a C.
They've been disappointing.
And all of a sudden but they find themselves like a game back in the third wild card. But someone in the second half, I believe, is going to get hot. And can it be the Giants if they get their pitching back? Because there are teams right now where you look at it and you say, well, who's in a really good position? I think Cincinnati has really good talent. St. Louis has had moments. The Mets are on a hot streak right now. But really from a talent standpoint that has not been fulfilled, it's really the Giants, because what we said at the beginning of the year was this rotation can be, say, maybe a top 5, certainly a top 10 rotation. But due to injuries, some ineffectiveness, whatever the case may be, they literally have 2 starters. One of them is going today in Jordan Hicks, and he's already over his career innings high, and he's starting to leak a little oil, just like the Cubs started today. Shota Imanaga is starting to leak a little oil, but so is Hicks. He hasn't gone over 5 since the end of April, I think. So he's got to give him, if I'm Bob Melvin and I'm sitting down with Jordan Hicks today, can you give me 6? Can you give me 6? Because I can't tax my bullpen every single day.
Well, and I know Papa's talked about this a lot. Like, why is he always pitching day games? Here he is pitching. He's lined up to pitch the day game again, because sometimes that can take a lot out of you. A nice day, obviously, in the city and all of that. But as far as the big picture conversation and the Giants at the halfway mark, they've been disappointing. I don't think there's any way to say it. But you look up to your point, and you're 3 games out of that third and final wild card spot, and there's still a glut of mediocrity in the National League as far as that wild card slot goes. But I think the Giants can make the case that they have not played anywhere close to their best baseball to this point. And we talked about this the other day. When they lose, they look like they're among the worst teams in the majors when they lose. That said, they've had some thrilling wins that have also, we talked about the bullpen saving them the last 3 days. The thing that's really saved their season is all of the comebacks. The road stretch.
Where would they be without that?
I mean, if they don't have those comebacks, they are the Marlins and the Rockies, and they're that next team up, and they were that team anyway a couple of days ago. Now it's the Cubs, right? Cubs lose 3 in a row. Giants move halfway up that glut. But I think, if you're looking for something to hold on to, it's the belief that you're going to be better in the second half, because you've really been bad in the first half, and you hope that you're going to get your pitching in order, and they've got nothing from Snell. We always talk about Cobb and Ray. I don't want to really get into that, but I do think they're going to look to be buyers at the deadline without much question, because I think Farhan knows that he's got to try and get this team in and get them out of the 70s, because in terms of wins, because that's going to be problematic for him moving forward if they can't do that.
Yeah, like you said, a couple of days ago, they were just ahead of the Marlins. Now the Cubs are down there, the Reds are down there, they're ahead of the Nationals, and they're they got 42 losses, and the Padres with the Padres with 41. So, did Danny say something about Birdsong coming up? He's coming up next. Hayden Birdsong is coming up next, so we just found that out. Ryan Vogelsong is coming up. Hayden Birdsong is coming up. We'll get to it coming up next, live from 58 Social at Oracle Park, only here on the Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Jeremy Affeldt, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning, discussed how pivotal the bullpen is to the team's success, especially come playoff time. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
3-2. And that is in there for a called strike three. Change up, got Bush looking. So there's the first big league strikeout for young Hayden Birdsong. 2 down.
There you go, Dave Fleming on the call. Hayden Birdsong, his major league debut last night, 4 2/3, 6 hits, 3 earned, 5 strikeouts over 97 pitches. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? 58 social, we got Hayden Birdsong off of his major league debut in a 4-3 victory over the Cubs last night. Welcome, how are you?
Good, how are you? Thanks for having me.
You got his mic up there? We got him turned on?
There we go.
Good.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
There he is. All right, there is Hayden Birdsong joining us. So before we get to last night, here's the fun part about it. You and I were just talking about this. You're from a few hours outside of Chicago. Your family grew up all Cubs fans, and you're pitching against the Cubs in your first game. How cool was that? Even though you're a Giant, but you grew up as a Cubs fan. So how cool was that last night?
It was honestly, I can't really describe it. It was really cool to see those guys. Obviously, I grew up watching them and was a huge fan, and can't really describe it honestly. But I was out there ready, trying to win a game for the Giants, and I'm going to keep trying to do that.
That's cool.
What was just yesterday like, top to bottom, in terms of, obviously you get the call, you're making the start. It's been a rough week, obviously, for the organization in terms of everything that's been going on. You know that they need innings from a starter. That's part of the reason why you're there. How do you process all of that to go out there?
Just got to think it's another baseball game and show up and do what I'm supposed to do and try to get eat as many innings as I can, and hopefully we're in line for a win. And it worked out. We won a game, and hopefully we can keep it rolling.
Yeah. The process itself. So it's not like you were in AAA very long. It was boom, 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 and all of a sudden you're in the major league. So what is that whole process like to go so fast?
It was really quick. I mean, I was in AA 2.5 weeks ago, and I was like thinking, I got a chance to get called up to AAA here soon, maybe. I mean, I can't really control that stuff, so it just went boom, and then 2 weeks later, got a call, and I was like, what? I was like really confused, honestly. And then I was like, I understand we're kind of low on pitching up here, and can't just have bullpen days every day. So I was like, all right, let's go. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Was there a moment where it felt like a normal baseball game for you in the lead up and everything? Did you have to do something different to try and make it that way, or was there a moment where it just kind of clicked in for you, either in the bullpen or when you get out there?
I mean, once I walked out, honestly, I didn't feel anything. The moment that I stepped on the mound when the game started, that was when it was like, wow, like this is real. Like I'm pitching in an MLB game for the first time, and then after that first pitch, it was like, all right, here we go. I got that first strike, and I was like, let's go. That's it.
Hayden Birdsong is joining us for 58 Social, getting you ready as the Giants try to sweep the Cubs today on the Sports Leader. So logistically, take us through this. So a couple of weeks ago, you're living in Richmond. You're there, and then quickly you go to Sacramento. You got to find a place. Okay, where am I living here? And then all of a sudden, quickly they bring you to San Francisco, and you got to find a place there. So I think people at times, even though they know this isn't true, like you're not robots that come out of the clubhouse and it's like, okay, this is all I do. Like 2.5 weeks ago, you're in one place, then quickly you're in another, and then you're in another. I mean, it's just like, wow, your head's spinning.
Yeah, I've been on two sides of the United States in 3 weeks, and I can't really complain about it. I love it. It's fun. I don't mind the travel. I like traveling. It's kind of fun. Get to see new places, and hopefully we can keep that going and see more new places.
That's cool. What was it like working with Patrick Bailey?
I mean, Pat's Pat. He's super smart. He knows what he's doing. Obviously, you can see him catch. He's a really good catcher. And I mean, obviously, as we go, we'll learn more about each other and learn how I want to pitch and learn how he wants to call my games, and we'll go from there.
Was that kind of the plan? Like you just don't shake off Pat, or is it just, hey, he's calling a game, he knows this stuff? How does that work? I mean, he told me I can shake if I want something. If I want something they didn't call, shake obviously, but I trusted what he was calling, and what he was calling made sense in my head, so I was like, let's just go with it. And kept going, and it worked out. Obviously, I wish I could have got some less runs, but things happen, and it's my first time throwing up here, so can't really complain about it.
Was there a moment last night that you put down as maybe your favorite, or that, all right, not the relief of that first pitch, but a moment where it was like, all right, I'm getting it done up here?
Yeah. That first punch out, and once I got out of that first inning, it was like, okay, I can do this. And it was because I got two weak contact. Well, got a hard ground ball, which Chappie made a really good play, and I was like, okay, we got a defense behind me, which is great. I love it. And then got a pop up and a strikeout, and I was like, all right, let's go. Now we just roll and see what happens.
Got to be fewer things that are more big league than Matt Chapman making a play.
Yeah, right? It's great. It was unbelievable to watch those guys play. It's crazy. They're on my team.
That's awesome. Cool. Hayden Birdsong is hanging out with us, coming off the win last night over the Cubs 4-3 in his major league debut. I was thinking when he asked you that question, the changeup to Bellinger was nice. It was a 3-2 pitch, big moment, and you get Belly to swing over that changeup.
Yeah, that pitch has been in the works for couple years now. I haven't really had one. Haven't really had a changeup in a long time until it just started clicking this year. And now I'm throwing it more, and Pat likes it. And he was like, let's throw it. I was like, let's do it. It worked, and now I trust it a little bit more. Now I've thrown it up here, and I know it works, and ready to keep throwing it.
Yeah. So what's next as far as things you take away as you evaluate your night and what went well, what didn't go well, as far as whenever that next opportunity is that you feel you need to get better at?
Honestly, when I go to my next bullpen, I'm just thinking just throw stuff in the zone, and then I'll work from there. I just need to make sure I hone in on the zone, think vertical, and not think left or right, not think east to west, because it's not my game. And if it comes to that, then it comes to that. But I mean, just gotta fill up the strike zone, and if I do that, I should be just fine.
Well, what is it like in the clubhouse? Because I know you got guys like Logan Webb who have been here a while, and Kyle, even though he's not active right now, he's in there. Like, before yesterday's start, do they give you some advice? Are they talking to you? Is it pretty cool? Like, I'm sitting here talking to these guys in the clubhouse.
I mean, it's a great group in there. They're super welcoming. There's no like. I mean, obviously, I'll probably get a little something here in the next couple of weeks, obviously, if I stay up here.
Right.
But I mean, there was nothing crazy yesterday. Just a little like good luck, like just do your thing, have fun, don't overthink it.
Right.
It's still baseball. Like it's just super simple, and it kept me made me feel comfortable. It was awesome.
Can you sense maybe a little bit of a turning of the tide for this team here as far as trying to build some momentum back the other way?
I think so. We got some weapons, and I think it's we could come on strong here soon. For sure.
Is it easy, because Mike Krukow was talking during the broadcast as a former pitcher himself, to come up here and trust your stuff? He was talking about that's the biggest thing with young pitchers is trusting. And when you're throwing 96 to 98, your changeup's working how it was. Is that easy?
It's nothing about baseball is easy, obviously, but I mean, when you got people around you that they're telling you to trust your stuff and like just pitch, just throw strikes and do your thing, and then you see it and you throw strikes and you get outs, and it's like, oh, it really does work. Like it's real. It's not just somebody talking to you and trying to hype you up. It's a real thing. Just trust your stuff.
Great stuff, man. Hey, thanks for coming out. We appreciate it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
More success. Stay healthy. All that stuff. But thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Good to see you.
Thanks a lot.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
That is Hayden Birdsong. Last night, he went against the Chicago Cubs, the team he grew up rooting for. A great game in the game. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thank you.
The Giants win it 4-3. Hayden Birdsong comes out. Thank you, man. That was great stuff.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Very
man.
cool.
Very cool.
Very cool
Hayden
moment. Got to be just a whirlwind here. The last few weeks, I can't even imagine.
He's down south 2.5 weeks ago, goes to Sacramento for a minute, and then comes up here, and it's like...
And you're facing the Cubs.
Yeah, just go out there. Yeah, that was your childhood team. Just go out there and do what you got to do. So that was pretty cool. All right, we're going to go from Hayden Birdsong. He's a big dude, by the way. We're going to go to from Hayden Birdsong to Ryan Vogelsong. What did Vogelsong say about Birdsong? What was the comp that he used? We'll ask him about it coming up next. Stop on by 58 Social, getting you ready, going for the sweep against the Cubs in a 4-game set from Oracle Park. John Lund, John Dickinson, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Here's his 0-2. Swanson takes strike 3. We threw the slider is up a little bit, and Swanson read that as a ball, but that was right in there. So 2 down, second Hayden Birdsong strikeout.
There's Dave Fleming on the call. The Giants get the win 4-3 as we're live at 58 Social at Oracle Park as the Giants go for the sweep, 4-game sweep against the Cubs this afternoon. We're getting into the pitching matchup today. We just had Hayden Birdsong out. Very cool. Confident young man.
Very cool, and just what a couple of weeks for him to be just all over the place. Richmond, and he's in Sacramento, and then all of a sudden you're facing your childhood team. It's incredible, and he's out there, pitching for a team that really needs starting pitching help right now. I mean, that's why he's here. The fact that they need bodies basically to try to get him through 5 innings. Couldn't quite get through the 5th inning. I think that would have made it a lot more special of an outing, but it still was pretty special, and he was electric, and the Giants needed it.
All right, let's go from Birdsong to Vogelsong. Our good friend Ryan Vogelsong joins us. And first of all, thanks for joining us, Ryan. We always appreciate it. Your exact title is what now with the Giants?
Well, I think the official title is special assistant.
Okay.
But I'm basically doing the same thing I was doing before.
Yeah, right.
Just roving the minor leagues and working with the young guys.
All right, we just had Hayden Birdsong on, and I know you know him. And the one thing that comes across beyond his stuff is just for a 22-year-old, really, really mature guy, really knows what he wants to do. We just had him on for 10 minutes. He's really an impressive young guy.
Yeah, you gotta love the talent, you gotta love the ability, and I think there's a lot of untapped stuff there still, but he is definitely heading in the right direction.
What do you think is out there for him that's untapped, that has the ability to maybe raise his ceiling a little bit?
I mean, it's pretty much the same with every young guy. He's living off ability right now, and once he learns how to really pitch and really how to focus his mental game, how to go out and execute a little bit better, he's gonna take off even more.
Ryan Vogelsong is joining us, and again, we're talking about Hayden Birdsong a little bit. We just had him out and had a great outing last night as the Giants get the win over the Cubs. The other thing, obviously, with him that I thought was really interesting is we were just talking about this, and you've been through this too, is 2.5 weeks ago, the guy's in AA, then he goes to Sacramento for a cup of coffee, and he comes here, and I think that a lot of fans think, you guys just come out of a locker and go, and there's not any human element to this. But for a 22-year-old kid to make those kind of stops, and then I know obviously he'd love to have that home run at the end back, but his stuff is impressive, and I think given especially the circumstances that he had a pretty good game last night.
Yeah, I thought it was really good. I mean, outside, getting nitpicky because that's what we're supposed to do. Sure. Just getting behind a couple guys, early in innings, and then he has some opportunities there to put some guys away and get himself back in the dugout and get the team in the dugout. And, he just wasn't able to do it. But listen, overall, first start, after really two AAA starts under his belt, it was, I thought it was great.
What do you think the best way to clean up a little of that is? Is it not trusting his stuff? Is it mechanics? I mean, how do you sort of evaluate the things that are the quick fixes, I guess, for somebody going from big league start number 1 to big league start number 2?
So, I actually was in Sacramento last week and saw him pitch and talked to him a little bit after his outing. And I just said, hey, look, the stuff is there. You're always going to be trying to make your fastball command better. That's never going to end. That's never going to stop all the way through your career. Your fastball command's always going to be, you're going to be working on that start to start. I said, but for me, just the next step for you is your mental game. I feel like not so much last night, but the game in Sacramento, he just wasn't really ready to pitch the inning mentally until the first guy was 2-0. And I just said, hey, man, we got to be ready to pitch the next inning when we hit the top step, not when it's 2-0 in the first hitter. So we had that conversation, so he's aware of it. And, there is just a different level of focus that goes into when you have 2 outs and 2 strikes on the guy. That's when you tend to let your guard down the most because you think you've got it. And we saw it last night with him. He went 2-0, walked a guy, with PCA, fastest guy in the league.
Yep.
Base hit the center field, and he scores from first. He could have very easily – he was one pitch away from being sitting in a dugout, and that never happens. And to me, I think that's just a focus thing. It doesn't have anything to do with ability or stuff. And I think he's just going to learn that the more times he goes out on the mound.
Ryan Vogelsong has joined us, of course, former Giant pitcher and World Series winner. He's a special assistant working with the pitchers in the Giants minor league system, and we're talking about Hayden Birdsong. The name that you used, saw Susan Slusser's piece today, was Justin Verlander. And actually, I'm so old that I saw Verlander's first start on July 4th many years ago, the second game of a doubleheader. So many people would hear that name and go, whoa, 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 whoa. Why did you give a comp to Verlander with this kid?
Well, just the high release one. This caught my eye right away. But if you kind of look at the shape of the breaking ball, the curveball and the slider, and kind of the ride it gets on his heater, that's a young Verlander to me. I'm sure there's somebody that's more comparable, but that was just like the first name that popped in my head the first time I saw him throw. It's like I said in the article with Susan yesterday, like I said, I compared to Harrison the Bum right away, and then I felt bad doing it because I don't like putting that kind of stuff on people. But that's how highly I thought of Harrison, and that's how highly I think of Birdsong. Like, he definitely has the potential to have ace stuff. Once he just gets it going here a little bit, like I said, like we heard Group talk last night about your first start, you're just on emotional high, you're trying to survive. So the little aspects of the game go sliding by because you're just trying to get out there and get outs. So hopefully the more starts he gets here, the cleaner everything gets, and should be really fun to watch.
I want to go back to the mental game a little bit and what you were saying. I mean, you were obviously somebody who became extremely focused and you're a grinder on the mound and you were thinking about everything and you were, but as a pitcher for you, as you look to teach others and help others in your role now, how do you get through to different personality types, especially with guys who are real young, and how much did your evolution, did you always have that? Is that something you got maybe when you came back to the Giants or in working toward getting back to the Giants, when you had that best run of your career, and how do you translate that into helping a young pitcher who may just have a different personality type?
Wow, that's a lot, but yeah, I'll do my best to try and get all those in. So first of all, I learned a lot from Boach about dealing with people and dealing with 25 different personalities, and some people you can handle the same and some people you have to handle different. It's one of the things I've learned from watching him. And I do really try to take a lot of thought into consideration now when I'm working with these guys about trying to learn who they are, how they tick a little bit, and not just say, hey, this is how I did it, right? Because like you said, everyone ticks differently. And I always tell them, I'm like, listen, Tim Lincecum ticked different than me. And Matt Cain ticked different than me. And Madison ticked his own thing. So we can sit here and tell you all this stuff, but until you kind of find the nuances of what makes yourself tick and makes you make pitches and stay focused in innings, that's when we're going to get really good. So there's a lot that goes into everything. So I take experiences from myself, experiences from guys I played with, and try and learn the player and mesh them all together. And I basically tell them, listen, this is why I have a job, because it took me 13 years to figure all this stuff out, because I didn't have a presence to kind of say, hey, maybe this is what we need to try, maybe this is why this isn't working. I said, so a lot of this stuff I had to figure out on my own. And I have a job, so it doesn't take you 13 years to figure it out. Let's figure it out really quick. And so that's why I have a job, actually. So, yeah, I take all those things that you asked into consideration and kind of plug them into one.
That is well answered, by the way, because when you were going through that, I want to get back to the pitching.
Sure.
When you were going through that, I remember going into the clubhouse over those years, and it was like you said, you could talk to Timmy a minute before his start. We wouldn't approach you. It was like we wouldn't even go to your side of the clubhouse, man, because we knew you were locked. Like Timmy was just kind of hanging out, like whatever. You know what I mean? You described that perfectly, because you guys were all different.
Yeah, and guys still are, man. Listen, I just had conversations with all these guys in Sacramento and had that exact conversation with Carson Wisenhunt. You know, I'm like, hey, I can sit here and tell you this is what you're doing right in your delivery. This is what you do when you make a pitch. But until you figure out what that feeling lines up with a mental thought in your head to make you get to that, if you miss a couple pitches, what gets you back? I'm like, that's when we're going. It can't be when someone else tells you about it. It has to be you feeling it and you matching that feeling to something in your brain that makes you make adjustments. So you're exactly right. Everybody ticks a little bit differently.
Well, I asked you that because I knew you could answer it. Because as much as maybe you didn't want to be talked to before a start and you were a grinder, after a lot of your starts, you would always give the thought process and the thoughtfulness. So that's something I remember as somebody young when you came back to the Giants and being in the clubhouse and covering the team a little bit. So I appreciate it. I was hearing you talk about Hayden, and I just kept thinking, you know, his personality type and his stuff, and you know, mixed with kind of your mentality, and I could kind of sense in that first comment, it's like, okay, if this guy could get a little bit of that Vogelsong mentality, like look out, right? Like this guy.
And I think he does. I think he does for sure. He didn't really get into too many moments when I saw him last week where he had to buckle down because he was cruising pretty well. I mean, I think he had a first and second, maybe a one inning. And I just told him, I said, hey, you're pitching really good like this right now, and if you can improve these little mental cues and stuff that are going to sharpen up, you know, parts of the game that need a little sharpened, it's going to get really fun. So, you know, not everybody that you go see needs a complete overhaul or like, hey, you're doing this wrong in your delivery. Sometimes it's just as simple as saying, like, let's be a little bit more mentally focused when we start the inning, and when we get 2 outs, we can't let our guard down. We can let our guard down when we go sit in a dugout in between innings. And like I said, those are things that I just learned through failures and am trying to pass on just in case these guys haven't heard it yet. So, AKA why I presently have a job with the Giants.
Ryan Vogelsong is joining us. So give us the rest, because it's kind of unprecedented what has happened here to the pitching staff, where at the beginning of the year you're thinking to yourself, this is a top 5, top 10 pitching staff in Major League Baseball, and it still could if the guys who are hurt right now and rehabbing can come back and do what their baseball card says. But in the meantime, like you mentioned Wisenhunt, and we've seen Mason Black up here, those guys, and we just were talking about Birdsong. So how much can these young guys help until the cavalry rides in, hopefully in the second half, and helps this pitching staff?
Yeah, I think they can help a lot. I think obviously, I think for me with a Birdsong, I think that's a pretty what you're going to see from a start. Obviously, it can be a lot better. Like I said, it could have been a lot cleaner, but I think that's kind of the effort you're going to get on a day where, you know, maybe he's not as crisp as he wants to be, but I think he has the tools to keep you in the game. I feel the same way about Wisenhunt. I think Wisenhunt's really close. I feel like if he was called up right now, he would be able to compete and keep you in the game and give you a chance to win. Mason Black, you know, he's another guy, just some stuff that has to get a little bit better, but I feel like he can go out there and compete and give you a chance to win. Carson Seymour's another guy in Sacramento right now, throwing the ball really well. Big, strong dude. Same thing. I feel like he's a guy that can go out there and get you outs and keep you in a ball game. So it's there. The guys that we have are I think are capable of doing it. And a guy as far as Hayden, like, I feel like he might stick. You know, even when these other guys come back, I feel like he's a guy that might be able to stick there for a while. So obviously that's out of my pay grade. I just try to do the best I can to get them ready. So when they get there, they can, you know, help the team and get guys out and throw strikes. And after that, it's out of my control.
How about? I know he's on the shelf right now with the ankle, but what has been your impressions of Kyle Harrison so far?
Yeah, I mean, really good. Talked to Harry a lot last year about attacking guys and not trying to make every pitch swing and miss, and you know, knowing when it's time to go get a strikeout and when it's time to get a guy out. And I'm seeing him make those adjustments this year, and it's once again, like, really happy for him. Really, one of the guys that I'll turn on the TV to watch pitch. So, which I can't say a lot about. I don't turn on the TV to watch a lot of guys pitch, but him and Webby, and obviously I was tuning into Birdsong last night. There's some guys that I'll turn it on to watch.
Good stuff, man. How you doing? Everything good?
Man, doing great. Plugging along. My son is 14. We just finished travel ball. So got a little horse farm here in Georgia, and just trying to be a good little farmer, good husband, good dad. Trying to get him going with his baseball stuff here, getting ready for high school, and making my trips with the Giants and trying to get these boys better.
That's awesome, man. Boy, time flies. That's crazy, man. 14. Awesome. Well, hey, man, we always appreciate the time. Thank you so much. Thanks for the insight, and we'll do it again real soon. Best to you.
All right. Sounds good, fellas.
Take care. All right, there you go. Brian Vogelsong. Man, we've got a good hour with the songs.
Big time hour.
Birdsong came out. Hayden Birdsong came out and hung out with us here at the 58 Social at the ballpark. And then we just got Ryan Vogelsong, who just gave us a great scouting report on the guys on the way who have to keep this pitching staff afloat until they can get some injury guys back.
He's perfect for that role. I mean, he's absolutely perfect for that role, and you could just hear it, and I mentioned it to him. I mean, the tone of you've got a guy here who's trying to figure it out. He's electric. Maybe the mental part of his game isn't where it's going to be because he's so young and still learning, and then you put him with somebody like Ryan Vogelsong, who was just the ultimate competitor and literally saw everything in terms of his journey to the big leagues and then out of the big leagues and then back to the big leagues and becoming a champion and all that. I think it's a really nice fit.
All right, we'll review some of the things that we just heard there. Plus, we got a little bit of Warriors as well with the NBA draft, and JD's going to tell you what he's going to be doing a little bit later. So you could actually go from the game to go hang out with JD today if you really want to test your liver. We'll explain why as we're live at 58 Social at the ballpark, looking for a sweep. Giants and Cubs only here on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shout out Epe Udo, but he gets drafted 6th to the Warriors. What could have been? Steph, me that year, the following year, Clay, the following year after that, you. What could have been? You know what I mean? Like, you gotta think about that.
Thanks for joining us. We had a lot of Warriors talk today. And again, we're live at 58 Social, getting ready for the Giants and the Cubs, looking for a sweep. And we've had Song Mania through the first hour of the show. We had Hayden Birdsong came out at about 20 after, 15 after. And then we just had Ryan Vogelsong telling you about who could be on the way to help this pitching staff.
Love Vogie, if you couldn't tell.
Yeah. But until,
I kind of went Chris Farley on him a little bit.
No, there's no wrong with that. I mean, real quick, and we'll get into the Warriors in a second. Paul George and all the different rumors in the draft last night and the draft coverage and all those kind of things, and we'll get back to the Giants. But just to go back to Vogie for just a second, I was just talking to our girls over there, and, I got here in 2010, and so I go into the clubhouse and I'm trying to introduce myself to the guys, hey, blah, blah, blah. And so I had talked to Lincecum, I had talked to Kane, I had talked to a bunch of different guys. Affeldt was just like, whatever, you could talk to him anytime, and so forth, trying to introduce yourself. And then I go over to Vogelsong, and it was after a night game, and then he was pitching the next morning. And I had a word out of my mouth hey, and he turned to me and snapped at me, and he said, I don't talk within 24 hours of pitching.
Right.
And I went, okay. So what he was just talking about there, where everybody was different, you could go up to Lincecum and start talking about something not even related to baseball, a minute before his start. He didn't care. Vogelsong, you didn't get near him. Kane didn't really like to talk anytime, but you certainly didn't, anytime near a start and everything. So like you said, and all the relievers were kind of, Affeldt didn't care. You could talk to him anytime you wanted, and he would talk to you. So it's just he was talking about the dynamics of a clubhouse. And you just mentioned how good he is in this role, because you could pitch a perfect inning, what you thought was a really good inning, and then you come over into the dugout, and Vogelsong's going to tell you what you did wrong. And not in a negative way. It's just, to be a professional, this is what you have to do. And I mean, take a look back at Vogelsong's career and what he had to do, and go over to Japan and all these different things, and then end up how he did at the end of his career. It was all through, and you used the word grinding. It was all through grinding. And so now he sees these guys with this talent, and it's okay, you have this talent, but let me give you this other side of being a bulldog and grinding and how you got to do it in the details. And that's what he had to do to make it and to make it back. So I think that's a really great thing for him, to take these guys who have this talent and say, now let's start mastering the details.
A little bit of breaking news here. To switch NBA and a transition, nothing major, but Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports reporting the Warriors are trading their 52nd pick in today's draft. That's where they're scheduled to be on the clock here coming up. And it's Lindy Waiters, the third of the Thunder, who the Warriors are picking up reportedly in this deal. Guard, wing, 6'6", been with the Thunder, went to Oklahoma State, and so somebody who's been in the league here for a couple of years, just finished up his third year. So what would the Warriors do at 52? Could they get somebody potentially that could help them right away? And Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports reporting that the Warriors are going to make a move there.
All right, so no Bronny James. I'm sorry to report no Bronny.
Well, they
James.
could always trade back in. I mean, the Warriors can buy buy
true,
picks.
You can buy a pick.
Is it Waters or Waiters? I can't remember. He hadn't played
Waters.
A lot.
Lindy Waters the third.
Yeah.
6'6", 210, like you said, 26 years old, out of Oklahoma State. Averaged about 3.5 points last year and a board, 47%. So, pretty small sample size. He's played with Oklahoma City for 3 years. Shoots, if he's going to be a Warrior, you go right to 3-point. He's about a 38% career 3-point shooter. So that's
played more when they were tanking, going back a couple of years ago. Has played less. And been somebody that's been up and down. Only 38 games last year, 41 games the year before.
All right, 104 career games, 12 minutes a game. So there you go. Looks like the Warriors are out of the draft, which okay. You're not going to get TJD every single year, so there might be something to that. But anyway, there you go. The Warriors trade, according to reports,
small
the
move.
52nd pick. So again, that only affects you because you're going to do a draft show. And they don't have
Yeah, I mean, it's more of an off-season show than a draft show.
Yeah, it is. So you guys, tell us about that since we're talking about it. Then we'll get into some of the NBA stuff we had yesterday. What is tell people what your day is like. So it starts here.
Well, and look, the Warriors could still do something today. They could make a move. They could buy in. They're notorious, Joe Lacob, for buying into the second round. You can buy picks attached. I think that's what a lot of today is going to be about for teams across the league. In setting everything up is going to be with this draft being such a crapshoot compared to other drafts, and all drafts are, but this one especially. I think there's going to be a lot of trades today. A lot of teams who have a guy on their board that they love because everybody's basically deemed as the same. So I think we're going to see movement at different points from a lot of teams here over the course of what's going to get going here at 1 o'clock. So, yeah, we're going to be all over it if some big news breaks. And, yeah, it's our KNBR Just Dubs draft special tonight from 6 to 9. I'm going to head over to Chase, and then I'll be over at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City as well from 6 to 9 tonight. We'll be reacting to everything that happens today. Been kind of a slow day, a lot of anticipation. We can get into some of the rumors we did yesterday. There was one big rumor as far as maybe Wiggins being shopped around a little bit. Bobby Portis's name of the Bucks came up in that. But, nothing really to report at this point. But we're going to be all over it as things get going here in the next couple of hours.
Again, we're live from 58 Social, getting ready for the Giants and the Cubs today as the Giants go for the sweep. But let's just kind of review a few of the things we said yesterday about this Paul George thing. And again, I haven't heard anything new today, but you mentioned Wiggins' name is going to be thrown about. That was reported a couple of days ago that they were going to look to move him. Obviously, they want to move Chris Paul's contract, the $30 million deal, and hopefully, they can do that. That's where Paul George's name comes up because you'd have to include that Paul contract for 30. But again, think of the other GM. It's not going to just be the quantity versus the quality. They're not going to be able to throw 4 or 5 guys, and just because they match, the Clippers say, yeah, sure. I mean, they're opening a new arena with the richest owner in sports and Steve Ballmer. They're not going to get outbid for Paul George. I have a feeling that this is going to be a team doing the bidding for the Clippers, and then him saying, look, we want you to be back. I mean, that is where Paul George is from. So, look, maybe he gets moved. That tends to, those were the rumors yesterday, maybe. And that the Warriors would give him a 4-year max extension. We went into that whole debate for a 34-year-old guy. Do you do that? How good does it make the Warriors? There's a lot of complications to it. But because Brian Windhorst in the morning yesterday from ESPN said that the Warriors were involved in it and they would give him the 4-year max extension. But my question would be, okay, I'm Steve Ballmer and the Clippers. I'm opening a brand new arena. Why would I work with the Warriors to put Paul George onto a team that I'm trying to compete with to win a championship? I got Kawhi Leonard. I got, James Harden, all that kind of stuff. A lot of guys yesterday said the Warriors would be in a better position to win. I think that's debatable. But, maybe George does want to move on. I don't know. And both of us, I think, agreed yesterday that, hell, if you can make that move, you do make that move.
Yeah, for him, it's opportunity to win, I think, and the ability to get the max contract extension, which not everybody's willing to do. And the Clippers, I think they gulp at it, to be perfectly honest. I'm not sure that the Clippers want to do the full 4-year, max extension, that would take his yearly salaries, deep into the 60s, $60 million per year. So if the Warriors are willing to do that and give up the players that it would require to make a deal like that happen, I do think Paul George has some leverage because he can say, hey, I'm opting out and I'm leaving and I'm going somewhere. Obviously, the Warriors need him to opt in and tell the Clippers at that point, I want to go there, and then it's on teams to figure out the logistics of trying to make a deal. So I do think he has a little bit of leverage because they could, and again, you'd be making a threat that you're going to go somewhere other than the place that you actually want to go, which is a little bit risky. But Paul George does have the ability, and I think he's got to tell him by Saturday, or this whole thing would have to be consummated by Saturday, because he has to opt in to his deal and then become a tradable asset. Right now he's untradeable because he has this decision lingering over whether or not he's going to be around or not.
All right, so that was one of the rumors yesterday. Wiggins was a rumor for Bobby Portis.
Yeah, what did you think of that?
I
don't love that. I love Bobby Portis. I don't love that.
But I try to separate myself because even as a media, I think that because we see these players every single day, we can over or undervalue them just because, you complain a lot. And I think in Wiggins' case, to be honest, I know that at times last year and the injuries, or not the injuries, just being away from the team the last couple of years can frustrate people. but you still have to go back to 2022 when he was an integral part of things. So I think in the case of Wiggins, I think we undervalue him. I think a lot of times fans will overvalue their own players and assets, but I think in Wiggins' case, I think it's undervalued. Is he ever going to live up to a number one pick? Is he ever going to be a number one on a team? No, he's not. But you mentioned this yesterday, and you're 100% right. In an era where defensive versatility is such a big deal, he is a versatile defender that they need. And when he's on, and I know this is the big question with him, but when he's on, he's really good. So is Portis enough for Wiggins? Now, you and I discussed yesterday that Wiggins could be a needs a new atmosphere kind of a thing, and then that's the kind of guy that you trade for. But is Portis that kind of a guy? I mean, are you getting value for the max value that you can get for Wiggins if that's the move?
Yeah, I would love to have Bobby Portis added to the Warriors roster. I think he's perfect. He's a stretch big. He can also score in the post. He's got some dog in him. He really does. He's a likes to fight guy. He likes to scrap. So I think he's the type of guy you'd really want. And the Warriors really, I think everybody talks about them needing a big. They really need a big that can shoot. And so, him being a fit for the Warriors, I think, is spot on perfect. I wouldn't be giving up Andrew Wiggins to get Bobby Portis, because then you lose your one true three-man on the roster. To me, the only way you go about doing that if you're the Warriors, the only way you make a Wiggins for Bobby Portis deal is if you have another deal in the works to where maybe you are bringing back a new starting three-man. It's all connected, and I know I've said this these last couple of days. I've been sitting in with Pop. I think they've got the board of, hey, if we can get, and I'm going to use Paul George as a hypothetical, as much of a pipe dream as it could be, hey, we're going to get Paul George, and Chris Paul's going to go, and Kuminga's going to go, and other people are going to go. But in making that move, the next way we can get better is if we send Wiggins out for Bobby Portis. And then you start looking, so while Paul George may not specifically be the guy that would be that new starting three, I think they maybe have somebody in line to where it wouldn't just be we're going to make one move here, one move there. It's no, we're going to make these 3 or 4 moves all together, and that's what's going to reshape this roster to where it would be Steph, Podziemski, or Clay, depending upon if he comes back and what his role is. It'd be the new small forward, maybe a Paul George or somebody else, Draymond, TJD. Then you got a Bobby Portis coming off the bench, who's a 6th man of the year type of a guy in terms of his ceiling. And then Clay or Podziemski off the bench. You just get Lindy Waters from OKC. Maybe he factors in. He's a wing-type player that the Warriors like. So it's more of think in terms of more of an overhaul as opposed to a person-for-person kind of a trade.
And fit. I mean, that's the whole thing is I think people think that it's fantasy basketball and you just try to get all the best players you can get. And to an extent that's true, but the pieces have to fit. So, this is a dude that had 14.7 boards, shot almost 41% from three-point, and he's 6'10", 250.
And just a quick note from Anthony Slater of The Athletic as well. He says they plan to keep Lindy Waters. He has a guaranteed date, Saturday guarantee date, $2.2 million for next year. Slater writes they like him as a deep rotation option. So basically they like him as an 11 through 15 on their roster, not somebody that's going to come in and be immediately in the rotation.
Again, $2.2 million, like you said, for next season. That's not a ton of money, so that's not bad for picking him up. And then again, we hear Portis' name, and to be honest, and looking at Portis' numbers, he's a little bit better than I thought, and he could be a fit. I mean, if you're looking at him as
I love the fit.
Well, if you look at him as a big and then TJD, they're two different type of players.
And you can play Portis with Draymond, and even depending upon what happens with Kuminga. I know the big debate on Kuminga, if Kuminga's going to be on the roster, can he play the 3? And to this point in his career, he has not been able to play the 3. But if you put Bobby Portis out there who can stretch the floor, I think that makes it easier if Kuminga's still on the roster for him to maybe start to play a little bit more 3, become more of a versatile 3-4 type, which I think he has to do if he's ever going to become the Jaylen Brown high-end comp. He's got to be able to play some 3. He's been so bad at the 3 that the Warriors have basically ditched it in each of the first 3 years of his career and said, nope, you're a 4. You're a 4. Get in that dunker spot. Shoot the corner 3 only. Slash to the basket. Get your own off of defense. Those kinds of things. Defense turning into offense. So, yeah, I think Portis also maybe provides them a little bit of flexibility in that vein.
Plus, let me go back to just something you said there, because what that is you're kind of reshaping your roster. So if you did make that move and you bring in Portis for Wiggins, what that, like you said, tells you is Paul George is a wing. I'm not saying they're getting Paul George.
Or another wing, though.
Or another wing would come in, and you're saying, okay, we can reshape it that way. In the 1-for-1, is Wiggins better? Probably, but then you've got another big. And what that also does is Draymond doesn't have to play a lot of 5. Yep. Draymond's getting older. You want to look at this roster and say, how can we take the burden off Steph? How can we take the burden off Draymond? Well, one of the things you can do is TJD and Portis are mainly your bigs. If you want to go to a more of a speed lineup, you can put Draymond there, but you don't have to do it a lot, if ever. And so then now he doesn't have to deal with 5s and things like that, which last year burned him out a little bit. So,
totally.
And then all of a sudden now you're bringing in, probably in that scenario, you've got another plan where you're bringing in a wing.
Yeah, I think it would be tied to 2 moves. I don't think it would be tied to, hey, we're going to get in Bobby Portis and Wiggins is just gone. And because, again, the Wiggins is the only true small forward on the entire Warriors roster. So if you give that up, you got a bunch of, right. Moody's kind of a 2-3. Kuminga's basically been a 4 at this point. Wiggins is the one guy, and he's the primary on-ball defender, which is also important. If you give that up, you got to figure out a way to get that, and that ain't easy.
All right, we're live from 58 Socials. We're getting you ready for the Cubs and the Giants. The Giants go for a 4-game sweep today. Let's get back to it. Bob Melvin has spoken, and he actually gave
some news.
Yeah, some really good news, actually. And if you missed this, we've already had Hayden Birdsong out here, who made his Major League debut in the 4-3 win last night. And we talked to Ryan Vogelsong about some of the other young pitchers in the organization that can actually help until, hopefully, they get some of these injured starters back. We'll get into that conversation if you missed it, and we'll unveil some news from Bob Melvin. 58 Social at Oracle Park as we get you ready for the Cubs and the Giants, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You dismissed him. Hayden Birdsong, Major League debut, joined us on the patio out here at 58 Social. If you missed it, check it out. KNBR Socials, KNBR.com.
seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Shortstop so well over toward the middle. The pitch. Wade swings and he drills one deep in the right. Going back is Castellanos and it sails over his head. Hits at the bottom of the wall. Now Wade is going to head for second. Here comes the throw in. Cut off by the second baseman Merrifield. A double for Lamont Wade Jr. And now he is down on the ground at second base, sitting on the ground. Remember, he's sat out the last couple of games with a hamstring issue in New York.
There's John Miller on the call, and some good news. Bob Melvin just finished up his pregame discussion with the media, and a few things come out of that. First of all, as we just played the cut for you, Lamont Wade Jr. will be back tomorrow. Lamont Wade tomorrow. You probably didn't need that. But Lamont Wade Jr. is going to come back tomorrow, as I've made that abundantly clear, which that probably means maybe David VR down. Flores hasn't gotten nearly as much playing time as I thought he would to maybe get his back going, and he did for a little bit. But that's huge because now Lamont Wade Jr. probably slots into your 2-hole. I'm not sure where that puts Ramos, the 2-3 in that kind of a range, and they like Slater against left-hander. Slater's leading off today, so they'll figure that whole thing out. But the on-base machine that is Lamont Wade Jr. returns tomorrow.
Well, he had been their best hitter up until that point, and an on-base guy and really working counts and doing everything that he does when he's playing well, and it helps lengthen their whole lineup. I mean, Elliot Ramos had become the best hitter in the time basically that Lamont was out, and when he got hurt, the Giants were really starting to string it together. The offense felt a lot better. They were having the late inning explosions to come back and win games. He goes down, and that ended up, I think, putting him in a bad way. The lineups were thin in a lot of days. They're going down quietly. I mean, he's somebody that, in a game where others maybe are having a difficult time the first time or two through the year, he at least sees a lot of pitches, usually, which can have an effect later on in the game. So I think that's absolutely huge, getting him back in the fold and getting on base. And, we talked a lot about, and I think we'll probably do more of it tomorrow, first half versus second half. Getting him back and healthy bodes really, really well, and they need him. If they're going to have a chance to win a game or two against the Dodgers this weekend, they need Lamont Wade Jr.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. By the way, a couple other things that Bob Melvin said of note. We're coming up, obviously, on the midway point, and we'll get more into that tomorrow because today we got day baseball, so we've got a shorty going on today but from 58 Social. But Bob Melvin was asked that question and said, which I think is the perfect term for the first half, all over the place. And, again, injuries are excuses or explanations depending on how you look at it. But with the pitching staff the way that it's been, the offense has been a complete disappointment. I know that Jorge Soler at times has looked a little bit better lately, but you'd have to just say across the board, I love Matt Chapman's defense, but he's been an inconsistent at best offensive player, and I expected some of that, but there's been a pretty big regression on him this year. He had a little bit of a hot streak, but he hasn't been good. And generally speaking, whether you want to blame this on Farhan, which most Giants fans do, the signings have been a disaster. Blake Snell's 0-3 with a .982. Chapman, good defense, suspect offense, but because this offense is always having to hit in the middle of the lineup, Jorge Soler has been still, despite a little bit of a warm streak, pretty bad. I don't know. Horrible is probably too strong, but pretty bad. Based on, I thought he was going to be a 30 home run guy. I just thought in this park, right-handed hitter, he could hit 30. No.
Totally.
So
all over the place for Bob is code
right?
for disappointing.
Right.
Without saying disappointing.
Yeah.
Because they are still in the race. And we
because everybody else is so bad.
However you need to get there.
Yeah.
However you need, whatever needs to happen. I mean, it felt, even though they really weren't, because of those circumstances, as if they were in a really bad spot going back to a couple of days ago. And then, as has been the case a couple of different times this year, you win 2-3 in a row, and then you feel like you're back. You're right back in it. But I think they can make a unique claim, and you've touched on this. And again, I'm more in the mode of I want to stop talking about it. I want to see it, and then we'll keep talking about it. But they can make the claim that they have with some of the guys that are out that are coming back, and some of the depth that they have that hasn't performed well, that they can be a significantly better team with largely the same group compared to the second half, or compared to the first half in the second half.
Well, yeah, if you're a half full person, I'm a very half full person. If you're a half
to be more full,
yes, the bloodies. If you're a half full person, you're thinking as a Giants fan, it's anybody's ball game outside of the teams leading in the division are pretty solid. The Phillies, the Brewers, the Dodgers. I think that Atlanta, even though Atlanta does not score runs, but Atlanta is still got enough talent to where they're going to be a wild card.
They're 10 over right now, and they've been disappointing. It hurt.
They don't score. But then you have two other wild card positions open.
They're going to win. Like, they're on pace to win 90. They're disappointing right now. They're still going to win 90.
And so you've got the last two wild card positions. So what you have to be thinking, I think, as a Giants fan, if you're a half full person, not half empty person, is that between all these teams of the Mets and the Cardinals and the Nationals and the Pirates and even the Cubs who are struggling as of now, and you put yourself in there, the Padres, et cetera, that whole group of mediocrity, really, that is going to be the second and the third wild card, teams will get hot in the second half. At least that's if you're a betting person in Vegas. A couple of teams will get hot in the second half. Well, who are if you look at the rosters of those teams and all of them have fatal flaws, how could the Giants be in there? And if you're a Giants fan, you're saying, we have three pitchers with good success, Cobb being an all-star last year and two Cy Young Award winners, that because of injury to two of them and an absolute bomb by one of them, Snell, they've given us nothing in the first half. If those guys come back and give us something, half-full guy says, then we're going to be one of those teams that's going to emerge. But do you buy that? Do you buy these three pitchers saving the second half for the Giants?
I don't buy any of it. And the reason I don't buy any of it, and I'm more in that mode of they're going to have to prove it. I'm not saying they can't do it, but I've seen a team that more often than not in the first half has played sloppy baseball. I see a team that when they, it's the age-old question. When a team wins, they look a certain way. When a team loses, they look a certain way. Which one is more indicative of what this team truly is? And I think the way the Giants have looked this season when they've lost is more indicative of the team that they actually are. Now, we're talking about different players coming in and adding to it. I mean, again, I give it an opportunity to play out, John, to play it out. I give it an opportunity to play out.
Why is Walter laughing?
But again, they have to show that they're capable of playing cleaner baseball more consistently and hitting at a higher level. I need to see the raise in performance because here's where I am on it now. You can bring this guy back or that guy back, and I'm inclined the way this season has gone to this point. Yeah, you may get this guy back and that guy back, but then another guy's that's been good is gonna go out, or he's gonna be just like you're the glass half full. Optimism
you clearly
is
aren't
that
that guy.
Is that everything else is going to stay the same. Everything that's been good is going to stay the same, and you're just going to add. I think you could add, but then that doesn't mean everything that's been good the rest of the year is going to continue to be that good either.
Well, if we look at those three guys, and we were having this conversation the other day.
I'm wait and see, by the way.
I would say in terms of my optimism for those three, I have no idea on Cobb. I mean, the worst thing you can do in our business is say I don't know. But honestly, on Cobb, because remember back in April, they said, hell, he might make April. Okay, he's definitely going to make May. And now it's like it's a nerve issue.
Now it's July, which is what it was going to be anyway.
So I have to take him out of it. I'm sorry, because I just don't know on Cobb. But Snell, I am really down on, and then.
Well, but he's the one that you should have the most confidence in.
But and keep everybody.
Second half guy,
second half, blah blah.
Gonna be healthy. Man. They paid him large. Like he's here to be dominant. Like he is here. Like if there's one guy, and I'm not saying I'm betting on it.
Right.
But if there's one guy that I'm confident in, like he better be the guy that you're the most confident in. Like he's got the track record and all of that. Like.
But after the last start, the things that he said, and it's not really a physical issue at this point. It doesn't sound like the groin is kind of is fine, as Tim Ryan would say. Nothing wrong with that groin. But and his mental state is just crazy and all over the place. And as we're getting to know Blake Snell a bit more, he can be in that mental state where he's going to be the Cy Young Award winner, or he can say, I have no idea what I'm doing. And last time out in Sacramento, he said, I have no idea what I'm doing. So that makes me nervous. And then Robbie Ray is tough, but he's coming back from something that guys come back from. Mm-hmm. The only question with him is, we've learned this from Blake Snell now. Okay, just because a guy's coming back doesn't mean he's going to be Robbie Ray Cy Young Award winner.
It might take him a month.
Right, and all of a sudden, okay, well, we talked to Ryan Vogelsong earlier, and we had Hayden Birdsong on. So in the meantime, until the unknown happens with these guys come back, can Hayden Birdsong and Carson Wisenhunt and guys, Mason Black, who we've seen a little bit of, that's what you're counting on. Okay, second half, the bullpen looks pretty good. But is Farhan going to look at his situation and say, geez, if I don't bring a bat in here, I might be gone? So
I think he's going to look to add.
Are they going to bring a bat?
I'm confident he's going to look to add in all phases. I really am. I think he has to. I think he has to.
Or else he's gone?
Because, look, if this team is – I've said it, and I said it to Murph. They made a drop out of it. I was filling in for Marcus on Monday. If they win in the 70s and it looks like it has any combination of the way it's looked in the first half and the second half, and they win 76, 77, whatever, the jig is up at that point. Like, it is. And I think but I also think he knows – that they're only right now 3 out of that. So it's attainable. Like, he's got to look at it as glass half full, but he's also got to look at it as the glass is full enough to where I can add here and there and really hedge on what he needs to happen. So I actually think in that way he's in a pretty good position to be aggressive.
Yeah. Well, here's what's going to be tough for him. Is that okay?
Now, if you're super aggressive and then it doesn't work and you still don't make it, then it's trouble.
Well, he's rocking a hard place right now because if he doesn't, again, I think of this. I say this all the time. I think of this mahogany table, and he has to walk into this room. Hello, can I speak with everyone? And then everyone's sitting around this table going, "What does he want? We already gave you money," and he's got to go in there and say, "I know I spent a bunch of money in the offseason, and those haven't exactly worked out, but I need more money." Now, the only way I think he's going to be able to spend more money is if he gets rid of somebody. So we saw Mato, since he's returned, I think is like 5 for 13 or something. He had the home run last night that won the game.
He's been creative enough to do that.
So what he's got to do is he's got to take Conforto, find a taker, and minus that money, and then they'll say, okay, if like your budget is your budget and you've hit the top of it. Now you can move Conforto and we move Matos into left field, and then you can use that money to spend it. But I'm not giving you additional money, like going in and asking your dad for more money. Like, you've got money. Figure out how to use the money I've given you.
Well, that's fair, and that may very well be what happens. But it also could be, hey, if we spend on X, we're going to get there, and you make that claim. Now,
what if you're
at that point? It's all in.
What's your trust factor? Because over the last 2 years, honestly, free agency has not been his friend.
No,
from Mitch Haniger to Stripling.
It has not. He can make some guys. He can trade though.
So, but if he walks in and you're part of the persons in that room who have to give him the thumbs up to get more funds, I'm not really feeling great about.
I'd give him.
Well,
money. Here's the thing. I'd give him the thumbs up. I would, and I'm a little different. This is where maybe I am a little bit more half full.
Sure.
I would give him the funds, knowing full well that if it doesn't work out, what move I'm making. So, I would give him the funds because here's the thing. If we don't give him the funds and it doesn't work out, we know the outcome. Right. We know the end game.
He's out.
If we do give him the funds and it doesn't work out, we know the outcome.
Right.
So, to me, I would be like, all right, we're going to give you the shot. We're going to give you the shot. We're going to give you the shot. Go make the playoffs.
Yeah. Okay.
Go make the playoffs at that point.
Fair.
Because at the end of the day, those who are controlling the finance, like for me, if it was me, I would want to make the playoffs over not making the playoffs.
Sure.
Like you would prefer to get in. That's the whole point of this thing.
And again, to just wrap this whole thing up, this brings us back to the beginning, which is if I'm in that room, I'm thinking to myself, and this is going to be his biggest argument walking into it is, guys, if you give me a chance to maybe get another stick or whatever it is he feels like he needs, and we get these 3 guys back, they knew this isn't a surprise in Robbie Ray. Probably internally within the organization, this is not a surprise on Alex Cobb. Now, Snell's a totally different story. They gave him that money to be the guy he was last year, second half, whatever the case may be, didn't have spring training. They didn't care. They gave him the money. So what his biggest and best argument is we're going to get these guys back. That's going to be like getting 3 really good pitchers back. And if we get in, all we got to do is get in. And if we get in a short series, look at our pitching.
Well, but the Giants are uniquely equipped to make that claim. I mean, they really are.
It's whether of those people who control the money,
but it's
believe
like my exactly, and it's also my concerns are more. My concerns are less about what they could be once they get in. Because if you get in, I think that means you're going to have played at a certain level to where enough things will have gone right to where if your pitching lines up, you can make that claim against a Brewers or whoever it winds up being that you play in that type of situation. I'm more of the belief that this team's probably still going to be the team that they've been in the first half and the second half. Like, that to me is more likely. It's going to be, in essence, a different version of the same.
All right, let's get you ready for the Cubs and the Giants. We got Diamond Notes coming up. We will go up to the broadcast booth as well. But first, we'll give you a few things that you need to know before we get out of here and get you ready for the Giants to try to sweep the Cubs in this 4-game series before the Dodgers coming to town this weekend. We'll do all that coming up next as we're live at 58 Social at Oracle Park, only here on the Sports Leader.
check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, the friends will be with you until 11:45, so we'll get you ready about 10 minutes as we're at 58 Social, getting you ready for the sweep. The sweep, I'll call it right now. Imanaga versus Hicks today. By the way, both are on a similar trajectory, and it's not great. Ibanaga's first 9 starts of the year for the Cubs had like an 0.89 ERA.
Dominant.
Calling him all the, rookie of the year and maybe the Cy and all that kind of stuff, and he struggled. And then Jordan Hicks, beginning of the year, same kind of a thing, and then he struggled a little bit. Plus, he's already over his career high in innings, so what can he give the Giants today? At least 5, maybe even. It'd be awesome if he could give him possibly 6, because, again, we have noted this many, many times. The bullpen has been overtaxed, and that's putting it nicely. I think the Brewers have 1/3 of an inning more than what the Giants do as far as bullpen usage this year, so they could use a bit of a break. So that's what's going on. And then, of course, the Dodgers coming in. So we'll get to that momentarily, but our good friends at Pacific Catch, if you call right now, no sounder, right? No sounder. Danny's very busy, and he didn't have time for a sounder today, so that's okay.
Blame Walter.
So if you're
there's your sounder.
If you're the 10th caller into the studio right now at 415-896 KNBR, 415-896 KNBR, you will win $100 to our good friends at Pacific Catch. This summer at Pacific Catch, experience a new menu, globally inspired street foods. That's starting today. Today's June 27th. Starting today, June 27th, Pacific Catch unveiling the new menu, Korean wings, fresh ceviche tostadas, which sound absolutely amazing, and more. The Pacific Catch is known for. They have tremendous drinks. I go to the one in Dublin. There's one in Walnut Creek. It's absolutely great. So it's perfect to snack on. Enjoy street food summer from Pacific Catch, and it starts today. So it's a perfect time to win a $100 gift card. And call now, 10th caller, 415-896 KNBR. Good luck. So there you go. All right, did they get this done today? Did they get the sweep over the Cubs before the Dodgers head in?
Oh, why you got to put me on the spot? Sure they do. Sure they do. I don't feel like they're a good enough team to sweep anybody this year. So we'll see. Maybe
Although
I'm
I
wrong.
will say that as we talk about teams bunched up in the National League, then the Cubs are just the latest team to fall just above.
I mean, they were the Giants were 3 days ago.
They were ahead of the Marlins and Rockies, and that's where they are.
And the Mets were there, and now the Mets are hot and back to 500. And the Padres were down low, and they've won 7 of their last 10 and 3 in a row.
But in all of sports, it's when you play somebody.
Definitely.
And so that's why the stupid win-loss game that we always do is because you don't know who's going to be hurt, this, that, and the other. The Cubs bullpen is one of the worst I've seen all season long. They have some names on their team that normally hit, but they're not. Guys like Dansby Swanson are not hitting, and Ian Happ is kind of up and down, and the middle of their order. And Bellinger is probably their best hitter, but he's certainly not the guy that he was last year. So I think it's when you catch a team, and I think that the Cubs generally have pretty good starting pitching, but maybe you're catching them.
Yeah, they haven't.
Their guys
they haven't hit in a bad bullpen,
right? And so the Giants have rightfully won the first 3 games of the series, and hopefully you win the 4th, and then we can deal with the Dodgers over the weekend and the Dodgers fans coming in and all those kind of things. But I'm not saying you should sweep the Cubs, and 3 or 4 would be nice, but you're catching them while they're down.
You are catching them while they're down, and you're figuring out a way to win games in different ways. I mean, the comeback is what the springboard on Monday night was all of this. I mean, they're down 4-2 in the 9th, and that was going to feel like a big-time low point. But I think you get a win like that, and it can change momentum, and we've saw it going back to when they had the 4 straight, right? They win one, then they win another one, then all of a sudden it's 4 in a row. They have the 10-2 stretch, and that goes back to the end of May when they were at their high water point of the season, which was 2 over at this point. Got to be a little bit better than that. But they were 3 days ago 6 under, which was their low point, and now it's the roller coaster ride that has been the Giants season here through almost 3 months now. Can you believe it?
Man. Lineup is out, by the way. Of course, it's Hicks versus Imanaga, and like we said, they're kind of both going in similar directions, struggling a little bit as of late. Imanaga gave away 10 earned runs last time. So his low for the season, he was at .89 through his first 9 starts. Now he's at 2.96. Hicks was just about 5 or 6 starts ago at 1.89. He's at 3.24 for an ERA. So, of course, with a left-hander on the mound, Slater's going to lead off. Ramos been struggling a bit, but he's showing signs of life. Wilmer Flores gets a start at first base. Chapman in the 4-hole, Soler in the 5. Matos, who, again, 5 for 13 since he came back. He's in right today. Of course, Yaz is out. Estrada at second. Ahmed gets the short start with, of course, a left-hander on the mound. And no Patrick Bailey today, night game or day game after a night game. Kirk is Sally.
Yeah, got to get him a day there with the 3-game set against the Dodgers, and then we'll see, does Bailey have the ability to maybe play all 3 of those games against the Dodgers with the 7:15, the 4:15, and then the 1:05 on Sunday.
Yeah, and great stuff today because Hayden Birdsong came up at 10:20. If you're missing these interviews, Hayden Birdsong came up at about 10:20, and it was cool. Thanks to the Giants for bringing him out. It was a lot of fun talking to the 22-year-old. The one thing, if you missed the interview, go to KNBR.com. But the one thing I certainly got from him, and Ryan Vogelsong kind of backed this up, and actually Vogelsong was telling us that sometimes he has to knock him down a peg because he's a really confident kid. And Vogelsong used a comp of Justin Verlander because just, the way that he looked and everything. But you can tell he's, for a 22-year-old, he's composed, he's confident, and Ryan Vogelsong thinks, he used the word sticks. I think he's going to stick. So that's great news for a staff that is short. If you can all of a sudden, okay, now you got a 3rd starter. Pretty soon Harrison's going to be back in a 4th starter, and then you kind of wait on those guys. But, look, if they're going to do anything in the second half, they're not going to become an offensive a juggernaut overnight. It's going to be the starting pitching, and the relievers have been good enough, and we've seen the high-leverage guys and who they're going to be. But if they're going anywhere in the second half, it's going to be through pitching.
It's got to be
starting pitching.
Yeah, that's because they intended to be a team that had great starting pitching, and that's it. And I think that's the one thing you look at, what can you count on that might be better in the second half for the Giants? I think the one thing that maybe you can count on that won't be as good is all of the crazy late inning comebacks. I mean, from 4 run down and you're not going to do
doesn't sustain.
Like, you will do it, and I do believe teams that do it keep doing it throughout a year. But I don't know that you're going to do it at the level that they've done it. And usually teams with their record don't do it at that level throughout. Also, real quick here, Len, final couple of minutes. The Giants did announce the public celebration of life for Willie Mays, who passed away last week, when it's going to be. It's going to be Monday, July 8th. So Monday, July 8th, they will, and it's going to be here at Oracle Park. Gates are going to open at 3. It's going to be at 4 o'clock. So from 4 to 6 p.m. Here at Oracle Park, Monday, July 8th, the public celebration of life for Willie Mays, who passed away on the 18th, going back last Tuesday at the age of 93.
So again, that's public, and so the last one, it was kind of a family affair, and now they're going to let everybody in again. July 8th, Monday, July 8th. So that's a big news. So make sure you make an appointment for that because you're going to want to be at that big gathering. So there you go. That's the latest as far as Willie Mays. And again, just in the last couple of minutes, and then we'll give you Diamond Notes. We'll go up to the booth. We'll talk to the guys. We'll still hang out at 58 Social, so definitely stop by. But give people your agenda there the rest of the day as you're heading off to do basketball stuff. And if people didn't tune in, the Warriors have traded the 52nd pick, so they're not even going to be picking tonight. So your show is going to be obviously an off-season thing, the latest on rumors with the Warriors and Paul George and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, and I've got Greg Silver with me. We did a show on YouTube last night, 2.5 hours, just going through everything. It wasn't a lot, maybe, as far as the draft itself goes. I think it was one of the most underwhelming, if not the most underwhelming draft of my lifetime, to be perfectly honest. But it's going to be a lot of fun tonight. We'll talk about all the offseason news and rumors and how the Warriors can fix the roster. That's from 6 to 9 tonight. I'll be at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, and we'll see. The Warriors may end up buying into the second round. They may make other moves. Again, I think it's more than one move they're looking to make. I think they're looking to make 2, 3, 4 moves all at once that'll reshape the trajectory of the entire roster in a positive light here.
All right, so make sure you tune in for the guys. They'll give you your Warriors news if you need it. We got baseball, afternoon baseball coming up. The Giants go for the sweep against the Cubs in the 4-game set. Hicks versus Imanaga. Make sure you stay tuned in because we'll go up to the booth. I'll give you award-winning Diamond Notes. Not sure what award, as we always say, they won, but they are award-winning Diamond Notes. And it is a beautiful day in the city, and you don't want to work. So come over to 58 Social. Come over to the ballpark. We'll hang out. Thanks to Hayden Birdsong for coming out today and to Ryan Vogelsong. If you missed those interviews, just go to KNBR.com for that. Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Walter. Austin is out here, ladies. If you want to say hi to Austin, you can do that. Anything you want to do. And again, thanks to everybody for coming out and hanging out with us at 58 social. For the whole crew, enjoy. JD's got a long day. When they
Sip that Bloody Mary.
Giants baseball is next, only here on the Sports Leader.